Chapter 51. On September 5, almost a week had passed since Suan and the others arrived at Mohi Base. These days, there are no big ups and downs in everyone's lives. Everyone has adapted to the rhythm here. People and Pokémon run together every day, train and battle together. Summarizing and reflecting after the battle is what everyone does every day. Although it hasn't been long, everyone has made some progress. On the battlefield, Suan's training rival today is Li Yao. Xiaoling watched the two of them take the stage and said directly, "Please release the Pokémon." Li Yao said to Solosis lying on his head, "Today's rival is not easy to deal with. But we're still going to win, right?" Only Solosis floated towards the battlefield. "Servine, go ahead." Servine jumped onto the battlefield with light steps. "Game start." Li Yao said directly. Solosis, confusion. Servine, light screen, then use green grass. Deny a light screen appeared, blocking the thought waves launched by Solosis. At the same time, under Servine's feet, a large amount of green grass quickly poked its head out in the green light. To outside the battlefield. Green grass. Xiao Yu showed a puzzled expression. "What tactic is this?" Zhao Ziyi shook his head. "Have no idea. I think this Suan might want to solve the battle by standing up." Tanaka said at this time, "The Solosis on the opposite side knows ally switch. Suan will definitely not dare to use Leaf Storm easily. Suan probably planned to use green grass to increase the power of Vine Whip, and then find an opportunity to use Slam to resolve the battle." Through these days of getting along, everyone has gotten to know each other very well, especially people like Suan who stand out from the start, and naturally become everyone's main research target. Zhao Ziyi touched his chin. "I don't think it's that simple. Because in the past 2 days, I have often watched Suan and Servine use green grass on the training ground. I always feel like they are studying something." On the battlefield, Tana Servine's Vine Whip whipped towards Solosis. Solosis's body is small and very flexible, easily dodging Servine's Vine Whip attack. Suan looked at the scene on the field and continued to order, "Servine, magical leaf." Tana in front of Servine, leafage condensed. Li Yao said to himself, "Only use magical leaf. Forget it, that's fine too." Li Yao looked at Suan and said loudly, "Hello. Has your Servine tasted his own magical leaf?" Only psychic emanated from Solosis. Standing on the green grass, Servine could sense a strange ability coming from all directions. "You can't avoid this move." His Servine disappeared instantly. Suan didn't panic at all when he saw this scene. He just looked at where Servine was standing. Only Solosis appears. At the same time, the moment Solosis appeared, a seed burst out from under Solosis's body, and the vines instantly wrapped around Solosis's body. Suan smiled. It was successful. Suan had similar thoughts after seeing the effect of leech seed that day. In Suan's opinion, this move can not only restrain ally switch, but can also be used in normal battles. Imagine that Servine quietly planted the seeds during the battle, and then when rival accidentally stepped on them, the seeds were instantly activated. This trick is called a seed trap. Bang! Servine resisted his own magical leaf. Suan had been planning this battle from the beginning, so the power of this move would certainly not be too great. Tana after Servine landed, Vine Whip instantly shot at Solosis who was entangled in leech seed. Li Yao's expression changed slightly. "Solosis, encore ally switch." Tatsuno. Vine Whip tightens. Servine used wrap. Only. Solosis let out a groan of pain. Solosis skill release failed. Pang. Solosis was thrown towards the ground by Vine Whip. Tip: Servine defeated Solosis and gained 527 experience points, winning 10 consecutive victories in Mohi Base, 9/10. It's finally done. Suan looked at the system prompts and sighed. Xiaoling said at this time, "The game is over, Solosis has lost the ability to fight. Servine wins." Li Yao scratched his head and took out the pokeball. "Come back, Solosis. I didn't expect you to be here waiting for me." Li Yao looked at Suan and gave a thumbs up. "Awesome." Suan smiled and said, "To be honest, I have thought about how to deal with your ally switch if I play against you from the beginning. Now it seems that the effect is not bad." "Suan, you can do it, you actually practice your special moves secretly." Xiao Yu and the others stepped forward and looked at Suan and asked, "How did you come up with this move?" "That is to say, I was stunned when the seed trap came out just now. But then again, when did you plant the seeds? Was it when you were using green grass? Suan looked at everyone and smiled, want to know? I'll tell you when there's a battle. Forget it. Tanaka said speechlessly, I wanted to try it with you yesterday, but you killed me immediately. I mean, fighting you means being abused. Everyone shook their heads. Suan looked helpless at this scene. Suan's current strength is obviously not at the same level as everyone else. The only ones who can compete with Suan's Servine are Xiang Hui, Li Yao and Yang Chuan. No one else could stop Servine's attack, let alone trap Inch. If you go up, you will be defeated. We are not masochists, so naturally we are not happy to play against Suan classmate Suan. Just when Suan was thinking that she could only wait for tomorrow's battle assignment, Xiaoling suddenly walked towards Suan. What's wrong, Sister Ling? Xiaoling looked at Suan and smiled, after dinner, do you have time? Yes, I have. Then come to my lounge and find me. I'll be waiting for you. After Xiaoling finished speaking, she turned and walked away. Suan instantly felt a large number of eyes focused on him. Damn it, Captain Suan, you are not kind. Zhao Zi looked envious and said, not only did you secretly practice your special moves, but you also captured our sister Ling. Suan was speechless, what are you thinking about? It should just be something else. Why do I have to come to you for anything? That's right, why didn't you come to me? Damn it, I also want to go to Sister Xiaoling's lounge. Chapter 52. Xiaoling's restroom is inside the base building. This building is only accessible to rangers and is not part of Suan's activity area. Suan stood at the door of the building. Rodam's figure appeared on the screen at the door. Rodam reminded, classmate Suan, Miss Xiaoling's lounge is on the second floor. There is a sign at the door. Be careful to go to the wrong grotto. Okay, thank you. The glass door of the base building opens automatically. The first floor is a lobby with no one in it, except for 2 up and down elevators. Suan took the elevator to the second floor. Suan walked along the corridor and soon found Xiaoling's lounge. Boom, boom. Suan knocked on the door. Lingling the door to the room opened automatically, and a Chimecho floated out and said hello to Suan. Hello, Chimecho. Suan looked at Chimecho and smiled and waved. Is Sister Xiaoling here? Suan said and subconsciously looked into the lounge. Suan was a little dazed at this glance. In the room, Xiaoling was changing clothes. Xiaoling usually wears a thick coat when she goes out, which does not show off her figure. In the room, Xiaoling took off her coat to reveal the shirt underneath. Suan took a quick look and felt inexplicably worried about the quality of her shirt. Xiaoling glanced at Suan, then straightened her chest. Does it look good? Suan turned around slightly embarrassed, sorry. Xiaoling put on a thin coat. She asked while putting it on, have you read the books in your room? Suan leaned against the wall outside the door and replied, I've seen it. Which story is your favorite? I'm quite yearning for them all, so I like them all. Xiaoling smiled, I think so. What would you think if I told you those stories were true? Xiaoling got dressed and walked towards Suan. Suan turned her face sideways and looked at Xiaoling, who came out without speaking. Xiaoling stood in front of Suan. Actually, I was one of the witnesses to a story in the midterm. The guardian god of the forest, one-eyed hero, is partly based on what happened when I was a child. Xiaoling said as she walked towards the elevator. Suan followed. I was only 5 years old that year. Because of my fun, I strayed into the depths of the forest and met poachers. Because they were afraid that I would reveal their whereabouts, they arrested me together. I watched with my own eyes as they used a machine that could emit special sound waves to render a large number of Pokémon incapable of fighting. They don't care about the race of the Pokémon, nor the strength of the Pokémon. As long as it appears in front of them, they will capture all Pokémon. The Pokémon are wailing, and the forest has been destroyed by their wanton actions. Xiaoling pressed down the elevator. Then, a white light broke everything. It just appeared. Xiaoling's face showed memories. It's covered in Orbug, with only one eye in the middle of its head. It's like the Cyclops in the distant regions described in books. Of course, it's not actually that big. It has a hole in its belly, and that's where the light comes from. The thief's machine was instantly melted in the light, and everything evaporated before my eyes. Xiaoling said and made an explosive movement with her hands. Ding! The elevator door opens. Xiaoling walked in, looked at Suan and said, it saved those Pokémon, and it also saved me. It's just that I was too young at that time and fear completely dominated me. I still remember that the one-eyed hero patiently picked me up and picked the fruit for me, but I didn't eat it. I cried and knocked the fruit away. It sensed my fear, so it picked a lot of fruit for me, while it watched from a distance. He watched me eat the berries and saw me cry myself to sleep. When I woke up, I found I was back in the village. Everyone gathered around me. They said that I was sent back by Malumita, the guardian deity of the forest, and that's when I learned its name. My grandfather said that Marumeta is the guardian spirit of the forest. It existed when my grandfather was still young. He protects everything in this forest. When Suan heard this, he looked at Xiaoling and said, "So you became a ranger because you wanted to find it?" "Of course I want to find it." Xiaoling smiled and said, "I want to tell it, thank you for saving me, and the fruit it gave me is really sweet." Ding Suan and Xiaoling walked out of the elevator. Outside is a greenhouse with many green plants and various Pokémon. Not far away, Ranger Asen was squatting under a sawsbuck and inspecting its hooves. He removed the bandage on its leg and smiled. Xiaoling walked over with Su An. "How's the kid doing?" Asen clapped his hands and stood up. "Recovering well, the wound has completely healed. It should be released back into the forest tomorrow." Xiaoling looked at Suan and explained, "This sawsbuck was injured on the outskirts of the forest, in a woodland planned to be developed into a resort. The area where the resort is located was originally their living territory. The person in charge of the resort project, in order to prevent wild Pokémon from coming and causing trouble, set up a circle of sting traps around the perimeter. Unfortunately, this sawsbuck stepped into a trap, and the poisonous sting pierced its feet. It was very deep and highly poisonous. Its legs were almost disabled." Bayo a Kangaskhan came over and said hello to Xiaoling. "Hello, Kangaskhan. Where's the baby?" Xiaoling looked at Kangaskhan and smiled. Chue Piku pokes its head out of a marsupial pouch. Kangaskhan smiled and touched Piku's little head. Xiaoling looked at Suan, who had a puzzled expression, and explained, "This Kangaskhan lost its child not long ago because of Pokémon hunters. As far as we know, it has been looking for little Kangaskhan for a long time, but could not find it. The pain of losing the child made it depressed and even started a hunger strike. Its life was in danger. So we tried to use a newborn Piku to distract him from his grief. As you can see, Kangaskhan's mother bounced back to take care of her newborn Piku. There are many Pokémon that are being rescued in this ecological park. They all arrived more or less because of human damage to the natural environment." Xiaoling looked at these Pokémon and said slowly, "This world is so beautiful precisely because of us humans, Pokémon with various attributes, and various magical plants. However, there are always people who use Pokémon as a tool to satisfy their own selfish desires. They think they can control everything, and they even want to steal the power of the legend. But what they do will ultimately bring disaster to everything around them." When Xiaoling said this, she suddenly looked at Suan. "Suan, what do you think of rangers?" Suan thought for a moment and then said, "A person who maintains the balance between nature, humans, and Pokémon." Xiaoling looked at Suan slightly surprised when she heard this. "That's a very accurate evaluation. I think you must be very good at studying." Suan smiled, "Thank you. So what do you think about becoming a ranger?" At this time, Suan also understood the reason why Xiaoling was looking for him. Xiaoling said these words that Xiaozhi moved with emotion and reason. Obviously she was waiting for Suan's next answer. "It's certainly a great career." Xiaoling raised her eyebrows slightly. "It sounds like you still have a but." Suan shrugged slightly and said, "Sister Xiaoling, after all, I am only a senior in high school, and there are many things I have not experienced, so I don't plan to decide my future now." "Boy, don't talk like you can definitely become a ranger." Asen came over at this time. "Being a ranger is not an easy task. Without strong strength support, there is no way for you to adapt to the wild environment and face those vicious poachers and extremist organizations. Although you may be really strong among students, you have to know that this world is very big." Asen said, throwing the pokeball in his hand and looking at Suan. "Would you like to experience an adult battle? Tip, the trainee ranger has sent you a battle invitation, please defeat him. Task reward, 200,000 bonus, skill copy *1. Suan glanced at the system prompts. "I am glad to." Chapter 53. Mohi Base, facing the battlefield. "Come out, Pidgeot." By Dr. Race, Pidgeot attribute normal/flying level, 36 ability, Sharp Eyes skills, Hurricane, Tackle, Gust, Quick Attack, Whirlwind, Twister, Feather Dance, Agility, Wing Attack, Aerial Ace, Double Team, Roost. Suwon took out Trapinch's Pokeball. Go, Trapinch! Hucka Trapinch shouted energetically towards Pidgeot. Trapinch hasn't had a good fight in a long time. Li Yao, look over there. Outside the battlefield, other students who were training and resting quickly noticed this scene. Li Yao was surprised and said, "Is Suwon going to fight our assistant coach? Go over and have a look." "Damn it, you really deserve to be Suan." Xiao Yu said excitedly, "I played against teacher when I was in school, and when I got to the ranger base, I challenged the ranger." Xiaoling serves as the referee for this battle. Xiaoling watched the Pokémon on both sides enter the field and then ordered, "The battle begins." Pidgeot, Hurricane. Asen launched an attack directly. Trapinch dig after a sandstorm. Hucky. Trapinch's dig technology has become more and more proficient. Trapinch dug a hole and entered the ground almost instantly. At the same time, gravel began to appear in the air around the site. Call. The yellow sand is rolling up. A sandstorm blew up on the battlefield. This sandstorm. Asen was stunned for a moment when he saw the raging sand and dust. Xiaoling was equally surprised. It's actually a weather skill. This Trapinch seems to have great potential. After Suan's Trapinch came out of the secret realm, he never encountered a rival that could make him go all out. So I have never used this skill. After arriving at Mohi base, Servine was basically responsible for all battles. Everyone's impression of Suan's Trapinch is that its rock tomb is very powerful. Most of the flying Pokémon don't like environments like Sandstorm. Pidgeot, fly out of Sandstorm's range. By Diao Pidgeot flapped its wings and flew above, soaring in the sky. Phew! Behind Pidgeot, a large number of rocks hit, soaring in the sky. Trapinch used Rock Tomb. Pidgeot, Agility. Pidgeot's speed exploded instantly, flying out of Sandstorm and dodging Rock Tomb's attack. By Diao Pidgeot hovered in the sky of Sandstorm, observing the scene in Sandstorm with sharp eyes. One is flying in the sky, and the other is hiding underground under the cover of Sandstorm. The battle reached a stalemate. Asen looked at the situation very awkwardly. The invitation to fight was sent by him, but now he obviously did not have the appropriate means to launch an attack. But we can't just stay there? Just when Asen was in trouble, Suan ordered, "Trapinch, use laser focus and come out of the underground." Pidgeot's sharp gaze allowed him to find the Trapinch emerging from the ground through the cover of yellow sand. When Asen saw this, he immediately said, "Pidgeot, Aerial Ace." By Diao Pidgeot let out a long cry and then plunged into the sandstorm. Pidgeot is extremely fast and has a very flexible body. Asen is confident that Pidgeot can easily hit Trapinch without being counterattacked by Trapinch. Trapinch raised his head and stared blankly at Pidgeot flying down. "Now, protect!" Trapinch's body lit up with a protective shield. Pang! Pidgeot bumped into him. Pidgeot didn't expect this move at all. Barrier's protection caused Pidgeot's body to lean back under the reaction force. The time was short, but Trapinch seized the opportunity. Quick attack! Trapinch lunged forward and slammed into Pidgeot's body. Before Pidgeot could adjust his position, he fell to the ground under tackle. Hucky! Trapinch opened his huge mouth and bit Pidgeot's wings in one bite. By Diao! Pidgeot let out a scream. Without hesitation, Trapinch dragged Pidgeot and rushed into the hole he dug earlier. Rumble! The ground shook. Trapinch buried Pidgeot and himself underground. Pidgeot! Asen suddenly panicked when he saw this scene and screamed. Ground surges! Trapinch got out. Hucka Trapinch stared at the ground, surrounded by a circle of rock. Underground. After Pidgeot was buried, he immediately fell into a crazy attack mode. Pidgeot flapped its wings, stirring the surrounding soil, and then Pidgeot used quick attack to break through the soil. Hucky! As soon as Pidgeot showed up, all the rocks around Trapinch's body suddenly hit Pidgeot. Pang! Smoke fills the air. Tana Servine fanned the blades and helped everyone disperse the smoke. Pidgeot had lost the ability to fight and was lying on the ground. Hint: Trapinch defeated Pidgeot. To get a bonus of 200,000, please choose skill copy. Choose Roost. Winning 10 consecutive victories in Mohi base, 10/10ths. Get experience candy. M*3 Hucka Trapinch stopped Sandstorm and ran toward Suan happily, shaking his big head. Chimecho, heal pulse. Lingling Chimecho shook his body, and the gentle life energy healed Pidgeot's injuries. Thank you for your hard work, Pidgeot. Asen stroked Pidgeot's feathers and said depressedly, this guy's fighting style is too brutal. Not like a student at all, Asen said. He took out a tree fruit and fed it to Pidgeot to help Pidgeot regain his strength. Xiaoling smiled. Ordinary students would not be so bold as to go into the secret realm alone just after summer vacation. How do you think he lived alone in the secret realm for more than a month? Asen was surprised. Is there such a thing? Yes, it's written in Su-an's student file, didn't you read it? Su-an looked at Trapinch running towards him and smiled. Su-an touched Trapinch's head and took out the experience candy. It's a great fight, Trapinch. Hucka Trapinch ate the 2 experience candies Su-an gave him. Tip, Trapinch took the experience candy M to gain experience points, and Trapinch's level rose to level 33, 32120/45131. Tip, Trapinch took the experience candy M to gain experience points, and Trapinch's level rose to level 34, 17321/52351. Su-an took a deep breath and took out the rare candy that had been reserved for Trapinch. Trapinch, you are about to experience a new journey of life. Hucky. Trapinch tilted his head. Su-an handed rare candy to Trapinch. Trapinch didn't think much about it, just thought it was a snack after the battle, and opened his mouth to swallow. Hint, Trapinch has eaten rare candy, and Trapinch's shape is changing. Hucka dazzling white light blooms from Trapinch's body. FK, that's... Xiao Yu and others who were walking towards Su-an and the others stopped one after another when they saw the white light on Trapinch. No, it can't be. Xiao Yu's tone was full of disbelief. Xiaoling, look at Trapinch. Asen was attracted by the light of Trapinch and exclaimed. Without Asen's reminder, Xiaoling also noticed Trapinch, who was glowing with light. Xiaoling looked at Trapinch and murmured, this is, the light of evolution. Chapter 54. In the light, Trapinch's back and wings slowly took shape, and the big head gradually became minimized. Tip Trapinch has reached level 35 and evolved into Vibrava. Vibrava has learned a new skill, Dragon Breath. Vibrava has learned a new skill, Crunch. Vibrava has learned a new skill, Supersonic. Vibrava has learned a new skill, Fissure. Vibrava has learned a new skill, Superpower. The light dissipates, Vibrava flew to soaring in the sky. Boeing Race, Vibrava Attribute, Ground Level, 35, Ground/Dragon, Ability, Floating Individual Value Qualifications, HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31, Skills, Sand Tomb, Laser Focus, Dig, Gust, Double Team, Rock Tomb, Sand Tomb, Bulldoze, Protect, Dragon Breath, Crunch, Supersonic, Fissure, Superpower, ROST1 Hereditary Skills, Quick Attack, Earth Power. Boeing Vibrava pounced on Su-an. Su-an hugged Vibrava's body and smiled, does fly feel good? Boeing Vibrava nodded repeatedly. The feeling of soaring in the sky is definitely not something you can get from the arcade. Tana Servine congratulated Vibrava. Congratulations, and Zhao Ziyi and others also gathered around at this time. Trapinch can actually evolve. Zhao Ziyi said excitedly, this is too strong. Li Muron caught the question in Zhao Ziyi's words and immediately taunted him, of course Trapinch can evolve. Not only Trapinch, but Vibrava can also evolve. I knew your grades were bad, but I didn't expect your grades in Pokémon to be so bad, and you didn't even know this bit of common sense. Zhao Ziyi quickly waved his hands and said awkwardly, no, of course I know this. 060 I mean, I didn't expect Trapinch to actually evolve. You know, it's very difficult for Trapinch to evolve. When you search for evolution online, there are evolution videos like Turtwig, Meowth, Eevee, and so on everywhere. But Trapinch, I've never seen one. Su-an looked at Zhao Ziyi who quickly explained and smiled, I can understand, so I am actually very excited now. Xiao Yu lamented, with this evolution of Trapinch, the value has increased dramatically. It's more than just a sudden increase. Zhao Ziyi said excitedly, the market price of Trapinch is basically between 20 and 30. If Su-an sells this evolution of Trapinch, he can easily get tens of millions. Boing. Vibrava looked sideways at Zhao Ziyi. Su-an caressed Vibrava's body and said, don't worry, I can't bear to let you out. Ignore this fool. Ha 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 ha, Zhao Ziyi, you better shut up. Xiao Yu laughed. At this time, Zhao Ziyi also realized the flaw in his words and quickly apologized to Vibrava, Brother Bo, I'm wrong. If something happens in the future, I still ask you to announce it. Obviously, everyone is happy that Trapinch has evolved. In the evening, in the conference room. Dear students, I believe you all saw the battle between classmate Suan and instructor Asen today. Zhou Sun was giving everyone a lesson in tactical analysis. I saw it, the attack was so powerful. Once Sandstorm came out, the instructor's Pidgeot couldn't stop it at all. That's right, and after Trapinch won the battle, he successfully evolved into Vibrava. This is the first time I've seen a Pokémon evolve before my eyes. I'm so envious. I don't know when my family will evolve. Zhou Sun looked at the people talking and smiled. I just heard a classmate say Sandstorm. During battle, the weather has a great impact on Pokémon. Common weather conditions include sunny days, and snowy days are also very common in winter. As for Sandstorm, except for some special regions, I think everyone can only see it on the battlefield. Zhou Sun asked, does anyone know the specific impact of Sandstorm on combat? For example, what attributes are not affected by Sandstorm? What abilities can be better utilized in Sandstorm's weather? Zhou Sun looked at Suan as he spoke. Suan took the initiative to stand up. Sandstorm will cause certain damage to attributes other than ground, rock, and steel types. In addition, if it doesn't have these three attributes, then Pokémon with secret treasure safety goggles, or magical protection, and abilities such as dust protection will not be harmed. Abilities such as the ability to shake sand, the power of sand, and the ability to hide in the sand will all be increased in Sandstorm. In addition, even if Pokémon with these abilities do not have the above three attributes, they will not be harmed in Sandstorm. Rock-type Pokémon will also increase their own special defense capabilities. At the same time, under the Sandstorm contest condition, the power of some skills will also be reduced, such as Solar Blade. Or the recovery effect of moves like Synthesis will also be reduced. Zhou Sun nodded slightly, that's very good. It is precisely because the strength of many Pokémon will be greatly enhanced in Sandstorm, so some people developed Sandstorm tactics around Sandstorm as the core. Let's watch a video of a battle. Maybe it's because everyone saw Trapinch's performance in Sandstorm today. Everyone listened very carefully to the lecture in the evening. That's it for today's lesson. After Zhou Sun finished speaking, he looked at everyone and said, everyone has worked hard during this week's training, so tomorrow we will arrange an outdoor activity for everyone to give everyone a day off. The main content of the activity is to experience the daily life of a ranger. Get out of class is over. After Zhou Sun finished speaking, he turned to Suan and said, Student Suan, please come with me. Good. In Zhou Sun's office. Instructor, are you looking for me? Zhou Sun looked at Suan and said gently, I watched you play against Asen, it was very exciting. Thanks. Since your strength is far beyond the level of other students, and you also have some experience in outdoor life, I have a suggestion that you can consider. Suan asked curiously, what? Zhou Sun looked at Suan and said, our Mohi base is responsible for the security of this forest and arrests everyone who conducts illegal activities here. We have received information from a tip that a group of thieves are currently operating in the forest, and our people are following them. If you are interested, you can participate together and give me a reply tomorrow morning. Release mission, Poachers in the Forest. Task requirement, assist in catching poachers. Task reward, Dragon Fang. Suan glanced at the reward of the mission and said immediately, no need to think about it, I agree. Zhou Sun did not expect Suan to agree so readily and said unexpectedly, catching poachers involves certain risks. Even if we take extra care of you, you are still at risk of injury. Are you sure you have thought about it carefully? Suan nodded slightly. Certainly. Besides, I don't think I need any special care. Zhou Sun looked at Suan and smiled, have a good rest. Meet you at the base gate tomorrow. Yes. At 4 o'clock in the morning the next day, singing rang out in Suan's room. This is the alarm clock Suan set in advance last night. Deny. Servine poked his head out of the quilt covering Suan's neck. Good morning, Servine. Suan opened his eyes and called Servine. It dawns very early in the north, and when you look out the window, you can already see the glow. After Suan simply washed up, he picked up Vibrava's Pokeball, carried his luggage and walked outside with Baokuo Snake. After Trapinch evolved, due to its size, it was no longer possible to share a bed with Suan and the others. Although Vibrava is a little sad, the pride of the dragon makes Vibrava feel that he has grown up and really shouldn't be so clingy to trainer. In the cafeteria. Good morning, Su An. Xiaoling and her Chimecho were eating and saw Suan walking in and Ling Ling Min. Good morning, Sister Xiaoling. Suan greeted her and then released supersonic. Boing. Xiaoling looked at Suan with a smile and said, "Are you nervous? This is your first time as a ranger." Suan felt that it was okay. If he was nervous, Suan was more looking forward to Dragon Fang. However, Suan looked at Xiaoling's expression as if she wanted to say something and nodded, a little nervous. Xiaoling patted Suan on the shoulder, "Relax. The camp of the thieves has been discovered by our people. We only need to go to the camp now, and then we can arrest them directly after all their people arrive at the camp. Moreover, Boss Joe is personally leading the team on this mission, so there will definitely be no problems in terms of safety." When Suan heard what Xiaoling said, she had a bad feeling for no reason. Xiaoling looked at Suan, who was suddenly silent, and said depressedly, "Hey, you are talking as if I have set up some dangerous flag." Sorry. Suan quickly said, "You are right, we will definitely be able to complete the task successfully. After all, everyone says that beginners have good luck." Xiaoling suddenly fell silent after hearing Suan's words. Xiaoling looked at Suan speechlessly. "Why do I feel like there are more and more flags on the flag? Forget it, let's eat first. I'm going to check on Pidgeot and the others." Vibrava, who was eating next to him, raised his head and looked at Suan. Boing. Vibrava flapped her wings. The look on Vibrava's face says that he is super strong now. Suan looked at Vibrava and smiled, "Okay, then I'll ask Vibrava to protect me. Tana. And Servine, of course. The entrance to the base. 2 Pidgeots are preening their feathers. Suan, you sit on this one with me." Xiaoling patted a Pidgeot next to her. By the way, it doesn't like to be called Pidgeot, it prefers to be called Pidgeot. By Dia race, Pidgeot attribute, normal flying level, 40 ability, sharp eyes skills, hurricane, tackle, spark, twister, steel wing. This Pidgeot is very big, with 2 cushions on its back. "Hello, Bai Diao." Suan stepped forward and said hello to Bai Diao. Bai Diao. Suan touched its feathers and then said to Xiaoling, "It looks very strong." "Of course." Xiaoling looked at Suan and smiled and said, "This eagle has grown up here since childhood and has been working longer than me." Josun came from behind at this time. "It's almost time, let's go." "Xiaoling, take more care of Suan." Don Xiaoling said seriously. Josun turned over and sat on the other Pidgeot. Suan followed Xiaoling and sat on Bai Diao. "These are goggles." Xiaoling handed a goggles to Suan and then said, "Buckle up your seatbelt and hold me tight." Suan did as he was told. "Bai Diao, let's go." Under the sunrise, 2 Pidgeots flapped their wings and flew towards soaring in the sky. Chapter 55. Deep in the Daxinganling Mountains. Leather, Clefairy. 2 Clefairy stood on the ground, sniffing around with their noses stretched out. There is a special fragrance in the air, and they follow the fragrance. A group of mankeys jumped over their heads holding on to branches. Clefairy. They followed Mankey and followed the scent. A patch of mist appears ahead. Clefairy looked a little hesitant when looking at the mist, but this point of reason quickly disappeared under the scent of Captivate. They rushed into the mist and moved forward in the mystery garden. A Clefairy seemed to trip over something and fell to the ground. It turned around and saw a Mankey lying on the ground. Skin. Clefairy looked confused. Clefairy. Among the 2 Clefairy, the smaller one suddenly shook his head vigorously. "It feels so sleepy." It fell to the ground, and then slowly closed its eyes. Rebel. Clefairy was startled and shook his friend vigorously, but to no avail. "It seems that we have gained a lot this time." A sound suddenly came from the smoke. Clefairy was startled and hurriedly hid behind a tree. 3 men wearing gas masks walked in. "Boss Wu used to lead us to do these things, but now it seems like it's not that difficult." They walked to the center of the smoke. "There is a strange machine here that is constantly spraying out a special gas." Clefairy saw them press in the middle of the machine, and then the mist around them began to dissipate. The surrounding scene became clearer. Skin. Clefairy looked at the scene on the ground and screamed, but quickly covered his mouth. The surrounding ground is filled with various Pokémon including Pikachu, Mankey, Pinsir, and Sandshrew. Haha, it is indeed the largest Pokémon wild area in the country. We can make a lot of extra money this time. One of them laughed. Absolutely. Boss Wu can take half of the money earned in the past. Now it's just divided among the few of us. Isn't that too much? They took out the Pokeball from their backpacks, and then began to put the Pokémon into the ball. Ali, Shitu, do you think Wu Yang is really dead? Ali shrugged, although Professor Zhang said they were just lost in a different space, we don't know what the situation is. The three of them were collecting Pokémon while chatting. The man nicknamed Stone put the Pokeball after collecting the Pokémon into his bag, then took out an empty Pokeball and said, speaking of which, I heard Wu Yang said that the ultimate purpose of Professor Zhang's experiment was to resurrect himself. The daughter Wu. His Orabug Pokémon was created by Professor Zhang using one of Mew's hairs. They originally wanted to copy a Mew, but ended up with a half-finished product. Semi-finished product. Another person clicked his tongue and said, the semi-finished product is so perverted, how strong should the finished product be? Shitu thought for a while and then said, I don't know, but it must be very strong. In short, it was because only one failure was created that Mew's evolution stopped and the Ho-Oh plan was launched. As we all know, Ho-Oh has the ability to resurrect life. Professor Zhang believes that Ho-Oh can definitely resurrect his daughter. So its plan is to use Rainbow Wing as a carrier to assist Unknown's power and cultivate a new Ho-Oh. Once the plan is successful, it will be able to control Ho-Oh and Salation's life and death. It always sounds a bit fanciful. When several people were talking about this, they had already collected all the Pokémon around them. Let's go back to the camp. After Clefairy watched them leave, he emerged from behind a tree. Something big happened. Clefairy panicked and ran deeper into the woods. Valley of the Moon. This is Clefairy territory. Clefairy. Clefairy hurriedly jumped into a dead tree. There was a cave connected to the bottom of the dead tree. The bottom inside the cave. A steel-type Pokémon that seemed to be made of screw caps was lying on the ground. It looked like it hadn't been moved for a long time, and many parts of its body were rusty. If Suan and the others were here, they would definitely recognize it. Malumita, the one-eyed hero, the patron saint of the forest. Clefairy. Clefairy pushed its body and shouted anxiously. Malumita slowly opened her eyes. Above the forest. Bai Diao Josun made a gesture to Xiaoling behind him. Xiaoling patted Pidgeot on the shoulder and said, let's go down, please give me flowers. The two Pidgeots quickly fell into the woods. Come back, Pidgeot. Come back, Bai Diao. Josun and Xiaoling put them into Pokeballs. See you. The branches above the heads of several people shook for a while, and then they saw a young man in a Croagunk jumping down from the tree. Race, Croagunk attribute Poison/Fighting level 36 ability Danger Prediction skills, Poison Barb, Rock Smash, Mud Bomb, Venoshock, Poison Jab, Low Kick, Double Team Kija. Have you determined the specific camp? Josun looked at the people in front and asked. Yes. Their camping spot should be 1 kilometer ahead. There are 5 of them in total, 3 of them went out to capture Pokémon, and Jian is currently following them. The remaining 2 are guarding the camp. Josun nodded slightly. What is their approximate strength? Gu. Croagunk suddenly pointed at Sue and Hoot Hoot. Croagunk looked at Kija and shouted twice. KG suddenly looked at Suan in surprise and then said, my Croagunk said that their solo threat is similar to his, and he may even be a little more powerful. This Croagunk's ability is Danger Prediction, and it can roughly detect the threat level of other Pokémon. Xiaoling explained to Suan, I think it must have sensed the Vibrava in you. Vibrava. Kija was stunned for a moment and then said, is this our new intern employee? Josun shook his head, no. His name is Suan, and he is a student who came to our base for training this time. Xiaoling put her hand on Suan's shoulder and smiled, don't ignore him just because he is a student. Asen has already lost to him once. Kija looked at Suan and said, how could I look down on someone who can make my Croagunk feel dangerous? Kija suddenly pressed his earphones and his expression became serious. They're back. Josun immediately said, I'll go support Aegeon, but Kija, you take Suan and Yuanling to the camp. Let's attack at the same time. Don't let any of these people go. Understood little. Chapter 56. Poacher Camp. There are several tents set up in the camp, and some special instruments are placed in the open space. 2 men were holding cigarettes and making tea, looking very comfortable. There is a Skarmory standing on a tree in the middle of the camp looking around. There was also a blocking bear and a cunning fox lying on the ground. Suan put down the telescope in his hand and gave it back to Kija. Any ideas? Kija took the telescope from Suan and asked casually. Suan, I think we can dig over first, and when Instructor Joe makes a move, we can immediately control the opponent's trainer. Control the opponent's trainer first. Kija had a strange look on his face when he heard Suan's words. Any questions? Kija shook his head, no. It's just that I thought you were going to say let's take care of each other's Pokémon first. Xiaoling patted Suan on the shoulder, young man, thoughts are very dangerous. Suan looked at Kija naturally and said, so. Just do as you say. Suan released Vibrava. Take this with you. Kija handed a communication device to Suan. We can just command remotely. Good. Suan stuck 2 communicators to Trapinch and Servine's ears respectively. When you take action, don't hold back. Suan said while pretending, you must put your own safety first. Boing deny. Suan looked at 720 and the others and smiled, go ahead. Vibrava used dig, and Servine jumped down. Croagunk, you go too. Chimecho takes care of everyone. Xiaoling said to Chimecho floating beside her. Ling Ling, Chimecho and Croagunk followed. Xiaoling also has Bai Diao's Pokeball on her, so there is no need to worry about their own safety. It didn't take long. Pang! There was a violent explosion not far away. Suan quickly said into the earphone, Servine, Vibrava, do it. Inside the poacher camp. What's the situation? The 2 poachers, who were looking content, suddenly stood up and looked at the location of the explosion. Ground surges. Oops! The expressions of both of them changed. Skarmory, stop the bear! Pang! The soil on the ground suddenly exploded. Boing! Vibrava used quick attack and crashed directly into the Skarmory. Deny. Servine was behind Vibrava, and 2 Vine Whip quickly rolled up. Vine Whip tied the bodies of the 2 poachers tightly. Servine used Rap. Gu Croagunk rushed towards the bear and punched him down. Lingling Chimecho's swift shot at the cunning fox. Damn it! The bound poacher shouted, Skarmory, melon. Skarmory's claws glowed with a metallic sheen. Just. Skarmory grabbed Vibrava. Pang! Vibrava used protect. Deny. Servine quickly threw out the Vine Whip and wrapped it around Skarmory's body. Rap! Chiang Chiang! Just when Skarmory was about to break away from Vine Whip, large rocks condensed around Vibrava's body. Rock Tomb! All these rocks hit Skarmory. Deny. Servine looked at the dazed Skarmory who was hit and immediately threw Vine Whip. Slam! Bang bang! Skarmory was tied up by Servine and hit the ground hard twice. Vibrava quickly pressed forward. Bulldoze! Skarmory has lost the ability to fight. After finishing Skarmory, Servine watched the cunning fox who was struggling with Chimecho use Leaf Storm. Phew! The wind picked up. Cunning! The cunning fox looked anxiously at the gathering leaf storm. It wanted to run away. But Chimecho kept pestering it. Tana Leaf Storm rushes towards Chimecho and Sly Fox. Lingling Chimecho's figure disappeared instantly. Pang! The cunning fox was hit directly and lost his fighting ability. Boing! Vibrava directly pressed down from behind the blocking bear. Bulldoze! Pang! Dubasyong was kicked to the ground by Vibrava. Rumble! The ground shook, and the ground underneath the bear suddenly left, and the field walls on both sides blocked the bear's body. This blocking bear has reached level 38 and is very powerful. Vibrava's 2 consecutive blows did not make it lose its fighting ability. Stop it! When the blocking bear was about to stand up again, Suan, who was running towards this side, shouted, Servine, the final blow. Tana! Servine used Vine Whip to help the bear stand up, not just stand up. The blocking bear even flew into the sky. Slam! Pang! Tip! Servine participated in defeating Skarmory and gained 527 experience points. Tip! Servine participated in defeating the giant fox and gained 613 experience points. Tip! Servine participated in defeating the blocking bear and gained 627 experience points. Servine has reached level 28. KG looked at the scene inside the camp and gasped slightly before giving a thumbs up. Suan, your Pokémon are very powerful. Seeing that nothing happened, Suan relaxed and said, thank you. Bai Diao, please keep an eye on the surrounding areas. Xiaoling took out Bai Diao's Pokeball at this time. Bai Diao chirped and then flew into the sky. Where the explosion came from, Josun's Pidgeot also flew over. All goes well with them. Suan and the other three walked towards the poacher camp. Hateful. What's going on? The two people hung by Servine on the tree shook their bodies vigorously, but the more they struggled, the stronger the feeling of wrapping became. Stop struggle. KG looked at the two of them with a smile and said, you have been arrested. Tell me, are you free-spirited poachers, or are you part of an organized crime group? Ranger man. One of the poachers cursed, with an uncertain expression on his face. Mara outside the camp, 3 people who were tied together were dragged into the camp by Weevil. Weevil threw them under the tree. Tip, mission accomplished. Obtain the secret treasure Dragon Fang. Is everything okay? Josun looked at everyone and asked. Nothing unexpected happened. Kija smiled and said, I have contacted the base and the helicopter has passed. Well done. Suan stood next to Xiaoling and asked, what should we do next? The real big project comes next. We have to conduct a physical examination on every Pokémon they capture. Xiaoling explained, this group of poachers will not give Pokémon a good environment. In order to keep the Pokémon calm, they inject some medicine with powerful side effects into the Pokémon's body. And these 5 people must also be interrogated to see if they belong to any organized criminal group. Suan nodded slightly, I understand. Perhaps because she felt that the matter was over, Xiaoling joked with a smile, it seems that the flag we set before departure did not take effect. Having completed the task so easily, don't you think it's different from what you thought, Mikey? Kija said angrily, you just participated in the arrest, so of course you think it's easy. The process from when I noticed a sudden drop in Pokémon activity in this area to starting an investigation was not an easy one. Aegean and I haven't slept for almost 3 days. Suan didn't think what Kija said was exaggerated. The scope of Daxinganling is too big. Kija was able to notice the decrease in Pokémon from the activity of Pokémon in an area, and was keenly aware of the problem, and successfully found the poacher. This process was definitely not easy. Soaring in the sky, the sound of helicopters sounded. In the forest, Clefairy, who was following Melmetal, suddenly became anxious when he saw the people walking towards the helicopter. Malumita looked at this scene and touched Clefairy's head slightly. Clefairy looked confused. Malumita nodded. Clefairy immediately ran towards Suan and the others. Clefairy was running and waving towards Suan and the others. That's Clefairy. Xiaoling turned around in confusion. Suan also turned around and said, that kid looks very anxious. Race, Clefairy attribute, Fairy level 21 ability, Magic Defense individual value qualifications, HP, 20, Attack, 15, Defense, 18, Special Attack, 22, Special Defense, 19, Speed, 20, Skills, Tackle, Fairy Wind, Baby Doll Eyes, Draining Kiss. Clefairy was running when he tripped over a stone and fell to the ground, rolling forward. Chimecho. Xiaoling quickly ordered to her Chimecho. Ling Psychic held Clefairy's body. Clefairy flew up in Psychic's package, and then floated towards Xiaoling. Xiaoling hugged Clefairy and asked, what's wrong? Clefairy. Clefairy excitedly waved her little hands to explain something. Ling Chimecho nodded. Chimecho used Psychic to bring over the backpack containing a large number of Pokeballs, and then opened the backpack. Clefairy looked at the large number of Pokeballs inside and immediately reached out to pull them out. Have any of your friends been arrested? Xiaoling reacted immediately. Clefairy looked disappointed. It doesn't know which ball its friends are in. Don't worry. Xiaoling comforted, come back to the base with us. We will find it for you and send you back. Clefairy 5.4 Xiaoling hugged Clefairy and said to Suan, let's go good. Suan followed Xiaoling and boarded the plane together. Milume after watching the helicopter take off, Ta slowly turned around and walked deeper into the forest. On the plane. Clefairy is quite rare to see. Let me take a photo to commemorate it. The Celebrate mission was a complete success. Kija looked at Clefairy with a smile while holding the camera. Clefairy. Clefairy glared at Kija. Clefairy is now worried about her friends and is not in the mood to take pictures. Suan took out a tree fruit and handed it to Clefairy immediately and asked, "Would you like something to eat?" Clefairy shook her head and just held the backpacks in her hands tightly. Xiaoling said softly, "Don't worry Clefairy, your friend will be fine." "Is that so, Brother Suan, Uncle Ji?" Suan smiled, "Well, it must be fine." Kija said dissatisfied, "Hey, why have I become an uncle? Damn it, boom!" The plane suddenly shook violently. "Clefairy!" Clefairy exclaimed, the backpack in her hand flew out, and pokeballs were scattered all over the cabin. The sudden shock caused no one to react. Suan grasped the handrail on the side tightly. If he hadn't been wearing a seat belt, he would have flown out. In the forest. Malumita suddenly stopped and looked into the depths of the forest. Black's flames are burning from beneath the ground toward the top of the forest. Chapter 57. Daxinganling, Underground. Professor Zhang spliced those unowned stone slabs together in a special pattern. There are many researchers around who are manipulating various sophisticated instruments. Legend has it that unown originated from ancient writings, and they have the power to achieve anything. After Professor Zhang finished speaking, he took out a container. There is a feather in the container, a dark rainbow wing. Professor Zhang placed the feather on the stone slab, then looked at his assistant beside him and asked with a smile, "Do you know what this word meant in ancient times?" The assistant shook his head. Professor Zhang grinned, "It's life. Create all life." After Professor Zhang finished speaking, he said directly, "Let's get started." "Yes." Snapped. The machine starts. A large amount of energy was injected into the stone slabs, and then these stone slabs glowed slightly. The surrounding space suddenly began to distort. The space cracked. Observer report, spatial fluctuations detected. Space is distorting. A crack suddenly opened in the space above this underground SPACE-21. Yin yin, a large number of unown rushed out of the cracks in space with a soft groan. "Ha ha ha! I'm coming!" Professor Zhang opened his hands and shouted with excitement, "Unown, let Ho-Oh appear in this world!" Yin yin, the unowns were flying and circling around the top of those boards, and they looked as if they were dancing some strange ritual dance. Normal. The pitch-black rainbow wing slowly floated up surrounded by the unowns. Few Black's flame suddenly flowed outward from the feathers. It was said to be fire, but it looked like Black's mud normal. The flames formed a burning fireball. In the fireball, a pair of purple wings suddenly opened to both sides. Hisswoo! A weird roar growl resounded throughout the underground cave. Rumble, amazing energy surges around, the ground shook violently, and the machine suddenly exploded with the sound of Zirazilla. The soil above the cave fell towards the ground. The flames are like surging magma, spreading in all directions. "Oh, Professor, this doesn't look like Ho-Oh." Some people looked at this Pokémon in a panic. No. Professor Zhang walked toward the flames. "This is Ho-Oh, there's no way I'm going to fail." "Hey, Ho-Oh!" Legend has it that Ho-Oh's body shines with colorful lights, and a rainbow forms wherever it flies. The flame of Ho-Oh is sacred, the fire of life, and has the power to resurrect the dead. But the feathers on the upper body of this so-called Ho-Oh are purple. The belly is dark, and the flames of spit up are full of darkness and death. Professor Zhang said excitedly, "Ho-Oh, you have the energy to resurrect life, right?" Dark Ho-Oh looked at Professor Zhang. Hisswoo! Boom! A terrifying wave of air surged, and black flames spurted out. In the airship above, Orbug Mew, whose body was covered with pipes, suddenly opened his eyes. Zirapa! The pipes all broke. Orbug Mew disappeared instantly. Father Orbug Mew stood in front of Professor Zhang, and an energy protective shield rose. Pang! The ground shook, and Black's flames burned through everything around him, and amazing energy spread in all directions. Inside the Ranger's spaceship, the helicopter shook violently and suddenly stopped in an instant. "What's going on?" Xiaoling rubbed her head. "Look outside." Agile looked at the scene outside the window and shouted out. Suan looked outside. In the forest in the distance, Black's flames burned brightly. Big trees collapsed one after another, and a large number of Pidgey, Spearow and other Pokémon living in that area fled and flew away from the area. Hisswoo! In the flames, a strange Pokémon similar to Ho-Oh rushed out, and behind it was a Pokémon wearing steel. Suwon looked at the two Pokémon, filled with shock. Dark Ho-Oh and Orbug Mewtwo. What is that? At this time, a poacher suddenly spoke. He looked shocked and said, isn't this different from the Ho-Oh they say? Josuan, who came back to his senses, immediately looked at the poacher. Josuan simply grabbed the poacher, then opened the hatch and pressed his head outside. I'll give you 10 seconds to tell you everything you know, or I'll throw you down. Josuan said coldly, don't challenge my patience, 1,2. No, no, I say. The poachers quickly shouted, we are members of the Immortality Society. The Immortal Society. Hearing these three, Josuan frowned, continue. I just know that Professor Zhang wants to use Rainbow Wing to create Ho-Oh and resurrect its daughter. I don't know anything else. I swear that's all I know. Josuan threw him in, and then said, what's going on with that steel Mew? The poacher swallowed and said, I heard he was a failure. Failure. Right. The poacher nodded. Our boss said that Orbug Mew was created based on Mew's genes. At that time, they originally wanted to clone a Mew, but something went wrong with the experiment, and it became the Pokémon you see now. Suwon looked at Xiaoling curiously after hearing this and asked, what kind of organization is the Immortality Society? A group of people pursuing immortality. Almost. Xiaoling confirmed Su An's words. The Longevity Society is an organization that is very active on a global scale. They are a group of people who are eager to find immortality. Human lifespan is only 100 years, but those legendary Pokémon can live for tens of millions of years. So they dreamed of exploring the secrets of the longevity of those legendary Pokémon. Xiaoling sighed as she spoke, the group of people who can pursue immortality are basically the rich and powerful ones. They even have 12 trainers who claim to be no weaker than elite. If it is not weaker than elite, then it is quasi-elite. So no one knows how powerful the power behind this organization is. No matter what world it is in, human beings' pursuit of immortality seems to have not changed. Suwon expressed her understanding after listening to Xiaoling's explanation. Xiaoling suddenly showed a puzzled expression as she spoke. Wait a minute, why is there no wind at this height? The door of the cabin had just been opened by Josuan. Logically speaking, the wind should have poured in directly, but at this moment, Xiaoling suddenly discovered that there was no such feeling as the wind suddenly rushing in. Chapter 58. Its barrier. Suwon observed that there was an almost transparent protective cover around the outside of their aircraft. But this protective shield is slowly dissipating. It seems like a Pokémon is protecting us. Kija also discovered it. Kija touched his chin and thought, but who is it? Clefairy. At this moment, Clefairy suddenly shouted. Clefairy waved her little hands and said something excitedly. Clefairy, do you know who it is? Suwon looked at Clefairy curiously and asked. Clefairy nodded. Chimecho understood. Ling Chimecho used Psychic to transform into the form of a Pokémon. Xiaoling recognized this Pokémon instantly. Milu Meta. Clefairy nodded happily. Xiaoling quickly asked, then where is it now? Suwon looked at the Dark Ho-Oh and Orbug Mewtwo who were fighting fiercely and soaring in the sky and said, since he is the patron saint of the forest, I think he should fulfill his duties as the patron saint. Listening to Su An's words, Xiaoling and others looked at Josuan one after another. Josuan took a deep breath. Let's go. Let's do our duty too. Josuan looked at the crowd and said, 2 tasks. First, rescue Pokémon in danger. Second, capture the remaining members of the Immortal Society. Do you understand? Trigger task. Mission name, save the forest. Mission tip, the Rainbow Wing will turn black in the hands of evil people, but it will regain its luster if returned to the hands of the Rainbow Hero. Task reward, Blessing of the Forest, Power of Viridian. Clear. Suwon looked at the system's task rewards and answered with everyone. Suwon, you don't have to go. Josuan suddenly looked at Suwon and said, you and Aegean will send Clefairy and the others back together. Suwon shook his head, Instructor Joe, even if I go back, I will still come here by myself. That's a point. Second, to be honest, I have always wanted to have a battle with you, Instructor. Josuan raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing Su An's words. It seems like beating Arsenal has boosted your confidence. Suwon smiled and then took out Vibrava's Pokeball. Come out, Vibrava! Boing Suan took out Dragon Fang again. This is... Looking at the secret treasure that Suan took out, Xiaoling and others looked shocked. Josun also looked very surprised. Dragon secret treasure Dragon Fang. Where did you come from? Suan handed Dragon Fang directly to Vibrava. I picked it up in the secret realm. I originally wanted to wait for Vibrava to adapt to the energy of the dragon system before giving it to Vibrava to use. But it seems like the situation is very urgent now, doesn't it? Hearing Suan's words, Kija suddenly showed an envious expression. You are really lucky. Vibrava swallowed Dragon Fang. On Super Sound Pi, the pressure of a series of Pokémon quickly increased. Vibrava could feel a large amount of energy pouring into every part of his body. Boing! Vibrava couldn't help but roared at soaring in the sky. Boom! A long normal blue light wave spurted out from Vibrava's mouth. Blue light waves swam in soaring in the sky, and then there was an explosion. This is Dragon Pulse. Tip Vibrava absorbed the secret treasure Dragon Fang. Vibrava's level prompt has reached level 40, 423/6265, Vibrava learned Dragon Tail. Vibrava learned Dragon Pulse. Race, Vibrava attribute, ground level, 40, ground/dragon, ability, floating individual value qualifications, HP, 31, attack, 31, defense, 31, special attack, 31, special defense, 31, speed, 31, skills, rock tomb, sand tomb, bulldoze. Protect, dragon breath, crunch, supersonic, fissure, superpower, roost, dragon tail, dragon pulse hereditary skills, quick attack, earth power. Absorb secret treasure, Dragon Fang, the power of dragon skills will be increased. Suan looked at Josun and said seriously, Instructor, I think my Vibrava and I can be of great help, right? Josun looked at Vibrava flying outside and no longer hesitated. Kija, Suan, Xiaoling, you guys come with me. Jian, you are responsible for sending these Pokémon and these poachers back to the base. Yes. Action. Josun released his Pidgeot. Kija released a Toucanon. Baidiao, let's go. Xiaoling also released Baidiao at this time. Suan sat behind Xiaoling. Boing Vibrava flew beside Baidiao, looked at Baidiao's body, then looked down at his own body, showing a depressed expression. Vibrava was a little sad that she couldn't take Suan with her. Suan didn't notice Vibrava's little thoughts at this time. Suan stared at the darkness soaring in the sky. Ho-oh! There is no prompt from the system. If there is no prompt, it means that this so-called Ho-oh does not belong to Pokémon at all. It is just a container created by Ho-oh's feathers and the power of unknown. A container of power and desire. Hiswoo. Darkness. Ho-oh's body was surging with dark flames, and these flames were like dirty sludge, smashing towards Orabug Mutuo. Pang! A purple halo of light rose up on Mutuo's body, isolating these flames. The flames fell into the forest, igniting the trees below. Pi, pick up! Under the forest, a group of Pikachu are running away like crazy. Click! The burning tree fell downwards. Pang! A Pikachu was pinned under a tree. Pick up! Its companion stopped and turned to save it. Wow! The flames shot up fiercely, blocking their way. Pika, Pika! The Pikachus called anxiously to their companions. At this moment, behind them, Melumeta came over. Where Melmeta walked, the flames went out. It lifted the fallen tree and rescued the Pikachu. Melumeta rage looked at the darkness soaring in the sky. Ho-oh! A ray of light condensed on Melumeta's chest. Boom! Flash cannon! The dazzling light beam instantly penetrated the body of the dark Ho-oh, and most of its body was directly destroyed by this blast. But soon, the flames rolled. Its body that had been destroyed by the blast regrouped. Suan and others who were flying towards this scene naturally saw this scene. That's Melumeta! Xiaoling shouted excitedly. Xiaoling, this is not the time for you to chase stars. Kija looked at the sea of fire below seriously. The important thing now is to think about how to solve the problem here, and the thing like Ho-oh in the sky. But this thing looks like it can't be killed. Suan thought for a while and then said, Everyone, I have an idea. But there is no guarantee of success. Josun immediately looked at Suan and said, Just tell me. Everyone should know the legend about the rainbow hero. Suan continued, the colorful feather is the symbol of Ho-oh's identity given to the hero of the rainbow. But if it is not a pure-hearted person who gets the rainbow wing, but an evil person, then the rainbow wing will turn black and cause disaster. Suan said and looked at the dark Ho-Oh and soaring in the sky. I think this should be a disaster. We know this kind of thing without you having to tell us. Kija asked anxiously, what on earth are you going to say? Suan said directly, I guess this Ho-Oh is formed with rainbow wing as a carrier, so we song need to let the rainbow hero get that feather again. Kija was speechless for a moment. Let's not talk about whether what you said is true. Let's assume it is true. But the question is, where will we find a rainbow hero now? Suan looked at Kija and asked, do you think it was the rainbow hero who came first, so those legends came about, or it was because he did things that only the brave could do, that he got the rainbow that symbolizes the identity of the rainbow hero? Wing. Is the reason why a hero is a hero because he is born a hero? No, it's because he did something that others couldn't do that he was called a hero. No one is born a brave man, but if everyone thinks he is, then he is a brave man. Kija and others understood what Suan said, and everyone looked at soaring in the sky. In Orbug Mutwo's hand, a physical blade condensed with spiritual power condensed. Cut it off with one knife. Pang! Dark Ho-Oh's body was cut in half, but then the flames connected its body together. Josuan retracted his gaze and looked at Suan and said, you mean to let us rush into the monster's flames and get the rainbow wing? Suan said calmly, yes, and I don't guarantee whether my guess is true. Kija smiled bitterly and said, it sounds reasonable, but it looks like you are rushing to die. It's really dangerous, so I went, to Nyos. Seeing Suan say this calmly, Xiaoling immediately said, no, this is too dangerous, how can I let you take the risk? Suan spread his hands, I came up with the method, so I think no one is more suitable than me. Josuan took a deep look at Suan and then said, I hope you are right. I'll go with Pidgeot, you go down there and rescue the Pokémon. Captain, this is not okay. Too dangerous. Kija and Xiaoling said anxiously. Josuan glared at the two of them, obey the order. Since we have chosen this industry, we must be prepared to devote ourselves to it. Hearing Josuan's words, Kija and Xiaoling gritted their teeth and said, yes. Pidgeot, let's go. Bai Diao. Pidgeot let out a long cry and rushed Josuan towards the dark Ho-Oh ahead. In the forest. Professor Zhang looked at flying dark Ho-Oh as Pidgeot and Josuan rage who had clear goals and shouted, what do you want to do to my Ho-Oh? Orbug Mew, stop him. Hearing Professor Zhang's shout, Orbug Mew gently waved his hand in Josuan's direction, as if he was chasing away a nasty little flying insect. But, it's this one action that lasts forever. Pidgeot and Josuan instantly felt that their bodies were completely imprisoned. Next moment. Pang! Pidgeot and Josuan were smashed into the ground like meteors. Josuan and Pidgeot were both seriously injured and fainted. Chapter 59. Team Leader. Xiaoling and others exclaimed when they saw Josuan flying down. Let's go over. Tokanon, fly over quickly. The three of them landed next to Josuan. Kija jumped off Tokanon's body with an anxious look on his face, and quickly stepped forward to check Zhou Dao's physical condition. Xiaoling asked nervously, how is the captain? Kija wiped the cold sweat on his face, the captain is still alive. Although there were no critical injuries, many ribs on his body were broken. Weevil's injury is also very serious. I'm afraid he won't be able to participate in the next battle. Xiaoling relaxed slightly and said, that's good. Chimecho, use heal pulse. In this world, as long as death is not instantaneous, even serious injuries can be cured. If there is a mythical beast nearby, even if it dies, there is still a chance of resurrection. Lingling Suan also released Servine at this time, Servine, green grass. Tana on the ground, vibrant green grass stretched out. The energy of life heals the bodies of Josuan and Weevil. Although this relieved Josuan's injury, it did not wake him up directly. Hateful. Kija looked at the Mewtwo in the sky angrily and said angrily, what on earth is that Orbug Mew doing? While attacking that thing that looks like Ho-Oh, they're attacking us at the same time. Xiaoling looked at the scene around her worriedly. It can't go on like this. The fire was already getting bigger and bigger. Thick smoke drifted over the forest like thick dark clouds. Suan frowned and looked at Mewtwo in the sky. Race, Mewtwo attribute, Psychic level 78, Elite, Ability Sense of Oppression Individual Value Qualifications, HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31, Skills, Disable, Confusion, Ancient Power. Psycho Cut, Safeguard, Flamethrower, Blizzard, Earthquake. Mewtwo is at level 78. Unless the head of the region comes here in person, even the normal elite might not be able to suppress him. Suan, do you have any good ideas? Xiaoling looked at Suan and asked. Suan shook his head slightly, and then said to Xiaoling, my mind has not changed. I'm even more certain of my guess now. Soaring in the sky, Darkness Ho-Oh is still fighting Orbug Mewtwo. Look. Suan gestured to Xiaoling to look at the dark Ho-Oh and soaring in the sky. From the time this Ho-Oh appeared until now, although it seems to have been fighting the Orbug Mewtwo, it has actually not moved at all. It was like it was locked there. It just fought back instinctively and kept spraying flames around 9-10. Xiaoling did not notice that Suan called the Pokémon in soaring in the sky Mewtwo. Xiaoling and the others only knew that Mewtwo was created using Mew's genes, so they called it Orbug Mew. But Mewtwo, who was soaring in the sky, heard Suan's words. Mewtwo had already noticed Suan and his group. Mewtwo. Is he talking about me? Why did he call me that? While Orbug Mewtwo was thinking this, he casually swatted out the flames sprayed towards him. Professor Zhang's order to Mewtwo is to defeat this dark Ho-Oh and then conquer it. But Mewtwo has discovered that this thing is not alive at all. Mewtwo didn't know the meaning of his fight. Just like Mewtwo has been confused about the meaning of his birth. In the forest, fire was raging. Mewtwo saw a Tangrowth whose body was ignited by the flames because it ran too slowly, and was rolling on the ground in pain. Mewtwo saw a group of Passimians supporting each other and escaping towards the ring of fire. From time to time, they raised their heads and cursed the inanimate thing, but the eyes they looked at themselves were full of gratitude and worry. Are they worried about themselves? Mewtwo couldn't understand this feeling. Suan and the others didn't know Mewtwo's complicated inner activities at this time. After listening to Suan's words, Xiaoling observed the Ho-Oh carefully. Xiaoling discovered that Suan was right. It's really like a machine. Xiaoling sighed with emotion. Suan said helplessly, yes, but if Mewtwo is blocking us now, even if we know the solution, we can't do it unless there is a Pokémon that can help us stop Mewtwo. Meta. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly came from behind Suan and others. Suan was stunned for a moment and quickly turned around. Milo Meta! Xiaoling cried out in surprise. Race, Milo Meta. Attribute Steel Level 79. Ability Iron Fist. Individual Value Qualifications, HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31, Skills, Thunder Punch, Headbutt, Protect. Dynamic Punch, Double Iron Bash, Flash Cannon, Hyper Beam. Suan looked at Milo Meta and smiled, it seems our help is here. This Milo Meta's level is higher than Mewtwo's. Steel-type Phantom Pokémon have an advantage over superpowered attribute Artificial Gods. Melmeta, we are going to get close to that dark Ho-Oh, but we need someone to help us stop Mewtwo. Can I ask you? Milo Meta looked at Suan and nodded slightly, then walked forward. Suan looked at Milo Meta's back and was suddenly startled, then couldn't help but said, hey! Milo. Milo Meta turned her head to look at Suan. Are you feeling well? Xiaoling also noticed something strange about Malumeta at this time. Most of its Orberg-like body was covered with rust. How come? Xiaoling covered her mouth in shock. Although fantasy Pokémon also have a long lifespan, their lifespan is not unlimited. When Malumeta's life is about to come to an end, rust will appear on his body. It was obvious that this Malumeta was almost reaching the end of its life. Meta. Malumeta smiled at Suan and the others and then raised his tire-like arms. Meta. Mermeta looked at Mewtwo soaring in the sky. Boom! Flash Cannon. Mewtwo noticed Melmeta's attack and raised his hand to form a light screen. Pang! Soaring in the sky, a violent explosion sounded instantly. Smoke obscured the entire soaring in the sky. Call! The next second all the smoke was dispersed. Mewtwo stands on soaring in the sky, gazing at the Mermet Tower below. Meta. Mermeta hooked Mewtwo and soaring in the sky. Mewtwo's figure flashed in front of Mermeta. Psycho Cut. Mermeta punched Mewtwo's blade to pieces, and then punched Mewtwo's body again. Pang! At this moment, Mutuo felt an astonishing impact coming from the front of his body. Mutuo's body instantly slid back. With this punch, Mutuo was thrown into the sea of fire. Grudge A Sawsbuck, whose legs were pinned, saw Mutuo flying over and called out to it anxiously. It's asking for help. Mutuo waved his hand casually, and the burning tree that was pressing on Sawsbuck was lifted up by Mutuo using psychic. Call out. This big tree burning with flames hit Malumita hard. Meta spark condensed in the holes on Malumita's body. Zera boom. Lightning struck the big tree instantly. The big tree exploded, debris and flames sprayed in all directions. Good chance. Kija took a deep breath. Toucanon, let's go. Kija sat on Toucanon's back again. Wait a minute, not yet. Suan stopped, this is too dangerous. I know this kind of thing without you having to tell me. Kija looked at the dark Ho-Oh soaring in the sky. But our job is to do dangerous things. Besides, now is a perfect opportunity. Toucanon, let's go. Kija took advantage of the fierce battle between Orbug Mutuo and Melometa to sit on Toucanon and directly fly soaring in the darkness in the sky. Ho-Oh. Orbug Mew, what the hell are you doing? In the forest, Professor Zhang and others, wearing white coats but looking very embarrassed, ran out. He roared angrily at Mutuo. Deal with them quickly. Meta. Melmeta spun her body and rushed towards Mutuo like an Orbug twister normal. Mutuo's body flashed and disappeared instantly. Mutuo appeared in front of Kija. You are obviously so weak, why do you have to come up again and again? Mutuo looked at Kija and asked doubtfully, then waved his hand. Bang! Kija and Toucanon, who had just flown into soaring in the sky, were smashed to the ground like Zhou Chong normal before. Kija and Toucanon were hit by CBDF, Mutuo next to Zhou Suan, and they also fell into a contest condition of serious injuries and coma. Suan looked at Kija, who flew back with a headache, and said helplessly, when gods fight, prisoners suffer. What's more, this is a psychic god. Why don't you go up and deliver it now? Servine Encore green grass bar. Tana Chimeko then floated to Kija's head and used heal pulse. Orbug Mew, deal with them quickly. Professor Zhang scolded Mutuo, who returned to him, even if you are a failure, you are still a copy of Mew. This shouldn't be your only strength. Hurry up and finish off that Melmetal, and then help me defeat Ho-Oh. Mutuo looked at Professor Zhang and suddenly asked, what is the meaning of fighting? Ha! Professor Zhang looked at Mutuo and said impatiently, you were created by me, and fighting for me is the meaning of your existence. Mutuo looked at Professor Zhang and fell into silence and then said, this world is different from what she said. Suan looked at Mutuo's figure and fell into thinking. Super-type Pokémon are too flexible. Even if Melmetal is not weaker than Mutuo, there is no point if it can't hit it. B. Suan looked at Professor Zhang, who was scolding Mutuo, and suddenly had a bold idea. Marumeta. Suan ran towards Milometa. Meta. Suan took a deep breath, beautiful record Meta. Pay attention to my position later and I will create an opportunity for you to hit Mutuo. Meta. Milometa understood what Suan meant, but it was too dangerous. Suan smiled and said, you are the patron saint of the forest, so let me protect you together this time. Please, Milometa. Suan stretched out his fist towards Milometa. Milometa stared at Suan, then waved her huge arm and lightly touched Suan's fist. Suan took a deep breath, go, Milometa. Meta. Mermeta ran towards Mutuo. Mutuo also took the initiative to greet him at this time, his surging mental power rising rapidly. Boom peng. The energy wave caused by the collision between Melometa and Mutuo swept around. The space was torn apart as the ground shook violently. The dark flames all around were also extinguished instantly under this shock wave. Hiswu Dark Ho-Oh, entrenched in soaring in the sky, let out a long cry. It is like the last level boss in the game, waiting for the brave men who come to defeat him. Sister Xiaoling, can you lend me the Bai Diao? Xiaoling stepped forward and hugged Suan. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Suan patted Xiaoling's back gently. Do not worry. Suan let go of Xiaoling and then looked at Bai Diao standing next to him and said, Bai Diao, I'm going to trouble you to take a risk with me. Bai Diao. Suan turned over and sat on Bai Diao. Tana. Servine jumped into Suan's arms. Suan touched Servine's head and then patted Bai Diao's body. Let's go, compete. Bai Diao flapped his wings and rushed directly towards Professor Zhang. Boing. Vibrava followed Bai Diao. Professor Zhang looked at Suan and they threw 2 pokeballs. Stay out of the way, you bastards. Come out Samurott, Malamar. Suan quickly glanced at the levels of the 2 Pokémon. Samurott is level 42, Malamar is level 43. Roar. Samurott stood in front of Professor Zhang and roared. Water Pulse. Squid in front of Malamar, an energy ball exuding evil thoughts condensed. Dark Pulse. Bai Diao, get out of the way. Suan tightly grasped the handle on Bai Diao's back. Bai Diao lowered his body and passed through the gap between Water Pulse and Dark Pulse. Vibrava has increased its flying height. Servine, heavy. Tana. 2 vine whips were quickly thrown out and tied to Malamar and Samurott at the same time. Now, Vibrava uses Dragon Pulse. Boing. Vibrava let out a long cry. Dragon Pulse's energy hit Malamar directly. Pang. In a violent explosion, Malamar flew out, and at the same time, Bai Diao also rushed in front of Samurott. Steel Wing. Pang. Samurott's body was knocked away by Bai Diao's wings. Professor. Suan jumped off Bai Diao's back and strode towards Professor Zhang. Have you ever been beaten? Suan said and raised his fist. Soaring in the sky. Mutuo turned to look at Suan and the others. Mutuo threw a psycho cut at Milo Meta below. Meta. Milo Meta did not block the move, but looked at Suan's position. In the hollow of Mel Meta's body, energy cannons condensed. Mutuo didn't care whether he hit Mel Meta or not. After Mutuo noticed Professor Zhang's danger, he threw out the psycho cut and quickly disappeared. Mutuo's eyes glowed slightly as he stared at Suan raised his fist, paused slightly, then turned to look at Mutuo and smiled. Mutuo? Mutuo showed a puzzled expression, but the next second. Bundle. Pang. A dazzling light wave shot out from Melmeta's body and hit Mutuo directly. Mutuo instantly flew out under the impact of this force. Meta. Milo Meta was like a cannonball at this time, shooting hard at Mutuo. Boom peng. The ground where Melmeta had originally stepped was shattered like a spider web. Meta. Mermeta held down Mutuo, and slammed her fists on Mutuo's armor. Peng. The earth cracked layer by layer, and a huge pit appeared under Melometa. At the same time, Suan's fist also fell on Professor Zhang's face. This punch knocked Professor Zhang to the ground. Stop it, you! Several people behind Professor Zhang wanted to step forward to help him, but behind Suan, a vine whip rolled up everyone. Tana Servine used vine whip to knock them all out of the hospital. Chapter 60. Mohi Base. The sound of the alarm woke up Xiao Yu, who was still sleeping. What's the situation? He rubbed his eyes slightly dully. Outside the window, flames shot into the sky. Xiao Yu looked outside and his eyes widened instantly. Holy shit! Is it on fire? Xiao Yu jumped out of bed instantly, lay on the window and looked out. The flames of Daxinganling can be seen even from here. The darkness in the sky soaring Ho looks like a burning black fireball from Xiao Yu and the others. Xiao Yu ran out of the room. In the corridor outside, everyone came out. Xiao Yu saw the person and immediately asked, "Does anyone know what this is?" "I do not know." But the base's alarms went off. It looked like there was a fire. Zhao Ziyi put on his pajamas and said, "And it's still a serious wildfire." "What you said is the same as what you didn't say." Li Muran rolled his eyes. "Anyone with eyes can see this kind of thing." "Hey, tell me, what is that thing in the sky?" Zhao Ziyi squinted his eyes and then said hesitantly, "It's just a point, I can't see clearly." "Suan, what do you think?" No one answered. "Suan. Team leader." Zhao Ziyi shouted twice more. Xiao Yu glanced at Zhao Ziyi and asked, "Isn't Suan still up?" "How can it be?" Zhao Ziyi shook his head. According to Suan's temperament, this kind of thing must have happened a long time ago. Zhao Ziyi said and came to the door of Suan's room. "Suan, are you there? Open the door." Ding! At this moment, Rotom's figure suddenly appeared on the electronic screen at Suan's door. Student Suan is on a mission with Captain Zhou Suan and the others, so he is not in the room for the time being. Rotom explained. In addition, an accident occurred deep in the forest, so please stay quietly in the base for the time being. The rangers have been dispatched. After listening to Rotom's explanation, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Going on a mission? Zhao Ziyi said in shock, isn't Suan already recruited? Speaking of which, it seems that Suan did have a private conversation with Sister Xiaoling and Captain Zhou. At this moment, Li Muran suddenly had an idea and said, "Do you think the accident outside was caused by Suan?" "What are you talking about?" Zhao Ziyi looked at Li Muran speechlessly and said, "Even if Suan is strong, it is impossible for him to have such a big impact, right?" "Not always." Li Muran said, "Isn't this the case in many movies? Rookie in the team accidentally broke the rules and touched some taboos, which caused a big disaster." After hearing what Li Muran said, Xiao Yu joked, "Then it's the protagonist's turn, right? For example, you." Everyone laughed after hearing Xiao Yu's words. Li Muran blushed and said angrily, "You are so boring. Imperial City, Ranger Headquarters. Recall satellite surveillance. Applying for permission. Obtaining permission, locating. Positioning successful." On the large screen in the central control room, the picture quickly zoomed in. In the picture, Melmetal pounced on Mutuo at extremely fast speed, smashing Mutuo into the ground. Next to him, Suan punched Professor Zhang in the face with the same punch. "It's him." Looking at Professor being beaten by Suan, a middle-aged man in the central control room frowned slightly. "Xiao Wu, do you know him?" Beside the middle-aged man, there is a Mamo swine. Sitting on Mamo swine's back was a thin old man. Although he was thin, he had a long white beard on his chin. The old man was accompanied by a Delibird. Delibird took out a fruit from his bag and handed it to the old man, then he also took one and ate it with relish. Mamo swine suddenly became anxious when he saw that he was not there, and screamed. Delibird impatiently took out another fruit and then smashed it into its mouth. This is the headquarters of the forest rangers. They must respond to abnormal phenomena that occur in various parts of the country at any time and make timely countermeasures. Logically speaking, such a place is very serious. Except for work Pokémon, staff are strictly prohibited from releasing their own Pokémon. Not to mention watching them fight like this. But the old man in front of him was different. The middle-aged man named Xiao Wu said respectfully, "Mr. Lu, the man in the picture was once a professor of Pokémon genetics in our country and participated in the research on the resurrection of the first fossil Pokémon. And many of his theories have caused a stir. But because of an accident, his daughter unfortunately lost her life. Since then, he has disappeared." Mr. Lu sighed, "It seems that he is a miserable man." "Where are the two on the side?" "Xiaoling is an intern ranger at our Mohi base and is currently in the inspection period for becoming a full-time employee. The other boy was a student who went to the Mohi base for training. Because he had great potential, he was specially invited to participate in a ranger work experience. Shen Bureau successfully contacted frontline ranger Xiaoling." At this time, a staff member said to the middle-aged man. Bureau Shen immediately spoke to Mai beside him, "Ranger Xiaoling, report your situation." "Deep in the Daxinganling Mountains." "Comfortable." Suan looked at Professor Zhang lying on the ground and shook his wrist, then looked in the direction of Melmeta and Mutuo. Melmeta's fist fell on Mutuo again and again. The armor Mutuo was wearing was smashed. "Cute, cute." At this time, a Sawsbuck suddenly walked timidly towards Melometa. "Meta." Mermeta stopped attacking Mutuo. Mutuo looked confused. This Sawsbuck hopes Melmetal will stop fighting Mutuo. It's actually normal for Sawsbuck to do this. For most Pokémon in the forest, everything that happened today was caused by the darkness in the sky, Ho-Oh. As for Mutuo, he has been fighting it. Meta. Mermeta looked at Mutuo. "Mutuo, you want me not to stop those humans? Why do you want to help them?" Meta. "You said it's because they are desperately trying to save this forest." Mutuo frowned, "But they are weak. What's more, my father asked me to stop them, and I have to listen to him. This is the agreement between Xylan and I Meta. Are you going to continue to stop me?" Mutuo clenched his fists. "I was just too careless, that's why I got hit by you. If you want to protect them, let's continue fighting." After Mutuo said this, his power instantly exploded. This powerful energy sent Milo Metafu flying out. Milo Meta. Suan looked at this scene, his face changed slightly and he ran to Milo Meta's side. Mutuo looked at Milo Meta who was not resisting and was a little confused. Then Mutuo noticed Milo Meta's abnormality. "Your life response is weakening, are you going to die?" Malumeta said nothing. Mewtwo floated in front of Melometa. You are obviously going to die, why are you still fighting so hard? Because for Melometa, this forest is more important than his own life. Suan raised his head and looked at Mewtwo and said, Mewtwo, do you understand the meaning of life? The previous battle had consumed too much of Melometa's energy. It can no longer fight. Mewtwo. Mewtwo looked at Suan, why do you keep calling me this name? My name is Audiobook Mew, you can also call me Mew, because I was born of Mew. After hearing what Sleep Talk said, Suan said directly, if that's the case, then aren't you just a copy of Mew? Mewtwo said calmly, yes, I am the copy. Suan frowned immediately. The character of this Mewtwo is completely different from the Mewtwo in Suan's memory. But Suan thinks this is normal. Pokémon that grow under different environments will definitely have some differences in personality. None of us are born with this, whether it's a Pokémon or a human being, life comes from a certain place. Since you have your own thoughts and truly exist, you are not a copy of any life. You are a living Pokémon. Suan looked at Mewtwo and said seriously, so, you should live according to your own wishes. Mewtwo, look around. Is this what you want to see? Suan doesn't know what kind of character Mewtwo is now. But Suan felt that since Mewtwo wanted to listen to the professor, he was still trying to protect him. There were also Pokémon in this forest who wanted to speak for Mewtwo. Then Mewtwo's nature must not be bad. Mewtwo looked around. The Passimians escaped from the forest. They lay weakly on the ground. One of them seemed to realize that its companions were missing, so it hurriedly ran towards the sea of fire. 2 Passimians on the side quickly held it down. Shasha, a group of sand shrew gathered together and were working hard to use sand against the surrounding flames. However, this obviously had no big effect, but even so, they did not give up. Piao Piao forest sky 3 floating bubbles flew up. They gathered together, and then dark clouds gathered around them. Wow, the rain fell heavily. They use rain dance. The shape of the 3 floating bubbles also changed into the shape of water droplets. The fire brought disaster, and these Pokémon living in the forest began to unite together to bravely fight against this disaster. Mewtwo looked at everything around him and said in confusion, Xiaolan, am I wrong? Xiaolan. Suan noticed this obviously human name. Suan looked at Mewtwo and asked, can I meet this friend of yours? Mewtwo looked at Sue and Mewtwo thought for a while and then nodded. Psychic possessed Suan. The world in front of Suan began to change. There was darkness first, and then gradually there was light. Please give me flowers. Suan saw little Mewtwo lying in the petri dish. There were people all around looking at him and having a conversation. This replica hasn't woken up yet. Is there something wrong with our direction? Impossible. Theoretically, generally speaking, my plan is definitely feasible, let's observe it for a while. This is a laboratory, and this is also Mewtwo's memory world. Are you going to wake up? At this moment, a little Stephanie looked at Mewtwo lying in the petri dish and said suddenly. This Stephanie is floating. Who are you? Mewtwo asked. My name is Xiaolan, but my current contest condition should be considered ghost. Isn't it amazing? What is ghost? Xiaolan smiled and said, ghost is what a person becomes after death, but I have not seen other ghosts yet. Then am I a ghost too? Xiaolan looked at Mewtwo and shook her head, no, you are not. Because you are still alive. Father said you are a copy of Mew. Xiaolan said and added, my father is the one who created you, so you can also be his father. Father. Xiaolan explained, father is the person who gave birth to me. Don't worry, my father is very gentle, he is a good man, he loves the world, and he also likes Pokémon. Did you know that my father even brought Pokémon hundreds of millions of years ago back to life? Although Mewtwo didn't understand how powerful he was, from Xiaolan's words, Mewtwo wanted to know more about her father's value. Can you tell me more? Sure. Xiaolan floated next to Mewtwo and said, father will take me to the amusement park. It's a place full of smiles. Xiaolan described the beauty of the world to Mewtwo little by little, how the sun rose, and how the flowers bloomed. From Xiaolan's description, Mewtwo seemed to see how twinkling the stars in the sky were and how vast the sea was. But I can no longer play with my father. Xiaolan looked disappointed, but she became happy again when she saw Mewtwo. But you can stay with father for me. Because you are still alive. When you leave here one day, Can you help me take care of my father? Remember not to make your father angry. You must listen to Daddy, because Daddy loves me the most and will never harm me. Good. Mutuo agreed. Pull the hook. Xiaolan said and stretched out her finger. Mutuo stretched out his finger and hooked it towards Xiaolan's finger. But Mutuo's fingers passed directly through Xiaolan's fingers. Xiaolan looked at her fingers and was stunned for a moment, then she laughed sheepishly, "Sorry, I forgot that I am already a ghost, so I can't hook up with you." At this moment, the researchers around him suddenly said excitedly, "Mewtwo has a life response, it is alive." Xiaolan looked at Mutuo with envy, "That's great. Although there is no hook, please remember our agreement. Also, after you go out, you must have a good feel of the world. Because this world is really beautiful. You have to go to many places, and you can't leave any regrets." As Xiaolan said these words, her body gradually became transparent. "Wait a minute, where are you going?" Little Mutuo waved his hand at Xiaolan uneasily. Xiaolan smiled and said, "Maybe I'm going to take a nap. So, good night." 17 The researcher quickly said at this time, a strong psi wave was detected on Mewtwo. Now is not the time to let it continue to sleep, yes. Little Mutuo fell back into a deep sleep. This is the first and last time that little Mutuo and Xiaolan meet. Suan finished watching Mutuo and Xiaolan's memory. Suan understood why Mutuo listened to Professor Zhang. Suan was silent for a while and looked at Mutuo and said slowly, "You have kept your agreement with your friend. But, you also forgot another agreement you made with your friend." "What?" Mutuo looked at Suan in confusion. Suan let out a slight breath, then stepped forward and took off the armor from Mutuo's body that was damaged by Milo Meta. "Wearing such thick armor is not suitable for you to watch the sunrise and sunset, and the flowers bloom and fade. You should take off your shackles so that you can feel the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, and the stars in the sky." Mutuo looked at Suan blankly, a little at a loss. Suan smiled and said, "Mutuo, let me tell you why your friends say the world is so beautiful." After Suan finished speaking, he looked at the darkness in the sky. "Ho-oh! The reason why this world is so beautiful is because there are countless people like the 2 people you beat to the ground, who are trying their best to protect all the beauty in the world. Not just humans, but also the Pokémon. Everyone is doing their best to love and protect the world. They may not be known to everyone, but every step they take is to one day let you tell you how wonderful the world is." Chapter 61. Imperial City, Ranger Headquarters. Xiaoling was quickly reporting their experiences. Suan proposed that the rainbow wing is the symbol given by Ho-Oh to the rainbow hero's identity. Once the rainbow wing falls to an evil person, the rainbow wing will turn black and cause disaster. The current darkness Ho-Oh is transformed from the dark rainbow wing. So we only need to let the rainbow hero get the rainbow wing again to solve the problem. 17 Director Wu listened to Xiaoling's report and subconsciously looked at Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu had a look of nostalgia on his face. That boy named Suan is right. As long as the rainbow hero can regain the rainbow wing, Dark Ho-Oh can indeed be purified. Through Xiaoling's narration, everyone already understood the general story of what happened. Professor Zhang from the Immortal Society got a rainbow wing from somewhere. He used the power of Unknown and used rainbow wing as a carrier to create the so-called Dark Ho-Oh. That's how this disaster happened. Mr. Lu continued, "The Unknown's concept of good and evil is different from ours, but they do have the power to realize people's hearts. As long as the rainbow heroes can regain the rainbow wing, the Unknown, who use the rainbow wing as a carrier to release their power, will naturally change their minds." When Bureau Wu heard this, he quickly begged Mr. Lu, "It seems like I really have to trouble Mr. Lu to take a trip. Whether it's strength or status, I think as long as you go, old man, we can solve this matter today." Mr. Lu smiled, "I don't look like I did when I was young now. The hero of the rainbow wants young people with pure hearts. I'm already old." Director Wu suddenly had a headache when he saw that Mr. Lu didn't seem to be planning on doing anything. "If you don't go, Mr. Lu, where will we find the second rainbow hero?" Mr. Lu looked at Suan who was talking to Mutuo on the big screen and said slowly, "The hero of the rainbow is not the 850 because he got the rainbow wing given by Ho-Oh. He is called the Rainbow. Brave. The true rainbow hero has done something that matches his identity as a hero and has been recognized by Ho-Oh, so he can get the rainbow wing and become a rainbow hero. Let's hear what this young man is talking about." Suan was still wearing the headset given by Zhou Xin and the others at this time, but Suan took the initiative to turn off the communication device. These things were developed by the ranger headquarters, and they can naturally control them remotely. The technician made a simple operation and heard Suan's voice ringing in the central control room. Mutuo. Let me tell you why your friends say the world is so beautiful. Suan calmly looked at the darkness in the sky. Ho-oh. The reason why this world is so beautiful is because there are countless people like the two people you beat to the ground, who are desperately guarding all the beauty in the world. Not just humans, but also the Pokémon. Everyone is doing their best to love and protect the world. They may not be known to everyone, but every step they take is to one day let you say how wonderful this world is. The rangers in the central control room listened to Suan's words, and their expressions were all stunned. Then they collectively raised their heads and silently looked at Suan on the big screen. Bai Diao. Suan smoothed Shun Bai Diao's hair. Captain Zhou and the others have tried their best, then it's up to us next. Bai Diao shook his wings. Boing. Tana. Vibrava and Servine both walked to Suan at this time and looked at Suan worriedly. Suan touched their little heads and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. When I come back." Before Suan finished speaking, Xiaoling suddenly stepped forward and covered Suan's mouth with her hand. "Don't say it." "Good." Suan looked at Xiaoling and smiled, then turned over and jumped on Bai Diao. "Let's go." The bird flapped its wings and flew straight into the darkness, soaring in the sky. Ho-oh! Legend has it that only those with pure hearts can obtain the rainbow color. Suan feels that she should not be one of the so-called innocent people. In this age of the internet, how can there be anyone with a pure heart? When Suan saw Xiaoling changing clothes, she would also have some thoughts in her heart. When Suan conquered Trapinch and Servine, the first thing he noticed at first glance was their qualifications. But does this mean that Suan doesn't like Pokémon? If there is a need for help, Suda himself will definitely take action, even if it is just a very ordinary Pokémon. A gentleman does not care about his heart when discussing his deeds. There is no perfect person in the world when it comes to his heart. What matters is never what you think, but what you do. Hiswu Dark Ho-Oh looked at Suan and Bai Diao, who were rushing towards him, and let out an unpleasant long roar towards them. The turbid flames suddenly sprayed towards them. Meta. Malumita, who was lying on the ground, stretched out her hand with all her strength, and a faint halo of light appeared around the bodies of Suan and Bai Diao. "Why do you have to work so hard?" Mutuo stared at Suan in the sky and murmured. "Deny." Boing. Vibrava watched this scene and jumped into the sky without hesitation. Servine wrapped Vine Whip around Vibrava's back and jumped up. "You're going to get hurt." Mutuo wants to stop Vibrava and Servine. Vibrava quickly changed direction and bypassed Mutuo. Mutuo turned and looked at their backs. Meta. Trainers protect their Pokémon, and Pokémon will not abandon their trainers. When their minds are connected, they will burst out with amazing energy. Human beings like to call this power a miracle. These words are what Meru Meta expressed to Mutuo. Boom! Suan and Bai Diao rushed into the flames together under the protection of Malumita barrier. In the turbid flames, Suan could see the darkness. In Ho-Oh's heart, a dark feather was beating up and down. Found it! Bai Diao, speed up! Compare! Power emerged from Bai Diao's body. Quick attack! Hiswu Dark Ho-Oh flaps its wings, and the terrifying air waves strike again. Click! The protective barrier outside Suan and Pidgeot's body made a shattering sound, and the flame heat wave pushed them back. On the ground. "Come on, Anne." Xiaoling looked at Suan in the sky with a worried expression. Ranger headquarters. "Come on, young man." Everyone clenched their fists and stared nervously at the picture on the big screen. Damn, it was almost. Suan looked at Rainbow Wing in front of him with an anxious look on his face. Tana. Boing. Behind Suan, Vibrava and Servine's growl came. Suan looked back sharply. "You." Tana. Servine shouted with firm eyes, and in front of Servine, leaf storm quickly condensed. Soaring in the sky, flying leaves are flying all over the sky. Boing roar. On Vibrava's body, the dragon energy gradually stared and climbed upward. Suan looked into their eyes and smiled. "Okay, let's go together." Suan patted Bai Diao underneath him. Servine, leaf storm. Vibrava, dragon pulse. Suan took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Come on! You and Pokémon's minds are one, and you have activated your own waveguide. The energy of the wave guide in Su-An's body connects him to Servine and Vibrava. Tana. Boing. Leaf Storm and Dragon Pulse got amazing boosts. Boom. Darkness. The flames around Ho-Oh's body were all swept away by the green storm. Originally shrouded in smoke, the gloomy soaring in the sky suddenly brightened. Dragon Pulse directly hit the body of Dark Ho-Oh, and actually blasted a big hole in the heart of Dark Ho-Oh. Compare. Bai Diao let out a long cry, and burst out with an astonishing speed and rushed directly towards the body of Dark Ho-Oh. Su-An reached out and grabbed the dark feather. Bai Diao carried Su-An into the darkness of Ho-Oh's body and passed through it. Wow! Su-An raised his head and looked at the rainbow wing that he had lifted up. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple. The darkness fades, and Tian Cai's light shines and soaring in the sky. Dark Ho-Oh's body fell towards the ground like a puddle of mud with a weird roar at this moment. The mission is completed, you have obtained the power of Viridian. Good. Bang 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 bang. Warm applause erupted in the central control room of the Imperial City Ranger headquarters. They looked excitedly at Su-An holding the rainbow wing high on the big screen and said excitedly, "Well done. I'm a little touched. Looking at him always reminds me of my original intention when I applied for the Forest Ranger exam. Great, this guy is really awesome. Look at the sky." Just then, a ranger shouted excitedly. In the corner of the big screen, a Pokémon shining with colorful lights and fanning the wings of contest is flying towards it. Zira, the signal suddenly breaks. Director Wu quickly asked, "What's going on?" "Report, our signal is blocked." Mr. Lu looked at the blacked out screen with a smile and said, "It is said that Ho-Oh, soaring in the sky, can sense the wave guide of happiness emanating from humans and Pokémon from high altitudes, obtain energy from it, and send down gifts. It seems that the new rainbow hero is about to set sail." After speaking, Mr. Lu patted Mamoswine under him and said, "Let's go, we are no longer needed here." Snort! Mamoswine turned around and groaned. Delibird impatiently smashed another fruit into Mamoswine's mouth. Daxinganling. Bai Diao landed in front of Xiaoling carrying Su-An. Su-An jumped down and looked at Xiaoling and smiled, "Fortunately, I did not disgrace my life." Xiaoling gave Su-An a big hug. "Thank you, hero." Deny bowing. Su-An looked at Servine and Vibrava. They all had burn marks on their bodies, and they looked like they had just rolled out of coals. Su-An knelt down, stroked Servine's face with his hand and said, "I need to take a good bath when I go back." "Ah, Servine." Tana. While Su-An was speaking, a circle of light green light slowly appeared on his hand. The burns on Servine's body healed with Su-An's touch. Servine felt that the temperature on Su-An's hand was very comfortable and warm at this time. Tana. Servine held Su-An's hand with his small hand and rubbed it gently on his face. Bowing. Vibrava glanced at Servine, then stepped forward and pushed Servine away. "Deny." Servine narrowed his eyes and stared dangerously at Vibrava. "Okay, touch them all." Su-An laughed while watching this scene, and then stroked Vibrava and Servine at the same time with his hands. Vibrava also recovered from her injuries under Su-An's touch. "Su-An, what is your ability?" Xiaoling looked at this scene in surprise. Su-An shook his head. "I don't know, I just feel like I'm good at it." Xiaoling thought for a while and then said, "It is said that the forest will bless certain people and give them special abilities. Perhaps you are grateful from this forest because you saved it." Su-An smiled, "It seems so." "Wait a minute, that's it." Xiaoling looked eagerly at Milo lying on the ground. Su-An nodded slightly. "I'll try it." Su-An and Xiaoling ran to Milomida's side together. "Marumeta, do you still remember me?" Xiaoling looked at Milometa and asked slightly nervously. Milometa watched Xiaoling slowly raise her palms, and then pretended to rub her eyes as if crying. Looking at this scene, Xiaoling couldn't hold back her tears. "Su-An, Milometa still remembers me." At this time, Su-An put his hand on the rusty spots on Milometa's body. But Milometa's body didn't seem to have changed much. Su-An shook his head, "No. I can't seem to heal Milometa." "How come?" Xiaoling suddenly became anxious. "Chimecho, heal pulse." Lingling Chimecho used heal pulse on Milometa, but it had no effect. Tana Servine then used green grass. Green life energy surrounded Milometa, but this also had no effect. Mutuo said slowly at this time, "It's useless. Its life has come to an end, and I can feel that its vitality is dissipating." Cute Russell. The Pokémon around seemed to be aware of Melmetta's contest condition at this time. They gathered around together. The Passimians placed berries all around. Several Comfey flew over and placed garlands made of flowers on Melumetta's body. Mewtwo suddenly raised his head and looked at soaring in the sky. That is. Suan followed and looked over. 1.2 Soaring in the sky, the colorful rays of light descend, and above the clouds, Ho-Oh is flying in with its wings flapping. Suan was surprised, this is Ho-Oh. Xiaoling was immediately surprised and said, it is said that Ho-Oh has the energy to resurrect life. Melumetta, you can be saved. Melumetta shook her head slightly. What do you mean? Meta Suan looked at Melumetta and said, Melumetta said that death is not the end of everything. Death is the beginning of new life. To protect this forest is the agreement it made with its companions. But now, its life has come to an end. Melumetta is going on a brand new journey. Ho-Oh flapped his wings and flew over Suan's head. Ho-Oh stared at Suan, and then a sacred energy fell on Suan, Kingbai and Vibrava. You have been blessed by Ho-Oh, and your wave guide power has been stabilized and improved. Servine received the blessing of Ho-Oh, Servine learned Sunny Day, Servine learned Hidden Power, Rock, Servine's level has been raised to level 32. Vibrava was blessed by Ho-Oh, Vibrava learned Flamethrower. Vibrava has reached level 41. Ho-Oh flew past Suan and flew towards the forest. Where Ho-Oh flew over, the rays of light fell. All Pokémon that were injured in the fire were treated. On the burnt blackened ground, buds of various plants were exposed. This forest is ushering in new life with Ho-Oh as blessing. Ho-Oh walked all the way into the distance, toward the clouds and slowly disappeared into the clouds. At the same time, Melumetta's body lit up with light. Melumetta looked at Xiaoling who was crying and raised a tree fruit. Chapter 62. Melumetta slowly raised her hand in the light she gave off, then grabbed a fruit and handed it to Xiaoling. Xiaoling took it, put it to her mouth and took a bite. Thank you, Melumetta. Xiaoling held back her tears and forced out a smile. The fruit is delicious and sweet. Melumetta showed a happy expression, and the light dissipated. Melumetta's body was completely motionless. At this time, Melumetta looked like scrap metal covered with rust. Melumetta's body decomposed bit by bit, breaking into countless tiny pieces. Suan hugged Xiaoling gently. Xiaoling couldn't bear to look, so she laid her face on Suan's chest, her tears flowing down uncontrollably. But just then, a magical scene appeared. The broken pieces of Melumetta suddenly stood up one by one. Suan patted Xiaoling's shoulder and whispered, look. Melumetta's life lives on. Xiaoling raised her head and looked up after hearing Suan's words. Milo at this time, Yinhuang's Melutan was being born from Melumetta's body. They looked around, then followed the scattered Pokémon and ran towards the forest. Xiaoling looked at these Melutans blankly, this is. Death is not the end, but a new beginning. Suan looked at those Milo who left and said frankly, I think this is what Melumetta meant. Complete one stage of life and then start a new journey. This is how the Melumetta family inherits their lives. Phantom beast Pokémon such as Melumetta are types that are rarely discovered. Human beings in this world actually don't know much about Melumetta. They only know that Melumetta is a rare phantom Pokémon. No one knows what Melumetta's specific lifestyle and reproduction of life are like. Suan looked at this scene and smiled at Xiaoling, life is magical, isn't it? Ho-Oh, no. Professor Zhang stumbled up and chased Ho-Oh in the direction he was flying. Then he stumbled and fell to the ground again. At the same time, a ray of light floated out from a pendant hanging around Professor Zhang's neck. Photo 21 shows a little Stephanie with a bright smile. The light condensed into her appearance. Xiaolan. Mewtwo looked at that figure and looked stunned. Mewtwo appeared in front of her instantly. Xiaolan looked at Mewtwo and smiled, long time no see, Mewtwo. Xiaolan smiled and said, is that what the boy called you? I think this name is very nice, better than a replica or something like Orbug Mew. So, how about you call me Mewtwo from now on? Xiaolan seems to be sleeping in the photo and can sense everything happening in the outside world. As for why Xiaolan suddenly appeared, Suan thinks it should be because of Ho-Oh's power. Mewtwo said, okay. From today on, I am Mewtwo. Listening to the voice behind him, Professor Zhang's face was stunned. He turned his head sharply, with an incredible expression on his face. Xiaolan, my daughter, is that you? Xiaolan threw herself into Professor Zhang's arms. Dad, I miss you so much. Me too, I miss you too. But don't worry. Professor Zhang excitedly said incoherently, we will really see each other soon. Believe me, there is nothing I can't do, and I will definitely make you come back to life completely. Xiaolan shook her head slightly and looked at Professor Zhang and said, No, father. Those who live in the past have no future. When I was little, you always told me stories about brave men defeating bad guys and protecting the princess and the world. In my heart, my father has always been a great warrior. So, father, don't let me become your shackles. Life is infinite. As long as my father remembers me, I will always be by his side. After Xiaolan said these words, her body slowly floated towards soaring in the sky. Also, you have to be nice to Mutuo, because he is your child too. Xiaolan's soul turned into a point of light and disappeared in the air. No. Professor Zhang stretched out his hand to catch those light spots, but couldn't catch anything. Ah! Professor Zhang knelt on the ground and roared and cried in pain. Mutuo didn't say anything, it just stared calmly in the direction where Xiaolan disappeared. There are souls in this world, and there is also the underworld. Some people say that after death, people will go to a new world. Pumpkaboo is the ferry boat to another world. Some people also say that people will grow after death. For example, the ghost series Phantom. According to folklore, if a child gets lost and dies in the forest, their soul will be attached to a tree stump and reincarnated as a phantom. Where is the return of life? This is an area that humans have been exploring and never stopped. Suan, tell me, where will she go? Xiaoling looked at this scene and suddenly asked Sue, and Suan shook his head. I have no idea. But, I think we'll all find out sooner or later. Isn't life just a journey to find your own way back? Milo, a voice of agreement came from underneath Sue, and Suan looked down and saw a small Melton standing at his feet. Suan knelt down and looked at the little guy with some surprise. Aren't you going with your companions? Milo Meilutan put her hands on her waist, shook her head, and then hooked her hand at Sue, and Melton has a yellow nut on its head, which looks like its head. Melton's body is made of liquid metal, so it can make various postures. Suan looked at Melton with a strange expression, you want to fight me? Race, Melton attribute Steel Level 5 Ability Magnet Individual Value Qualifications, HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31, Skills, Tackle, Thunder Shock. Although this Melometa has all its stats, it is still a legendary Pokémon, but its level is only level 5. Tana. Servine looked at Melton curiously, and then used Vine Whip. Servine lifted Melton up and stared curiously. Milu. Melton shook his body vigorously and waved his fists. Tana Servine raised his eyebrows slightly, and then used Vine Whip to gently twitch. Milu. Melton's body suddenly started spinning at a high speed like a top. Suan looked at this scene and couldn't help laughing. Servine, don't bully it. Servine dropped Vine Whip. Melton fell to the ground dizzy. Milu. Milumita shook her head and looked at Servine with a scared expression. Then she hugged Suan's thigh and looked at Servine timidly. Suan picked up the Milumeta, looked at it and asked, do you want to come with me? Milu. Milutan gestured towards Suan as if he was nodding or bowing. Milutan told Suan that she felt inexplicably that she should follow Suan. This will definitely be fun. Melton no longer plans to live in the forest. Suan has gained the power of Viridian, so he can fully understand the consciousness that Pokémon wants to express. Suan showed a thoughtful expression after listening to Milutan's words. The race of Malumita is very magical. After they reach the end of their lives, they will split into a large number of Meltons. When the time comes, Melton needs to evolve. They will take the strongest Melton as the core and then merge and evolve into Melmetal. This is like the reincarnation of Joshua in fantasy novels. Perhaps it is because of this ability that Milometa can continue to become stronger. Suan took out the Pokeball. I understand, let's get along well. Melton looked at Suan's Pokeball with a curious expression, then took the initiative to take it and put it on his head. Click! The Pokeball got stuck in the nut on Melton's head. Melton suddenly stabbed the Pokeball out in a panic. Melton looked relieved at the Pokeball that he had stabbed out. Suan looked amused at this scene. This Melton's character seems to be a living treasure. It will probably be a lot of fun to take it home. Suan tapped the Pokeball collection button, and a red light shot out, covering Melton's body. Ding! Melton didn't resist. Suan conquered Malutan. Soaring in the sky, the sound of helicopters sounded. Josuan and Kija slowly opened their eyes at this time. The two of them looked around blankly, and just as they were about to get up, the severe pain in their bodies made them fall down again. Suan, Xiaoling, what on earth is going on? Josuan's eyes were full of confusion. He looked at soaring in the sky and wondered, where's that darkness in the sky, ho-oh? Kija looked at the sunny soaring in the sky and had a surprising guess in his heart. Xiaoling, did I just succeed? Xiaoling listened to Kija's words and smiled, yes, yes, you succeeded. You grabbed Rainbow Wing at the last moment before passing out. KG suddenly said excitedly, really? Haha, I knew that being a virgin for more than 20 years is useful. Sure enough, virgins are still people with pure hearts. To be honest, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to pass the Rainbow Wing test. After all, I usually look at those weird websites. But, Suan, I really belong to you. What you said is actually true. Suan looked at Kija with a face of shame, thank you very much. By the way, where is my Rainbow Wing? Kija groped around on his body. Suan took out the Rainbow Wing on his body, this. Ah, thank you. When Kija stretched out his hand to take it, Josuan slapped him down. You were really knocked silly. Josuan looked at Kija angrily and said, no one wants to know if you are a virgin. Also, when we get back, let me see what the weird websites you mentioned are all about. Outstanding, his face froze, he looked at the Rainbow Wing in Suan's hand and then at his body and suddenly understood. Kija said angrily to Xiaoling, you've gone too far. I'm already like this, and you're still trying to take advantage of me. Xiaoling smiled and clasped her hands together. Sorry, I'll treat you to dinner when I go back. That's pretty much it. Kija snorted coldly, then looked at Josuan and said, Captain, were you kidding just now? Do I look like I'm kidding? Ah, how embarrassing that is. Kija tried hard to defend himself and said, Captain, you know, what I just said was nonsense. I was just knock stupid. Please ignore me. The helicopter landed slowly. Team leader. Asen and the others hurried over. Stretcher. Random medical staff and two Chanseys helped carry Josuan and Kija onto the stretchers. After Asen watched them get on the plane, he led several staff to order medical treatment for Professor Zhang and Mutuo. You have violated the Pokémon protection law, please come with us now. Mutuo stopped in front of Professor Zhang. Mutuo. Professor Zhang had already recovered. He stood up and said, it doesn't matter. What I did made Xiaolan feel pain, so I should be punished. Professor Zhang said and murmured, silly boy, how can you be my yoke? Asen glanced at Mutuo and then said, can you please put your Pokémon into the ball? Professor Zhang shook his head, Mutuo is free, it doesn't have a Pokeball. After hearing this, Asen took out a Pokeball and said, in this case, you can also use our Pokeball temporarily. Mutuo glanced at the Pokeball. Pang, the Pokeball explodes instantly. Asen quickly said, I understand, it doesn't matter even if you don't enter the Pokeball. 257 Let's go. Suan and Xiaoling were already on the plane at this time. How would they normally handle it? Suan looked at Xiaoling and asked, I mean the follow-up to this matter, and the consequences of Professor Zhang. Xiaoling thought for a while and then said to Suan, in the normal process, Professor Zhang will be reviewed by us first and then handed over to the headquarters. Based on past cases, technical criminal talents like Professor Zhang will most likely be locked up in a region and monitored 24 hours a day. In addition, if they make a major research breakthrough, they will receive a certain reduction in sentence. As for Mutuo and other Pokémon who were injured in this accident, we will arrange treatment until this area is restored to life. Can I observe their interrogation? Under normal circumstances, it definitely won't work. But... Xiaoling looked at Suan and said, you are the hero who saved this forest, of course there is no problem. Mohi Base. The helicopter landed smoothly. Xiaoling and Suan walked down. So good. Xiaoling stretched, then looked at Suan and said, go back to the dormitory to take a shower and rest for a while. Also, don't reveal too much to everyone about today's specific matters. Because the impact of this incident is not small, the higher UPS are still discussing how to deal with it. Suan nodded slightly, I understand. Then let's do this for now. When the interrogation starts, I'll call you. Good. Wait a moment. Professor Zhang stopped Suan, who was about to leave. Let this child stay with you for a while, and I can ask you to take care of it. Suan looked at Professor Zhang and Mutuo and nodded slightly, of course, no problem. Professor Zhang patted Mutuo on the shoulder, go ahead, kid. Besides, this period of time has been hard on you. Listening to these words, Mutuo felt inexplicably touched in his heart. But Mutuo said nothing. Mutuo watched Professor Zhang and Asen leave and float to Suan's side. Don't worry. Suan looked at Mutuo and said, for talents like Professor Zhang, the salary will not be bad. Mutuo said calmly, my mental power can cover the main film region, so I'm not worried. Suan was speechless. If you have strength, you are arrogant. Suan smiled helplessly, let's go back to my dormitory first. Downstairs in the dormitory. Suan and Mutuo had just walked back, and Xiao Yu and the others immediately shouted excitedly. Suan! Suan is back! Let's go, Suan must know what happened. Xiao Yu and Zhao Zi ran downstairs to meet Sue and Suan, what happened over there in the forest? Xiao Yu couldn't wait to blurt out and asked, also, do you know what that thing flying in the sky is? Have you joined the Rangers? Because Rotom said you went on a mission. Suan, I seem to have never seen the Pokémon next to you. What's its name? Is it your new one? Chapter 63. Chapter 63. Good guy, you asked us everything we wanted to ask. Zhao Zi looked at Xiao Yu and said speechlessly, you should let me ask a few questions. Who didn't let you ask? Xiao Yu rolled his eyes at Zhao Zi, you ask. Zhao Zi opened his mouth, then looked at Wuan and said, what happened in the forest? Seeing everyone's curious expressions, Suan thought for a moment and then said, Sister Xiaoling won't let me talk about the specific things. Please understand. But you can pay attention to the follow-up reports on the news network. Although there will be some deviations, it should not be much different. Plus, I didn't join the Rangers, as far as it goes. Suan said to everyone, his name is Mutuo, he is my friend. Mutuo glanced at Suan. After listening to Suan's words, everyone expressed their understanding and did not continue to ask questions, so everyone's curiosity turned to Mutuo. Suan quickly said without giving them a chance to ask more questions, I'm going to take a shower first and we'll talk later. Suan's room. Come out, Servine, Vibrava, and Melton. All three Pokémon were dirty. This is normal, after all, the entire area where Mutuo and the others fought was filled with smoke and dust. Naturally, the image of Servine and the others, who have been present at the scene, is not much better. Tana. As soon as Servine came out of the Pokeball, he immediately walked into the bathroom. Servine used the vine whip to take off the shower head and rinse the leaves on himself carefully. This look looks like a girl combing her hair. Milo Melton was curious about everything in the room. It looked around, and then looked at Servine. Look up. Melton stared at the shower head held in Servine's hand. Milo Melton rubbed his little hands excitedly, and then ran towards Servine in a hurry. Servine glanced at Melton. Tana. Although Servine didn't know what Melton wanted to do, he instinctively felt that it was not a good thing. Servine used Vine Whip to block Melton, then flicked it in the head. Pa Milutan rolled back to Sue and Milu. Milutan rubbed her belly and looked at Suan pitifully. Are you hungry? Suan looked at Milutan and smiled, can you wait a moment? After everyone takes a shower, we will go to the cafeteria to eat together. Many steel-type Pokémon are made of metal ores, such as Aron or Bronze Elephant and Drago. Melton's body is made of liquid metal, so there is no need to clean it first. Suan only needs to dry the head like screw cap of Milutan. Mutuo stood aside quietly, watching Suan wipe Melton's head with a clean towel. These things are something Mutuo has never experienced before. Suan noticed Mutuo's gaze. After Suan wiped the Melton clean, he looked at Mutuo and asked, do you want to wash it? Mutuo shook his head, no need. Mutuo looked clean. Tana. Servine came over at this time. Servine is washed. Boeing Vibrava immediately chirped at Suan. After Vibrava evolved, its resistance to water obviously disappeared. Flying Pokémon cherish their wings, so they need to clean them. Okay, I'll help you wash it now. Wow! Before Su-an finished speaking, a stream of water suddenly sprayed onto Su-an's body. I go. Su-an subconsciously took a step back and looked down. The faucet on the sink is missing. Milo water spurted out directly from the pipe, while Melton sat on the edge and held his belly. It was also soaked. Milutan looked at Su-an innocently and blinked. Apparently, Melton ate the faucet. Tana. Servine reacted quickly and immediately blocked the water pipe with vine whip. Then another vine whip rolled up Melton and threw it aside. Su-an looked at Milutan and sighed, then knelt down and said, Milutan, don't eat anything in the room. Su-an said and flicked Milutan's head. Milu. Melton covered her little head with a look of aggrievement. For steel-type Pokémon, things like these Audiobook are food. Therefore, Melton doesn't think there is any problem with this. Su-an opened the cabinet below and closed the valve inside. Melton looked at the metal valve inside and subconsciously raised his head. Snapped. The sound of vine whip piercing the air sounded in front of Melton. Milu. Milutan quickly turned his head away, not daring to look. Melton heard from the sound of the vine whip thrown by Servine that if he dared to eat randomly, he would be beaten again. After all, Servine really smokes. Su-an stood up and looked at Servine, then at Milutan and felt happy. You kid, forget it, I'll get you something to eat first. Su-an walked to the electronic screen in the room and said, Rotom, are you there? I'm here. Rotom appeared on the electronic screen. My Melton ate the faucet in the room. Can you come and take it out with Joshua? Have eaten. Rotom looked at Milutan who was standing next to Su-an with a surprised expression. Is it a steel-type Pokémon? I understand, come right away. Su-an quickly asked, by the way, do we have food for steel Pokémon in our base? Of course. Rotom said, there are some iron ore and some unused Audiobook metals in the inventory. Let me get them for you. Thank you, Rotom. You're welcome. Rotom's figure disappeared from the electronic screen. Do you need help? Mewtwo suddenly asked at this time. Su-an looked at Mewtwo in confusion. Mewtwo's eyes flashed blue. Brush a Rotom that was sorting things in a large number of boxes containing various metals and iron ores all appeared in Su-an's room. Rotom was startled, but when he noticed his surroundings, he breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, it's very dangerous. Rotom said angrily to Mewtwo, if you want to teleport me next time, at least say hello. Otherwise, what if something unexpected happens? Mewtwo frowned. Su-an said at this time, Mewtwo, this really doesn't work, but thank you. Sorry, Rotom, my Melton is too hungry. Mewtwo glanced at Su-an and then said to Rotom, sorry. Rotom heard this and waved his hand generously, it doesn't matter, this way I won't have to run away. These are for food. Milo. Halfway through Rotom's words, Melton rushed forward with a happy face. Seeing this, Rotom scratched his head and said to Su-an, it seems that you have adopted a greedy little guy. I'm going to see what happened to your faucet. Rotom glanced over. Fortunately, I didn't hit the water pipe. I'll fix it for you right away. Sorry to bother you. Su-an thanked him again. Inside the room, Su-an took Vibrava to the bathroom and started to help it rinse its body. Boing! Vibrava flapped its wings and water splashed all over Su-an. Su-an slapped it angrily, don't make trouble. Boing! Vibrava rubbed Su-an's face happily. Servine stood in front of the mirror and blew the blades on his body with a hair dryer, adjusting the position of the blades from time to time. Melton sat on the ground, eating the metal and iron ore with a happy face. Mewtwo looked at this scene and felt a little envious for no reason. Is this happiness? Mewtwo looked at Su-an and asked. Su-an wiped the water thrown on her body by Vibrava. Happiness? Of course it is. Mewtwo mused. So this is happiness. Su-an listened to Mewtwo's words and looked at everyone in the room and smiled. Although this is happiness, happiness is more than that. What's the meaning? Mewtwo looked at Su-an in confusion. Su-an looked at Milo and said frankly, just like this child, it must be happy now. Being able to eat what you like and eat as much as you want is the happiest moment for many people and Pokémon. Su-an said and looked at Servine again. I still remember how I felt when I was recognized by Servine. I was also happy at that moment. Tana. Servine listened to Su-an's words and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. And the moment Vibrava evolved from Trapinch. Boing! Su-an touched Vibrava's head and then said to Mewtwo, there are many definitions of happiness. Mewtwo, you will find your own happiness one day. After Suan took everyone to take a shower, changed their clothes, and walked towards the cafeteria together. Mei Lu admitted that she was already full. Perhaps because he was just born, Melton fell asleep directly after eating. There are not many people in the cafeteria. Everyone is still discussing what happened today. Li Yao, look, Suan is here. Li Yao looked at Suan, who came in with Mutuo and the others, and waved. Suan smiled and waved in response. I've never seen the Pokémon behind Suan at all. Several people around Li Yao discussed in low voices. I checked the information, and there is no record of this Pokémon at all. Newly discovered species. It's not like it was resurrected from a fossil, right? It doesn't look like it, but it should be of the psychic type. Look at it, it's been floating in the air. Li Yao glanced at Mutuo curiously, and then asked Solosis beside him, do you think you can defeat it? Just competing psychics' words. Solosis glanced at Mutuo and used his mental power to condense a big question mark on his head. Solosis shook his head wildly. Is that an exaggeration? Li Yao looked surprised at Solosis's reaction. Solosis thought for a moment, then used psychic to move an egg over. Only Solosis used psychic to draw an equal sign between himself and the egg. Solosis banged the egg against the table. Paw broken. Seeing this, Li Yao couldn't help but ask again, what if you go with Suan's Vibrava? Solosis took out 2 eggs at this time. Paw all broken. Seeing this scene, the people next to Li Yao also became interested and continued to ask, what about Weevil, the instructor? Solosis brought over 3 more eggs. Hello. The ant in the cafeteria couldn't help it at this time. You brats, what? It's fun, isn't it? Everyone immediately shrank their necks. Solosis looked at Mutuo with longing. For Solosis, Mutuo's spiritual power is an insurmountable mountain. Ding dong, Suan's cell phone rang. Xiaoling sent a message that the interrogation about Professor Zhang is about to begin. The surveillance room outside the base interrogation. Suan, you are here. Xiaoling made Suan a cup of hot tea. Thanks. Suan took it and then looked through the glass at Professor Zhang in the next room. Professor Zhang has obviously rearranged his clothes. With his hair pulled back and wearing casual clothes, he even looked handsome. Say it, Professor Zhang. The interrogator looked at Professor Zhang and said, the cause of all this, and everything you know about the Immortality Society. Professor Zhang lit a cigarette for himself, and the smoke floated upward. After Xiaolan passed away, I fell into decadence for a long time. But my student reminded me. He said that since I can resurrect Pokémon, why can't I resurrect my own daughter? He woke me up. I have been studying genetics my whole life, and I can even resurrect Pokémon that have been extinct for tens of thousands of years. Why can't I resurrect my daughter? So I joined the Immortality Society under his recommendation. The interrogator asked at this time, who is your student? His name is Han Ming. The interrogator noted the name. Professor Zhang continued. My first target is Mew. It is said that Mew lives in the World Tree and is the ancestor of all Pokémon. I think by deciphering Mew's genes, we can find the origin of life. Fortunately, we found Mew's eyelashes in an ancient ruins, but the experiment failed. Professor Zhang sighed helplessly. Mew's genes are too complicated and there is no way to decipher them. But I successfully used Mew's genes to create Mutuo. Mew's research has hit a bottleneck and I can't find a way to break through, so I put my hope in Ho-Oh. The Immortal Society provided me with a rainbow wing. I plan to use the power of Unown to resurrect Ho-Oh. The interrogator looked at Professor Zhang and asked. Since you think Unown can resurrect Ho-Oh, why don't you just let Unown resurrect your daughter? Isn't this unnecessary? Professor Zhang frowned. I am a scientist, whether it is the power of Ho-Oh or Unown, it is just a legend until it is personally confirmed. Professor Zhang said, looking at the interrogators in front of him, just like you. Will you interrogate your children like you interrogated me? How could I possibly use my own child to conduct an undetermined experiment? The cigarette in Professor Zhang's hand went out. I'm actually very grateful. If my daughter was resurrected by Unown and turned into something like that monster, I would definitely go crazy. Professor Zhang may not be considered a good person to many people. But he is definitely a good father to her daughter. The interrogator continued, our people learned from the poachers that their companions disappeared. Do you know where those people went? Have no idea. After Professor Zhang finished speaking, he looked at them and asked, "Can you give me 2 pieces of paper?" "Good." The interrogator handed 2 pieces of paper to Professor Zhang. Professor Zhang placed a piece of paper on the ground. "This side is our world, and we assume it's the front," he said and turned the paper over again. "There is a world on this side. You can call it the reverse world, which is said to be the home of the Karen dragon, Giratina." After Professor Zhang finished speaking, he tore the other piece of paper into pieces and scattered them on the white paper. "Each of these fragments is attached to the space of our main world. Secret realm, or other special space. They were all executed on this piece of paper. Unknown can easily travel through these spaces. And when he travels, there will be cracks in time and space." After Professor Zhang finished speaking, he suddenly said, "Mutuo, do me a favor." Mutuo, who was standing next to Suan, used psychic, and the white paper and the fragments all floated up. Chapter 64. Professor Zhang poked a small hole in the top of the white paper with his finger, then took a handful of cigarette ashes and sprinkled it towards the hole. The soot drifted downwards along the entrance of the hole. Some of them are attached to the white paper, some are attached to the small pieces of paper, and some have fallen to the ground. Professor Zhang said calmly, "Those people are like these soot. They are just sucked into this channel, but no one knows where they end up. It may be a secret realm, it may be a reverse world, or it may completely disappear from this world." The interrogators recorded all of Professor Zhang's words. "What about the Immortality Society? From what you just told, it seems that the Chongsheng Society is just an organization that constantly provides you with funds and resources." Professor Zhang nodded slightly. "That's right. I am just a scientist who wants to control life. I am not interested in how the Immortality Society works, and I don't want to know who they are. They enjoy my research success, and I use their money to conduct research experiments. This is the relationship between us." The interrogator heard this and closed the notebook. "Thank you for your cooperation. Next, we are going to hand you over to the headquarters. Is there anything else you want to say?" Professor Zhang thought for a while and then said, "Mutuo." Mutuo's figure instantly appeared in front of Professor Zhang. Professor Zhang looked at Mutuo and said, "Mutuo, you have great power and unlimited potential. I'm sorry that the old me limited your power. From now on, you are free and you can do whatever you want." Mutuo looked at Professor Zhang slightly confused. "What can I do?" Professor Zhang smiled, "It's up to you to discover it yourself. You can go to various places and experience it with your own eyes and body. When you understand more about the world, you will eventually have the answer. Your answer may be to find a trainer to partner with and challenge the Pokémon League together, or maybe you just want to be a Pokémon traveling freely in the mountains and wilderness. No matter what the choice is, at least it is your own answer." Mutuo nodded slightly, "I understand. Besides..." Professor Zhang stared at Mutuo and said slowly, "Remember to go home often." Mutuo did not go with Professor Zhang, but just watched them leave. After Professor Zhang left, Suan asked Mutuo where he wanted to go. Mutuo said that he saw many Pokémon flying towards the south, so Mutuo planned to walk with them for a while. As for where it will stop, Mutuo himself doesn't know. After parting ways, Suan gave Mutuo a mobile phone. Mutuo looked at Suan in confusion. Suan explained with a smile. "You can use it to contact me. This is the difference between friends. Present. In addition, I will also pass on your mobile phone number to Professor Zhang." After Mutuo listened to Suan's words, he put his phone away with great care, and then left following a few passing Altaria. In this way, a week later, Josuan and Kija's health improved, at least there was no problem with their daily activities. In order to commend them for their heroic dedication, the Ranger headquarters specially held a merit ceremony at the Mohi base. In the auditorium of Mohi base, all the Rangers of the Mohi base and Suan attended the ceremony. On the podium, a leader wearing a Ranger uniform looked at the crowd and said solemnly, "Last week, a serious disaster occurred in our greater Xing'an Mountains. In the face of disasters, our Rangers are not afraid of hardships off stage. Suan, I read on the news that Ho-Oh flew over, is it true?" Xiao Yu looked at Suan and asked in a low voice. Suan nodded slightly, "Well, it is indeed Ho-Oh. Depend on." Xiao Yu looked at Suan with envy, "If I had known it was really Ho-Oh, I would have run over to have a look." Zhao Ziyi was also very depressed, "Damn it, I feel like I missed 100 million. If I were there, I would have my popper dolphin shoot a water gun at Ho-Oh. In this case, I can say that I have also fought with Ho-Oh. Li Muron glanced at Zhao Ziyi and mocked, oh, then go to rest quickly, there is everything in the dream. The ranger leader said at this time, invite our heroes to the stage. They are Ranger Zhou Sun. Bang bang bang, applause began to ring out from all around. Ranger, Hui Ji. Forest Ranger, Xiaoling. The three of them stepped forward. You are all laid-back rangers at Mohi Base, and you are our heroes. Zhou Sun and the others all received second-class merit in this incident, and were given the opportunity to study at the ranger headquarters. At last, the ranger leader looked at Suan in the audience. There is another brave man in this incident. This warrior used his innocent heart to get Ho-Oh's approval and solved the crisis. He is the hero of the rainbow, Su-an. Suan, we specially award you the title of Honorary Ranger. Hearing this, everyone looked at Su-an. Xiao Yu and others did not feel much about this matter because they had no sense of involvement. But when they heard Su-an's name, they all looked stunned. Because they originally thought that Suan would get at most one participating general, but it sounds like everything is Suan's credit. So Suan is the MVP. Suan stood up and walked forward. Classmate Suan, your test has just begun. The ranger leader looked at Suan and smiled and said, as far as I know, those who get the rainbow wing and are recognized by Ho-Oh will also face the test of the holy beast. They are Thunder Emperor, Suakun and Entei. As long as you can pass their test, then one day you will meet the beautiful and the ugly. And Suan heard this and asked curiously, how much do you know about the test of the holy beast? The ranger leader shook his head, I don't know that either. But I heard an old man say that the holy beast will watch your way forward. You just need to follow your own ideas and you will naturally come into contact with them. So, until that day comes, please keep working hard. Suan took the ribbon and certificate handed to him by the ranger leader with both hands. I will. The so-called honorary ranger is a title. This title allows Suan to get help from ranger bases at any time, and Suan can access solation in 99% of the places in the country. After Suan took a group photo with everyone, he returned to his seat. As soon as the awarding ceremony ended, Xiang Hui and others immediately surrounded Suan, hero of the rainbow. Xiang Hui squeezed in front of Suan and said excitedly, this is the protagonist of the story in Forest Ranger. Suan, are you really recognized by Ho-Oh? Xiang Hui said and waved his hand quickly, I don't mean anything else. I mean, this is incredible. This is the first time I have actually seen the hero of the rainbow in reality. How on earth did you get Ho-Oh's approval? You still need to ask. Li Muron rushed to say, didn't I just say that? Suan is the MVP who saved the fire, so he will naturally be recognized by Ho-Oh. So, if we want to meet Ho-Oh, we have to do these feats. Suan thought for a moment and then said, I don't think that's entirely the case. How to say? Suan looked at everyone and expressed his thoughts. Ho-Oh can feel the waves of happiness from people and Pokémon, so when you have a certain moment one day, you and your Pokémon can feel extremely happy. Maybe Ho-Oh will show up. Xiang Hui listened to Suan's words and thought, it seems that there is indeed such a saying. While everyone was chatting, Zhou Sun walked towards Suan Instructor Zhou. Hello, Instructor. Everyone looked at Instructor Zhou saying hello. Zhou Sun was in a pretty good mood. After all, after this incident, he would definitely be promoted. Suan, you seem to have said that you want to fight me, right? After everyone listened to Zhou Sun's words, they suddenly became quiet and looked at Suan. Suan said directly, is your health okay? Zhou Sun rolled up his sleeves and said with a smile, boy, if I'm so weak, how can I be your coach? It's just that you don't get hit hard just because you lost to me. Mohi Base, the battlefield. The battle between Suan and Zhou Sun attracted everyone's attention. Xiaoling, who do you think is more fishy, Suan or Team Zhou? Xiaoling glanced at Suan and said confidently, Suan. Can't you? Asen stood aside and retorted, although Suan has been recognized by Ho-Oh, we all know that this is two different things from strength. Asen said, looked at Kija and asked, what do you think? Kija thought for a while and then said, I think everyone has the possibility of winning. While the others were talking, Suan and Zhou Sun had already released their Pokémon. Go, Maquilla. Vibrava. Suan handed over this game to Vibrava. Milo Melton sat on Suan's shoulders, looking excited. Melton is very interested in fighting. In the middle of the playing field, a robot referee ordered, "The battle begins." Joseon quickly said, "Weevil, use Hone Claws after you move too much." Sneasel. Weevil quickly ran towards Vibrava. In the process, the sharp claws on Weevil's hands kept rubbing. Suwon calmly ordered, "Laser focus." Boing. Vibrava took a deep breath, concentrated her energy, and stared at Weevil who was rushing towards her. Ice punch. Weevil jumped up, clenching his fists with a chill. "It's now!" Suwon shouted, "Come on, flamethrower!" Boom. From Vibrava's mouth, medical heat spurted out. Weevil's reaction was extremely fast. Looking at Vibrava with his mouth open, Weevil immediately twisted his body to avoid the blow, but Vibrava did not only attack in a straight line. Vibrava twisted his head, and the flames instantly engulfed Weevil's body. This move does extraordinary damage. Weevil flew out under the impact of the flames. Dragon Pulse. Boing. Joseon's expression changed drastically at this time. Weevil protect. Sneasel. Weevil, who fell to the ground, half crouched up, holding his hands in front of him, and an energy shield instantly rose. Pang! The impact of Dragon Pulse caused the ground under Weevil's feet to shatter inch by inch. There are even cracks in the barrier in front of Weevil. Click click wow! Barrier is broken. Boing! Vibrava swooped down. Bulldoze. Pang! Weevil was pushed under the ground by Vibrava. Smoke fills the air. Although Vibrava's level is 3 levels lower than Weevil's, this is almost a crushing battle. Weevil! Joseon shouted anxiously. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Weevil lay on the ground unable to fight. "You have completed challenge task 2, and you have defeated the bishop officer Joseon. You have obtained the secret treasure, Miracle Seed, a seed that breeds life, which can enhance the power of grass-type skills." This battle stunned the onlookers. Isn't it over too quickly? Xiao Yu was shocked, Instructor Zhou can't even beat Suwon. Zhao Ziyi was amazed. It's truly a dragon Pokémon. What a guy! Kija marveled, I thought Suwon would win, but I didn't expect Suwon to win so exaggeratedly. Asen grabbed his hair hard. Even if you evolve into a dragon type, the difference from the last time you fought me is still obvious. Isn't this Pokémon Suwon too exaggerated? Xiaoling looked very happy and said proudly, don't forget, Suwon is a trainer recognized by Ho-Oh. Listening to Xiaoling's words, Asen said in a strange tone, Suwon won, why are you so happy? Xiaoling's face turned red, then she glared at Asen, do you want you to take care of it? Joseon took back his Weevil and looked at Suwon with a little embarrassment, it seems that Weevil and I are not completely healed from our injuries. But you are really awesome. Suwon smiled, thank you very much. Captain, it's not shameful to lose to the hero of the rainbow, so don't be so harsh. KG shouted shamelessly. Joseon looked at Kija and the others and said angrily, they are all empty, right? Brush. The crowd dispersed immediately. These guys. Joseon muttered and then said to Suwon, it's getting late, you should go and have a rest early. Good. After Suwon walked off the battlefield, he said hello to everyone and returned to the dormitory. Servine. This is for you. Suwon took out the miracle seed. Servine looked at the miracle seed in Suwon's hand and immediately felt an instinctive covet from the bottom of his heart. This feeling made Servine understand that he could evolve as long as he ate this secret treasure. Servine was about to step forward but Servine suddenly thought of Vibrava. Servine glanced at Suwon's bed with some confusion. Suwon looked at Servine's expression and said, don't worry. Of course you can always sleep with me if you like. Servine felt relieved when he heard what Suwon said. Tana Servine took the miracle seed in Suwon's hand and swallowed it. Rich grass-type energy surged out of Servine's body. The light blooms. Servine's body shape began to change. Tip: Servine uses miracle seed. Servine has reached level 36, and Servine evolved into Surprier. Surprier learned Mega Drain. Surprier learned Leaf Blade. The light faded. Chonai Race, Surprier attribute Grass level 36 ability singing the opposite tune individual value qualifications, HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 3L, Skills, Vine Whip, Wrap, Slam. Light Screen, Synthesis, Leaf Storm, Leech Seed, Hidden Power, Sunny Day, Mega Drain, Leaf Blade Hereditary Skills, Grassy Terrain, Magical Leaf Absorb Secret Treasure, Miracle Seed Carry Props, Lucky Egg. The first thing Sir Prior noticed after evolving was his pair of red eyes, full of arrogance. Although the evolved Sir Prior lost its limbs, this did not have a big impact on Sir Prior. When Sir Prior was still a Servine, he used to use Vine Whip as a hand. In addition to the green color that represents life, Sir Prior's body also has yellow patterns, which are full of royal nobility. The rolled leaf vines on both sides of his neck are like the lace of the queen's dress. Chanai Sir Prior circled around Suan and rubbed Suan's face. When Sir Prior looked at Suan, the domineering feeling turned into dependence and trust. Chapter 65. Early morning. Suan slowly opened his eyes. Chanai Sir Prior bent his neck and pressed Suan's face. Suan touched Sir Prior's face and hit yawn. Good morning, Sir Prior. Suan sat up from the bed and saw Melton lying rest on the desk. It was covered with the ranger's book. Suan took the book away from Milutan and found that the page covering Milutan was Milumita, so Suan covered the book back with it. Suan glanced out the window, slightly absent-minded. Outside the window, it actually started snowing. Mid-September. The sun is still shining brightly in the south, but it is already snowing heavily in Mohi. Good morning, Rado. Rodom greeted Suan on the electronic screen in the room. Group notice, all training this morning has been moved indoors. After Rodom finished speaking, he looked at Suan for a moment and then said, in addition, Xiaoling asked me to ask you that some Pokémon can be released into the forest. If you want to go, you can go to her after breakfast. Suan turned around and looked at Rodom and said, okay, tell Sister Xiaoling that I will be there in a minute. Okay Rado. Have a nice day. Suan smiled and said, thank you. After Suan cleaned up, he put Melton, who was still at rest, into the ball, and then walked out of the room with Sir Prior. As soon as Suan opened the door, Isiris came in with the cold wind. Sir Prior, do you want to go back to the ball and rest for a while? Chanai Sir Prior shook his head. Although it was cold outside, Suan was warm next to her. After the evolution of Sir Prior, the special defense has been greatly improved. This level of wind and snow will not have any impact on Sir Prior. Downstairs. Xiao Yu, you idiot, don't run away. Pop Dolphin, shoot it with water gun. Zhao Zi, who had a head full of snow, yelled furiously. Ponyta, get out of the way. Xiao Yu shouted quickly while riding on Ponyta's back. Why can't you afford it, you little trash? Xiao Yu and Zhao Zi seemed to be having a lot of fun. After all, Southerners rarely see such snowy days. Suan greeted them. Good morning, Tubit. Good morning. Xiao Yu looked at Suan and said with a smile, good morning, Suan, and Sir Prior. Sir Prior. Sir Prior. Xiao Yu's face turned into shock. FK. Has your Servine evolved? Suan, yes. Tanaka looked envious and said, I don't know when my Meowth will evolve into Persian. Meowth called to Tanaka. Tanaka immediately said, of course, it doesn't matter even if you don't evolve. Okay, Meowth, drag him down right now. Tanaka shouted, and Tanaka's Meowth immediately rushed up and pulled Xiao Yu off Ponyta. Don't do it, just pause for a moment. Suan everyone smiled, you guys play, I'm leaving first. Chanai Sir Prior followed Suan and swam forward. Zhao Zi and others looked at the backs of Suan and the monarch and said with envy, that's great. I always feel like what happened to Suan is no longer surprising to me. Xiao Yu sighed, yes, this guy is too perverted. Everyone nodded in sympathy. A snowball hit Xiao Yu in the face. Zhao Zi smiled and said, revenge successful. Damn it, don't run. Xiao Yu's and his friends' experiences may not be as exciting as Suan's, but their lives are obviously equally happy. Canteen. Bowing as soon as he entered the cafeteria, Vibrava seemed to sense something and ran out of the Pokeball. Vibrava eats a lot now, perhaps because it is about to evolve. Vibrava evolves Flygon at level 45. And now, it is level 42. Milo Melton also ran out of the Pokeball at this time. Unlike Vibrava. Vibrava's mouth watered looking at the meat and various fruits on the plate. Melton drooled looking at the iron plates and cutlery for food. Suan feels that there should be no one in the world that can clean up things better than the steel Pokémon. When Melton ate in the cafeteria for the first time, not to mention the plate, he almost ate the table below. Therefore, Suan now specially prepared wooden bowls for Malutan. Milo Melton, who was holding a wooden bowl and eating the fine iron inside, saw Suan looking at him, so he took a piece of iron and handed it to Suan. Milo, taste. Suan waved his hand, thank you, but I'm not very hungry. Melton immediately stuffed it into his mouth. Melton did not train these days, only ate, drank and slept. He did not carry a lucky egg, but his level was inexplicably raised by 2 levels. Suan could only sigh that it was indeed a legendary fantasy beast. Good morning. Suan. Kija brought his breakfast to Suan's seat and said hello to Suan. Morning. Kija looked at Suan's surprier and said in surprise, has your Servine evolved again? Suan shrugged, it seems that I will be ready to explain to everyone today. Stop it. Kija laughed, are you trying to show off on purpose? Suan looked at surprier and also smiled, haha, you discovered me. Chanai. After Suan finished eating, he walked towards the base building. Xiaoling's lounge. Good morning, A&D. Suan answered quickly, yes, my surprier has evolved. Shanna. When Xiaoling heard this, she smiled and hit Suan on the shoulder, okay. Coffee or hot tea? Anything is fine. Xiaoling brought Suan a cup of hot tea and poured a bowl of hot milk for surprier. Suan took a sip and found the tea was very fragrant. When are we going to send those Pokémon back? Xiaoling organized the information on the table. Asen and the others are putting those Pokémon into the Pokeball, and they will leave after they finish collecting them. I'm going to the Pokémon dormitory now to feed them. Can we go together? Okay. The Pokeballs of this world do not contain brainwashing devices. Pokeball is just a temporary residence for Pokémon. As long as the Pokeball is not specially bound with identity information, ordinary Pokeball can be used to transport Pokémon. Places like breeding houses are like this if they need to transport a lot of Pokémon. Pokémon dormitory. Bibi Pidgeot, who was lying on the quilt, watched Suan and Xiaoling come over, waved their wings and said hello, while the rest of the Pidgeots were combing their feathers. In addition to Pidgeot, there are 5 serious dogs and 2 delibirds here. They are all resting. These Pokémon, like Xiaoling and others, are organized and belong to the Mohi base and do not belong to anyone. Suan walked towards the eagle that he had fought alongside and smoothed its feathers. Did you sleep well yesterday? Bai Diao screamed happily and seemed to be in a good mood. Xiaoling's Chimecho uses psychic to bring everyone's breakfast. Suan helped Xiaoling distribute the food to Bai Diao and Mai Taina. Seeing everyone eating together always feels very healing. Xiaoling sat on the chair next to her and looked at Bai Diao and said softly. Yes, there is indeed a feeling of peace and quiet in the years. Xiaoling listened to Suan's words and asked, so, you really don't think about staying? Suan looked towards the forest in the distance. It's nice and beautiful here. But, if I stay here? After Suan finished speaking, he looked at Xiaoling and laughed, you can't save other places in the world. Xiaoling was amused by Suan's words. Okay, you go save the world, but... Xiaoling looked at Suan and asked, if it's needed here. Suan said naturally, I'm always at your service. Hello. Outside the Pokémon dormitory, Kija walked towards it at this time. Are you all here? That's good, let's go. Bai Diao shook his wings, let out a cry, and flew Suan and Xiaoling towards the forest. Soaring in the sky, many Cryogonal are floating. Cryogonal is an ice-type Pokémon. Their lifestyle is very interesting. Because this kind of Pokémon will turn into water vapor when the weather is very hot in summer, and you can't see them at all. But when a cirrus falls, you can see a lot of Cryogonal blowing in the wind. A clearing in the woods. Everyone, come out, we're home. Suan followed everyone and released all the Pokémon temporarily stored in the Pokeball. Below Pika all kinds of Pokémon appeared in the open space. Xiaoling waved to them and said with a smile, goodbye everyone, please pay attention to safety in the future. They chirped or waved towards Xiaoling and others. After a brief farewell, they entered the forest in different directions. Clefairy 2 Clefairy stood in front of Suan and looked at Suan. Suan knelt down and said, do you want to meet Malutan? Clefairy the 2 Clefairies nodded simultaneously. No problem, come out, Melton. Milo Melton looked at the 2 Clefairy doubtfully. Clefairy, everyone will be here waiting for you to come back. They stepped forward and hugged Melton. Malutan tilted his head. Clefairy. Clefairy called out to Sue and Sue smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will take care of it." Listening to Sue An's assurance, Clefairy waved to Sue and Xiaoling, and then left together. Sue touched Melton's little head and looked in the direction where the Clefairies left. Of course Sue and Mei Lutan will come back to this place. After all, Melton needs help from other Meltons if it wants to evolve. Okay, I'm done with today's work. Xiaoling looked at Sue and said, "Let's go back to the base." Okay, please give me flowers. Jiang Province, Linhai City. Linhai City is a city where forests and cities perfectly blend. There are green trees and flowers blooming everywhere. Many bug types, grass type Pokémon can even roam freely on the streets. The tallest building in the city is a tower. Johnson Group. This is a landmark building in Linhai City. Standing on the rooftop, you can see a panoramic view of the entire city. In the middle of the rooftop, on the battlefield. Drudagon, Claw. Ho! Drudagon let out a low roar and rushed towards the Thunderbird Dragon on the opposite side. Electricity condensed on Thunderbird Dragon's body. Boom! Dazzling lightning struck Drudagon's body. The Thunderbird lunged forward fiercely and struck it down with one claw. Pang! Nay! Thunderbirds let out a long cry towards Drudagon, who fell to the ground. Bang bang bang! Awesome, Goldman Sachs! Facing outside the battlefield, a young man with glasses clapped his hands and said, "This Thunderbird has just been resurrected from the fossil, and you got it in your hands." Goldman Sachs is Drudagon's trainer. He was wearing only an open bathrobe. Goldman Sachs smiled and stared at the city below. "Don't call it just a fossil Pokémon. In this entire city, if I, Goldman Sachs, like something, it will definitely have the surname Gao." After Goldman finished speaking, he walked towards the young man with glasses. "But, Han Ming, didn't you follow your teacher to do some research? Why do you have time to come to me?" Han Ming pushed up his glasses helplessly. "The research failed and my teacher was arrested. I'm also wanted, so I'm here to come to you to take me in for a while." "Your teacher was arrested?" M. Goldman Sachs looked like he was gloating. "What, your immortal society doesn't care about you anymore?" "We can't say we don't care, forget it, don't talk about this." Han Ming changed the topic. "Where's your brother? I'm still thinking of visiting him." Goldman Sachs shrugged and said, "My brother has been talking a lot lately, and I don't know what he is doing." "What do you care about him? Tell me quickly, your specific matter." Goldman Sachs took Han Ming to sit aside and opened a bottle of red wine. "Fine." Han Ming roughly recounted their experiences. "Our original plan was to resurrect Ho-Oh and then use the power of Aurabug Mew to suppress Ho-Oh and take him away. However, we didn't expect Unown to be so powerful. They did create a Pokémon, but it was just a monster. The Rangers came later. I originally wanted to take teacher away immediately, but he was completely unwilling to accept the result, so I had no choice but to run away by myself." After hearing what Han Ming said, Goldman Sachs laughed and said, "Then you ran pretty fast. By the way, how's your Aurabug Mew doing?" Han Ming shook his head. "When I left, Aurabug Mew was still there. Later I learned that it lived in Mohi Base for a few days." "What, are you interested in it?" Goldman Sachs immediately said, "Of course I'm interested. This is a Pokémon created using Mew's genes. The rarity of these fossil Pokémon, even my brother's Zapdos, can't be compared." Han Ming said indifferently, "If you are interested, you can try to find it. It has no value to me." The basement of the building. "Mr. Gao Sen, we have already investigated it. Han Ming is indeed wanted. He should really just be here to take refuge." "Ah!" Gao Sen sneered, "Escape? Come to take refuge at this time? These guys from the Immortality Society may have guessed something." Gao Sen, founder of Johnson Group. Although Gao Sen is in his 40s, he takes good care of himself and looks like he is in his early 30s. The fortune history of Johnson Group and the legend of Tianfen. 12 years ago, Gao Sen bought a lottery ticket for the Global Masters. In one game, Gao Sen made a huge profit of 100 million just by buying lottery tickets. Gao Sen used the money to found the Johnson Group. Not long after the company was founded, Gao Sen discovered a jade vein in the wild. Jade is one of the raw materials for making Pokeballs, and its value goes without saying. And this is just the beginning for Johnson Group. After Gao Sen founded Johnson Group, he opened a film and television company, and as a result, half of the domestic AJ celebrities came from their company. What's even more outrageous is that Gao Sen invested in a power plant. Turns out that power plant actually attracted a Zapdos. So Gao Sen became the rare mythical beast trainer. It is precisely because Gao Sen's fortune and entrepreneurial history are so outrageous that some people even think that he is a rebirth from the future. Gao Sen looked at the middle-aged man beside him and said, "Tell Goldman Sachs to stay away from Han Ming, be honest during this time, and don't cause trouble." While Gao Sen was talking, his eyes suddenly hurt. Gao Sen's pupil shrank, and a picture appeared in Gao Sen's mind. A celebi traveled through the clocks of this city. Gao Sen covered his eyes. "Finally, I've been waiting for you again, celebri." Chapter 66 Mohi Airport, the privilege of honorary ranger. 1 month is neither long nor short. Su-An's training camp is over. Inside the dormitory, Su-An tidied his room. "Shanna." Sir Prior used Vine Whip to roll up the books on the desk and handed them to Su-An's hand. "Want to take it away?" Su-An asked, looking at Sir Prior. Milo. Melton nodded repeatedly on the table and answered for Sir Prior. "Good." Su-An smiled and then put the book into his bag. "Then, we have to leave, everyone." Su-An took out Sir Prior and Vibrava's Pokeball. Chanai Boing. Sir Prior and Vibrava were taken into the Pokeball by Su-An. Melton's body is so small that it can even be carried in a pocket, so Su-An took it with him. Su-An took one last look at the room, closed the door and walked out. In the corridor, Zhao Ziyi and the others also packed their luggage. Su-An looked at everyone and asked, "Have everyone confirmed that they have ordered their belongings and Pokémon at 073? Zhao Ziyi patted his bag. "Don't worry, Captain, everything is in the bag." The Pokémon were all properly recovered. Su-An and his school had seniors in the first 2 classes. After the training, everyone returned to Suni Shore, only to find that they had forgotten to bring back the Pokémon. Therefore, Teacher Sun specially asked Su-An to remind everyone not to forget to bring Pokémon back. Su-An nodded slightly. "Let's go then." "Yes, Captain. Base parking lot. The buses have arrived." "Su-An, let's go first." Xiang Hui and Dachan walked over to say goodbye to Su-An. "If you come to play next time, say hello, and I will take you to the secret realm and my family's forest farm." Su-An smiled and said, "No problem, I will definitely come." Xiang Hui saluted Su-An and the others and then got on the bus with his classmates. Xiao Yu and the others were very popular and were bidding farewell to Li Yao and the others. "Come to our Suni Shore city when you have time, I'll make all the arrangements." Zhao Ziyi patted his chest and promised. "Okay, if you are free, you can come to our Zhongshan city and treat you to tea." "Haha, easy to say." Yang Chuan said to everyone, "Everyone, if you have a chance, come to our gym to challenge." Yang Chuan said and looked at Su-An. "Su-An, you will definitely come, right?" Su-An looked at Yang Chuan and smiled and said, "It is said that there is an insect king in Yangcheng, so naturally I want to see him." "Haha, I'll wait for you, I won't let you down." Yang Chuan's car drove out. Su-An followed Zhao Ziyi and the others and was about to get in the car when they were inside the base. Xiaoling and Bai Diao flew over together. "Su-An." Xiaoling called Su-An. Su-An stopped getting in the car, turned around and walked towards Xiaoling and Bai Diao. In the car, Zhao Ziyi and others made strange and meaningful screams. "Shut up, oh what?" Teacher Sun scolded. Xiaoling looked at Su-An and said, "Kija and the others are going to patrol the mountains, so they can't come to see you off." "Su-An, it's okay, say hello to them for me." Xiaoling smiled, "Okay." In addition, Captain Zhou said that our incident will be recorded in the next version of Ranger and may even be adapted into a movie. "Movie?" Xiaoling Salation said, "It's just possible. Also, this is for you." Xiaoling took out a Pokeball. Su-An reached out and took it. The overall style of this Pokeball is classic red and white, with just some light gold stripes in the middle. "This is a luxury ball. Your farewell present." Xiaoling said, "I hope your next Pokémon, if possible, can be captured with this Pokeball." Su-An put it away, "Okay." Seeing that Su-An agreed, Xiaoling said happily, "Then I'll look forward to seeing what kind of partners it will bring you next time you come, please give me a good introduction and tell your story." "No problem, it's agreed." Bai Diao also called out to Su-An. Su-An smoothed the feathers of Shun Bai Diao. "Don't worry, I will come back to see you too." Xiaoling looked at Su-An and hesitated for a moment, but finally smiled calmly. Xiaoling suddenly stood up on her tiptoes and kissed Suan gently on the cheek. Suan was stunned for a moment and touched his cheek. In the car. FK, I kissed you. Xiao Yu jumped up excitedly. Zhao Ziyi followed. I knew there must be something wrong with them. Ahem, everyone, sit down, sit down. Teacher Sun glared at everyone, and then turned his eyes outside. Goodbye, little warrior. After Xiaoling finished speaking, she sat on Bai Diao's back. We walked. The eagle spread its wings and flew towards soaring in the sky. Suan looked at the Bai Diao in the sky and smiled, then turned around and got on the bus. Teacher Sun sighed, it's great to be young. Teacher, look at Suan, take care of him. The world is getting worse, the world is getting worse. It's so unreasonable. Of course, if it happens to me, just pretend I didn't say anything. Suan, I must treat you when you go back. Eat a feast, eat a feast. Suan looked at everyone making noises and smiled and said, okay. Soaring in the sky. Xiaoling looked at the bus gradually going away and wished softly, have a safe journey. Mohi Airport. Suan and the others will take a plane from here and return to Suni Shore City. Check-in desk. Hello sir, this is your boarding pass. In addition, our system found that you are also an honorary ranger. So you can bring a Pokémon on the plane, and if necessary, we can upgrade you for free. The staff at the check-in desk looked at Suan strangely while saying these words. Suan shook his head, thank you, but no need. The passenger at the window next to Suan heard this and couldn't help but look over. I'll go, honorary ranger? So young. Awesome, brother, can I ask what you did? The boy next to him looked at Suan and asked. Suan, well, maybe I'm just lucky. After Suan finished speaking, he walked towards Xiao Yu and the others who were waiting by the side. What are the benefits of being an honorary ranger? Zhao Ziyi looked at it with envy. But why don't you get promoted? Suan smiled, I'm afraid you will be lonely. Haha, hey. When I get back, I must introduce you to 10 beautiful girls. Xiao Yu listened to Zhao Ziyi's words and joked, aren't you afraid that Sister Xiaoling will kill you if she finds out? Zhao Ziyi said indifferently, what are you afraid of? I have brother Suan protecting me. Suan, you are not the kind of person who is afraid of others, right? Okay, stop joking, let's do it. Zhao Ziyi said humbly, yes, yes. But don't worry, I will definitely not tell Shen Yu and the others. Suan and his group walked towards the airport waiting room in a noisy manner. Looking at the background of Suan and the others leaving, the passengers in line behind Suan couldn't help but ask the staff in front, is he really an honorary ranger? Isn't this too young? The staff member smiled and said, sorry sir, your procedures have been completed. Can you please let the passengers behind you come forward? Sorry. 5.0 are honorary rangers. Awesome. At this time, Stephanie looked at her boyfriend next to her in confusion and asked, why are everyone so surprised? Her boyfriend looked strange and said, you don't know. I don't know much about these. Okay, let me think about it. His boyfriend thought for a moment and then said, let's put it this way, we are just ordinary travelers now. But if the airport is about to explode, please note that the airport is not an airplane. Then, we save the airport, and we can get the honorary flying title. He probably did something similar, so he was able to get the title of honorary ranger. Listening to her boyfriend's explanation, Stephanie was immediately surprised and said, isn't this too amazing? That's not the case. Wait a minute, couldn't the fire in Daxinganling not long ago belong to him? At this time, the boy seemed to suddenly realize something, and looked in the direction Suan was leaving in shock. Chapter 67. When Suan and the others boarded the plane, it was already dark. In the cabin, someone was working on a laptop with his head down, and his fingers made a crackling sound as he tapped on the keyboard. Someone was leaning on his seat talking on the phone. Oh, I understand, don't rush me. Be good, baby, take a nap and we'll be home. There are also people coaxing their children. The sweet voice of the stewardess sounded on the radio, dear passengers, welcome to take Gothic Airlines Flight 3H9677 from Mohi to Suni Shore. Suan sat in her seat and looked at the Gothotel standing in front of her with interest. This Gothotel is level 42, very strong, and is a safety officer on the plane. A safety movie was playing on the small TV in front of Suan's seat. When the plane encounters an emergency, the deputy director will cooperate with the captain to use psychic to make the plane land smoothly. I'm finally going home. Zhao Ziyi sat in his seat and stretched. Suan, what are your plans after you return? Today is October 1st, and the school will have a few days of vacation. Suan withdrew his gaze, glanced at Mei Lu who was lying on the window and looking curiously below, and said frankly, I don't have any special plans, I should take everyone to rest for a few days. That's so boring. Zhao Ziyi chuckled and said, I made an appointment with a few friends and a few newly admitted high school girls to go to the Sunny Shore secret realm. Do you want to go with me? Suan glanced at Zhao Ziyi in surprise, are you so fast? Do all the freshmen in high school already have contact information? Well, you have to relax. How about it? Do you want to come together? Suan thought for a moment and shook his head. Forget it, if I want to go to a secret place, I'd still like to go to one I've never been to before. Xiao Yu looked at Zhao Ziyi and said, why did you call Suan? You called Su An, aren't all those Stephanies surrounding him? When Zhao Ziyi heard what Xiao Yu said, he immediately distanced himself from Su An. That makes sense, don't come. Xiao Yu nodded, right, look at me, I can set you off, can you take me with you? Zhao Ziyi glanced at Xiao Yu and simply said one word. Roll. The plane began to taxi. The stewardess walked down the aisle and reminded a few people who were still on the phone, Sir, our 21 plane has started to taxi. Please turn off your mobile phones or turn on flying mode. Stop talking, the plane is about to take off, I'm hanging up. Someone cooperated and hung up the phone. Oh, don't rush me. I told you I'm on the plane. A middle-aged man shouted into the phone with an impatient look on his face, do you think I have psychic? Can I teleport Norman? The stewardess in uniform stepped forward and whispered, Sir, our plane is taxiing, can you please? The middle-aged man glared at her and said angrily, what? Let me tell you a few more words. Could the plane explode or something? You have time to take care of me. Why don't you take a look at the ones in front of you? They've brought Pokémon with them. Why don't you take care of them? How do you manage this plane? Listening to his shouting, the passengers on the plane immediately looked at Suan. The flight attendant patiently said, Sir, please rest assured, that gentleman is an honorary ranger, and the Pokémon he carries is completely in compliance with the regulations. The middle-aged man was obviously angry at this time. Without thinking at all, he took his anger out on Suan and the flight attendant. He pointed at Suan and said, you said he is who he is. Come on, let him take out his certificate and show it to me. You're still an honorary ranger. You think I've never seen an honorary ranger, right? Many people who have been forest rangers all their lives can't get this title. Why is he so young? This. The stewardess looked at Suan subconsciously. Milu. Melton, who was standing on the small table, seemed to think that it was because of his man that he was angry, so he squeezed his little hand in confusion. Suan frowned slightly and then held Melton in his arms, it's okay, it has nothing to do with you. Zhao Ziyi couldn't help it at this time. He turned around and opened his mouth to curse, who are you, you stinky? If you have a long mouth and can't speak, just shut it up quickly. Don't act like a mud and disgust people here. Xiao Yu smiled and added, don't say that, Grimer will be sad. The middle-aged man became furious after being insulted like this. He took out his pokeball and pressed it twice, but there was no response. What? You still want to hit me? Zhao Ziyi rolled his eyes. I didn't know there was a pokeball jamming device on the plane. I finally understand, it's because of idiots like you that I have to pretend. Just be happy that there is no problem with the equipment on this plane. Otherwise, if you let Pokémon beat me up on the plane, you'll be in AFG jail cell. Zhao Ziyi's mouth seemed to be using a bullet seed, and he was so stunned that the middle-aged man's face turned green when he scolded him. At this time, the steward came over quickly with Gothitelle. She comforted him, I'm very sorry, sir, that person is indeed an honorary ranger. And if he is unwilling, he has no obligation to prove himself to you. Of course, we also understand your worry about that Pokémon, and we will help you deal with it. After speaking, the flight attendant looked at Suan with a begging look on his face and said, Sir, would you mind changing to first class? Of course, you can go too. When Zhao Ziyi heard this, he immediately laughed and said, is there such a good thing? Okay, you can get an upgrade if you curse. I hope I can meet you next time I fly, Uncle Suan shrugged, unbuckled his seat belt, and followed the flight attendant's lead toward the first-class cabin with Zhao Ziyi. When Xiao Yu saw this, he immediately said depressedly, "Damn, if I had known, I would have followed more." The environment in the first-class cabin is very spacious, and the tables and chairs can even be used as beds. Zhao Ziyi happily sat down and looked at Suan and said with a smile, "How was your performance just now?" Suan gave a thumbs up. "Sharp." "That's not the case." Zhao Ziyi said proudly, "This is all practiced by flirting with people and being scolded online." "Good evening, sir. Do you need anything?" At this time, a flight attendant squatted in front of the two people and asked. When Suan heard this, he looked at Melton on his body and asked, "Do you want to eat something?" Milo Melton nodded. Suan looked at the flight attendant and asked, "Hello, is there any food for steel Pokémon on the plane? Is it food containing iron?" The stewardess confirmed it. "Right. Yes, do you need anything else?" Suan shook his head, "No, thank you." "Okay, just a second." Soon, the flight attendant brought a piece of Pokémon food. Melton immediately started eating happily. The plane took off. Melton was halfway through eating, and after watching the distance between the cities gradually getting further away, he immediately lay down on the window and looked out. Looking at the city below from the plane, there is a Mew-like beauty. The lights of thousands of houses are like the stars falling from the sky. Isn't it beautiful? Suan looked at Melton with a yearning look on his face and smiled. "Milo, if you like to see this kind of scenery, how about letting Vibrava take you to the sky a few more times when you go back?" "Milo." Malutan nodded repeatedly. Looking at this scene, Zhao Ziyi not only joked, "It always feels like you have raised a son." Suan smiled, from a certain perspective, Melton has just been born and lacks knowledge of the human world, so he needs to be taught bit by bit. It's good for him to see the human world from a different perspective. Melton's biggest growth these days is that at least he no longer eats randomly in public places. Otherwise, Suan would not have released it on the plane. Pokémon often lack understanding of the human world, and it is also the trainer's responsibility to teach Pokémon how to integrate into human society. "All right." Zhao Ziyi hit yawn. "I'll lie down for a while. Call me when you're almost there." "Good." A movie is playing on the screen in the cabin. The movie lasts for 2.5 hours, which is about the same length as their voyage. The movie tells the story of an Eevee who was trafficked and struggled to find her way home. Milo, after finishing the food, Melton went to Suan's arms and watched the movie with Suan. The flight attendant came over, helped Suan clear the table and retreated to the back. "Jia, is he really an honorary ranger?" In the flight attendant lounge, several flight attendants were chatting. "It looks so young, and I've never seen the Pokémon it brings." Han Jia is the flight attendant who serves Suan. She has a face with oval seeds, very fair skin, and a pair of very attractive long legs. The information shows that it is indeed true. Han Jia quietly glanced in the direction of Suan and said, "Besides, I guess he was responsible for the fire in Daxinganling not long ago." "I know this." A person on the side said excitedly, "I heard that Ho-Oh is here. Back then, one of the reasons why I wanted to be a stewardess was because I thought I might be able to see those legendary Pokémon while flying in the sky." Han Jia smiled, "You met the person who met Ho-Oh. To round it all off, it's equivalent to you also meeting Ho-Oh." "Hehe, that makes sense." The flight attendant came over and said, "Okay, please stop making trouble. We are almost arriving in Zhang province. Jia, please prepare for the broadcast." "Good." Han Jia stood up and walked towards the airport broadcast. "Dear fellow travelers, ah!" Just as Han Jia finished speaking, a box suddenly appeared on the plane. Han Jia lost her balance and was about to throw herself to the ground when Gothitelle reacted quickly. It used confusion to help Han Jia stabilize her body. Shake flash, the lights above everyone's heads flickered on and off. Zirazla, a harsh electric sound sounded on the radio. In the cabin, a woman who picked up a water bottle to drink water was splashed with water because of the sudden turbulence of the plane. A man who had just unbuckled his seatbelt and wanted to go to the toilet flew up and fell from his seat to the aisle. Some children were so frightened that they cried loudly. Fortunately, the violent jolt was just a moment, and it didn't seem to cause much serious damage. "Don't panic, please return to your seat immediately and fasten your seat belts," the flight attendant quickly reassured. "In first class." FK. Zhao Ziyi ascended the throne. It fell down. What the hell? Zhao Ziyi rubbed his head and looked confused. Suan grasped the armrest with one hand and hugged Melton tightly with the other hand. Suan looked out the window, his expression slightly startled. Snowing. Snow. Zhao Ziyi rubbed his head and stood up. Why is it snowing? We haven't left Mohi yet. No way. Zhao Ziyi said that he also moved to the window and took a look outside. FK. Zhao Ziyi was stunned for a moment. There is a world of ice and snow outside. Zhao Ziyi said in disbelief, why the hell did you come to the North Pole for us? Inside the cockpit. Captain, what's going on? The co-pilot was stunned as he looked at the snow-capped mountains in front of him. The captain's face was very ugly. Time and space is distorted. Time and space distortion. The captain explained, there is indeed a certain probability that space-time distortion will appear at high altitudes. When our plane was flying, it should have happened to encounter a distortion of time and space. The turbulence just now was caused by the distortion of space and time. The co-pilot swallowed, so, due to the distortion of time and space, we have now entered a new and unknown secret realm. Then, what should we do now? Can't we just fly out? The co-pilot seemed to be experiencing this situation for the first time, and he was very nervous. The captain shook his head. The secret realm is an independent space surrounded by barriers. If we fly randomly without knowing the size of the secret realm, we are likely to hit the barrier head-on. For safety reasons, we can only hover in the sky in this area now. Boom! While the captain was talking, a purple lightning suddenly struck down in the sky. Two Yanmega with red eyes suddenly appeared in front of their plane. Behind them, there is a Firo. When the twisted space appears, some Pokémon will suddenly appear due to the chaos of time and space. And these Pokémon are often full of offensive types. Not good. The captain looked at Yanmega and Firo outside, and his expression changed instantly. At the same time, inside the plane, Suan looked at the scene outside and immediately took out Vibrava's Pokeball. In Suan's hand, the energy of the waveguide condenses, which can help Suan shield the precision ball opening device in the aircraft. The waveguide is wrapped around the Pokeball. The Pokeball gets bigger. Come out, Vibrava! Suan, what on earth is going on? Zhao Ziyi was shocked and said, I just fell asleep, why did I wake up like this outside? How long have I been asleep? Suan said solemnly, we are afraid that we have encountered a distortion of time and space. When Suan went to the secret realm of Suni Shore, he did a lot of strategies. The secret realm is created by the distorted time and space that has been stabilized. Distorted time and space can also be said to be an unstable secret realm. In this secret realm, various extremely aggressive Pokémon will randomly appear. Of course, for trainer, crisis also means opportunity. Only now, Suan needs to ensure the safety of this plane first. Gothitelle, please teleport my Vibrava outside. Suan said to Gothitelle. Boing! Suan said to Vibrava next to him, some Pokémon may appear around the plane. Once you find them, drive them away immediately. Boing! Vibrava nodded. As soon as Suan finished speaking, a purple lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. Two Yanmega appeared in their sight. Their bodies glowed with light. This is the preparation for the skill stockpile. Tip: trigger the task. Protect the aircraft to land safely. Task reward: Secret skill Dragon Dance, Rare Candy *1 Gothitelle quickly used the teleportation ability in Ally Switch to teleport Vibrava unilaterally. In business class. Looking at the scene outside, the cabin was already in chaos. Look outside! Xiao Yu shouted excitedly. Vibrava's body stood in front of the two Yanmega. The two Yanmega used air blades at the same time. Boing! Vibrava's body can gather into a huge blue dragon. The blue dragon opened its mouth and bit off the two giant air blades. Boom! There was a huge explosion and smoke filled the air. Boing! Vibrava dashed forward. Dragon tail! The dragon energy condensed into a huge tail, and it whipped hard at the two Yanmega. Pumbat! The two Yanmega were slapped by the tail and all fell towards the ground. Boing! Vibrava looked at the remaining Firo. Chapter 68. Zhang Province, Secret Observation Bureau. Diddy diddy. A rapid prompt sounded. The inspector looked at the signal wave on the electronic screen, his pupils narrowed slightly, and then he immediately reported his findings. Strong spatial fluctuations were detected in the sky of Linhai City, Zhang Province, which is suspected to be a distortion of time and space. 7. The Minister of Observation stepped forward and looked at the data above and frowned. High-altitude secret place. Immediately notify all major airports and ask them to detour from Linhai City, no, Kongjiang Province, and all nearby planes preparing to take off will be grounded. Yes. The staff began to issue notices. Please note at all airports, this is the Secret Observation Bureau. At this time, all airport personnel in the entire Zhang Province looked at their airport's broadcast. We have observed spatial fluctuations in Zhang Province's sky. Please ground all aircraft preparing to take off. The plane preparing to fly to Zhang Province will land nearby. Those who are passing through Zhang Province should take a detour immediately. Repeat that. Please note at all airports, this is the Secret Observation Bureau. We have observed spatial fluctuations in Zhang Province's sky. Please ground all aircraft preparing to take off. The plane preparing to fly to Zhang Province will land nearby. Those who are passing through Zhang Province should be detoured immediately. Inside the airport tower, air traffic controllers began to issue instructions one after another. Ningkong 8533, please land at Hangcheng Airport. Ningkong 8533 received. Happiness 7322, please turn south. Happiness 7322 received. Goth 9677, please turn north and don't continue flying in the sky of Linhai City. No respond. The air traffic controller frowned and looked at the electronic screen. On the electronic screen, the signal representing Goth 9677 disappeared. Goth 9677, please reply when you hear it. 9677. Air traffic control looked at the sudden disappearance of the aircraft signal and called 3 times in succession but received no response. Gothic 9677 signal also did not reappear. Director. Air traffic control immediately reported, Goth 9677 has lost contact. It is suspected that it was involved in the twisted space above Linhai City. The Director of Air Traffic Control came over, contact the Secret Observation Bureau, and continue calling. Yes. Air Traffic Control connection to the Secret Observation Bureau. Secret Observation Bureau, this is Linhai Tower. The Secret Observation Bureau has received it, please speak. Air Traffic Control, Gerda 9677 disappeared above Linhai City, suspected to have been involved in the twisted space. Magic City, soaring in the sky gym. The gym match between trainer Yunfei and challenger Wang Zhan is about to begin. There are 3 Pokémon available, and only the challenger has the right to replace Pokémon. The referee announced the challenge rules. To fight against flying-type gyms, of course you have to use electric-type Pokémon. Challenger Wang Zhan shouted confidently and then said loudly, "Come on, use it again." The Soaring in the Sky gym is one of the 8 gyms in the eastern region. The gym owner Yunfei is best at flying Pokémon. He looked at Electabuzz and smiled before throwing his Pokeball with a relaxed expression. Xiao, along with a long roar, a braviary appeared on the battlefield. Master. Outside the venue, the staff in the gym hurried in. What's wrong? Yunfei looked at him and asked. Master, there is a secret realm suspected to have appeared in Linhai City sky. A plane has lost contact. The people from the Observation Bureau asked you to help survey the entrance to the secret realm. When Yunfei heard this, he immediately paused the gym match. Yunfei said to the challenger Wang Zhan, "A new secret realm has appeared above Linhai City, and I want to go to support it." Wang Zhan's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. He took back his Electabuzz and shouted, "Please wait, I can go with you." For trainer, secret realms represent opportunities. In the secret realm, if you can conquer one of the powerful Pokémon that appear randomly, it can be directly transformed into your own combat power. Moreover, the most important thing is that there is a certain probability of various secret treasures appearing in the secret realm. These things have great captivating power for trainers. The outside world quickly responded to the sudden appearance of the secret realm. However, at the same time, Linhai City, the headquarters of Johnson Group. Mr. Gao Sen, the Secret Observation Bureau sent an emergency notice. There may be a time-space distortion in our city's sky, and an airplane was involved. Gao Sen's personal assistant Lao He reported his intelligence. Gao Sen looked irritably at the large screen in front of him that monitored the city. It's been such an eventful time. Lao He looked at Gao Sen and said, what are we going to do? Gao Sen's expression became uncertain. At this moment, his eyes felt severe pain again. A new picture appeared in Gao Sen's sea of consciousness. Celebi, right in front of your eyes. Gao Sen shook his head vigorously, and then made up his mind. Let the people from the Electronic Information Department fake the observation errors of the Secret Observation Bureau. At the same time, let that damn plane reappear. Celebi will be back in 3 days. The existence of the secret realm must not be exposed within these 3 days, otherwise it will definitely attract a large number of trainers. Lao He was slightly startled when he heard Gao Sen's words and looked worried. Will something happen? What are you afraid of? Gao Sen snorted coldly. I have spent so much money in Linhai City and raised so many people. Isn't it just for this day? As long as I can find Celebi again, nothing will be a problem. Legend has it that when Celebi travels through time and space, time ripples will occur. Those who get the time ripple will have the power to see the future. This is not a legend. Gao Sen relied on the ability of time ripples to create the Johnson group. But now, his ability is weakening. Lao He took a deep breath and said, yes. Johnson Group, Electronic Information Department. Several people are sitting in front of the computer. Porygon, go ahead. A Porygon figure appeared on all computers, and they walked towards the online world. Linhai Tower. Air traffic control suddenly discovered that Gothic 9677 signal had reappeared. He called immediately. Goth 9677, this is Linhai Tower, please reply when you receive it. 0, Goth 9677 received. Within the secret realm. Vibrava looked at Firo and was about to rush over, but saw Firo's figure flash and disappear. It's like it never happened. Vibrava looked confused. In fact, this phenomenon is caused by the instability of space when the secret realm was first created. Those Pokémon will appear suddenly and disappear suddenly. Inside the cabin of Gothic 9677. Suan said to the flight attendants who seemed to have not reacted yet, someone take me to the cockpit. I want to talk to the captain. Han Jiajia hurriedly stepped forward, please come with me, I will take you there. Outside the cockpit. Han Jiajia called from the phone outside, Captain, the ranger wants to talk to you. Although there is no signal in the secret area, this kind of walkie-talkie can still work. Because the voice signals are transmitted between walkie-talkies through radio waves, there is no need for a switching station. It is a one-to-one working mode, that is, one transmits the signal and the other receives the signal. As long as two, or more, the walkie-talkies work on the same frequency and their locations are within the signal transmission range. The cockpit door opens directly. The captain glanced at Suan and said, hello, I am the captain of Goth 9677. Suan dispensed with the politeness and asked, I want to know, how do you deal with this situation now? The captain did not waste time and quickly explained, we will first find a way to confirm where we passed and whether the space entrance has disappeared. Because this secret realm has just been created, the space is extremely unstable. We may have just passed through the passage just when there was a gap in the space, but now the entrance may have disappeared, or it may still be there. If the specific location of the space passage can be determined and there is a Pokémon to guide it, then we can follow the Pokémon through the passage. But what if Spacely disappears? The captain spread his hands and said, we can only make an emergency landing and wait for rescue. Suan asked, Gothatel go to confirm. The captain nodded, that's right. Suan thought for a while and then said, I understand. Anyway, let Gothatel confirm it. The safety outside the plane will be ensured by my Vibrava. I will also help maintain order within the aircraft. Suan looked at the captain and said, but I don't think the space channel still exists, so my suggestion is to be prepared for landing. Suan's guess is based on the tasks issued by the system. The captain took a deep look at Suan and then said to the co-pilot and others, be prepared for an off-site emergency landing. Yes. Inside the cabin. After the plane temporarily calmed down, the tourists looked anxiously at the scene outside. What exactly is going on? Why did we drive into the secret realm? Is the captain looking for death? The flight attendants tried their best to comfort them, everyone calm down, please trust us, we will take everyone back safely. One tourist rage yelled, how can I believe you? This is a secret place. If we die, can you be responsible? Mom, are we going to die? One child asked fearfully. No, can you trust the uncles and aunties on the plane? Some people are in panic and venting their panic. There are also people who are trying their best to comfort the children around them or those who are traveling with them. Damn it, at this time, at least turn on the Pokémon shield, right? The middle-aged man who was clamoring for Suan to prove himself started shouting again. This way, we can protect ourselves if anything happens. The stewardess said loudly, Sir, please sit down. In such a high altitude, even if you release Pokémon, it will be of no use. Please everyone return to your seats and fasten your seat belts. When the middle-aged man heard this, he immediately cursed, What do you mean? Are you saying our Pokémon are trash? I want to see the captain. As he spoke, he was about to rush into the cabin. Suan came over at this time. He just pulled out his Pokeball. Come out, Sir Prior. Just so. Sir Prior's body was entrenched in the aisle of the cabin, blocking the middle-aged man. Wow, it's Sir Prior. Looking at Suan's Pokémon, there was an exclamation in the cabin. Under the right circumstances, there are actually very few Pokémon that can evolve to their final form. Of course, if you often watch competitions such as gym competitions, you may think that there are many such Pokémon. But that's because trainers all over the country and even the world gather in places like gyms. In fact, if a normal person raises Pokémon without training, his Pokémon may not reach level 20 in his lifetime. Most of those trainers who are somewhat talented will stop within level 30 if they are not particularly lucky. Suan's system generally only has 3 stages for determining Pokémon. Elites above level 30. Gym trainer for levels 50 and above. If it is a Pokémon above level 50 in the wild, it is a Lord. Level 70 Elite. Suan has traveled through time for so long, and has actually seen only a handful of high-level Pokémon. Therefore, Suan's Sir Prior is enough to arouse everyone's exclamation. However, Sir Prior's next move made everyone immediately quiet. Sir Prior Vine Whip was thrown out, directly tied up the middle-aged man and hung him up. Snap! A crisp slapping sound hit his face. Sir Prior let go of Vine Whip, and the middle-aged man fell heavily to the ground. Mr. Suan. The flight attendant named Han Jiajia gently pulled Suan's sleeve. Don't worry, my Sir Prior is sensible. Shanna. Sir Prior's scarlet eyes scanned the faces of everyone in the cabin. Looking into Sir Prior's eyes, everyone looked away, and even the crying children stopped crying. This is the sense of oppression of Sir Prior. Suan looked at everyone and said, Everyone. The reason why honorary rangers carry the word honor is not because what I do is greater than those rangers who have dedicated their lives to it. Just because, although I am not a ranger, I have done something that is recognized by the rangers. Listening to Suan's words, everyone fell into silence. Suan continued, Now, I am not managing you on behalf of the crew. I just hope that you will all sit well in your seats, fasten your seat belts, and don't make any noise or make a fuss. Then wait honestly for me and the entire crew to take you out of the secret place safely. I guess this shouldn't be difficult. Listening to Suan's words, the crew members around him applauded. Suan is simply their mouthpiece. Lee does. Milo Melton looked at the crying child and quietly ran over from under the table and chair. Melton will climb up to the child's place and give it a fruit. Milo Melton used her body to make a face for him. Thank you. The child's mother took it. Wow, looking at the funny Melton, the child showed a smile and screamed. Although Melton is a steel-type Pokémon, it has a heart as soft as its liquid body. Some people among the passengers also stood up at this time. He shouted loudly, Everyone, the secret realm is a natural disaster. We chose this flight, not this flight chose us. So, what we have to do now is not to cause trouble, and then cooperate well with others' work. Brother Ranger, I leave everything to you. Suan looked at him and nodded slightly, turned around and walked away hiding in the cockpit. Melton waved to her little friend, trotted to Suan's side, and jumped into Suan's pocket again. Sir Prior glanced at Melton. Milo shrank down. Sir Prior raised his lips slightly and followed Suan. Shall you stop Suan, looking slightly uneasy, are we going to be okay? Suan stopped and dirtied his shoulder for taking pictures. Don't panic. I am your captain, and I will definitely bring you back safely. Zhao Ziyi squatted next to the middle-aged man and sighed. Tell me, why did you provoke him? If you offend me, I can only say a few words of joy, but you are really capable of beating you up. Han Jiajia's eyes looked at Suan, and they even started to shine. Thank you, otherwise, I don't know how much trouble I would have caused. Suan glanced at Bai Shui outside the window. It doesn't matter, I have to rely on you to appease everyone's emotions. Landing the plane is just the beginning. If he cannot find the exit to the secret realm, then Suan is not sure how long he will stay in this secret realm. Chapter 69. Cockpit. Gothitelle has returned. How about it? Suan asked looking at Gothitelle. Goth. Gothitelle shook her head worriedly. It has been surveyed outside with psychic and soaring in the sky. The space channel they entered through disappeared. Suan looked at the captain. The captain took a deep breath. Get ready to land. Brother, please help your Vibrava lure us outside. Good. Suan put his hand on the wall of the cabin. The power of the waveguide spreads outward. Suan's waveguide power and Changpan power are both manifestations of energy. Suan can read the consciousness of Pokémon through the power of Viridian, and naturally can also use the power of waveguide to tell Vibrava his thoughts. Vibrava, come and lead the way. Pay attention to the surroundings and your own safety. Vibrava guarded the front of the plane and flew towards a very empty ice field. Under the control of the captain, the aircraft started to make an emergency landing behind Vibrava. Boom! Several more purple lightning strikes in the surrounding space. High in the sky, 2 Drifblim appeared. Drifblim, Ghost, and Flying-type Pokémon. Planes flew beneath them. Drifblim looked at the plane below and instinctively used his skills to attack. Shadow Ball. Boing. Vibrava reacted quickly and stopped quickly. Dragon Pulse. Pang. Dragon Pulse swallowed up all the energy of the Shadow Ball, and then blasted it towards the Drifblim that was the first to attack. Vibrava used Dragon Tail towards the Drifblim next to him. Phew. Dragon Tail's attack smackdown was empty. Drifblim disappeared in front of Vibrava. Boing. Vibrava lowered his head and looked at the plane flying towards the ice field. In the cabin. The stewardess shouted, "Please fasten your seatbelt and put on your oxygen mask. We are making an emergency landing," and the pilot who believes in us. While she was talking, the space in the aisle rippled. Gothitelle felt the fluctuations in the space and immediately reminded Sue and Sir Prior. Shanna. In front of Sir Prior, Vine Whip is ready to go. Follow the wind. The figure of Drifblim appears. Drifblim used Phantom Force to avoid Dragon Tail and sneaked into the plane. Phantom Force allows Pokémon to enter a different dimension and move around. Suan glanced at its data. Drifblim's level is level 35, and his ability is Light Equipment. Some Drifblim have the ability to detonate. If it is a Drifblim with these 633 abilities, it is possible to directly detonate the energy in the body when attacked. After Suan determined the level and ability of this Drifblim, he immediately said, "Wrap." Vine Whip extended in the aisle in the cabin and quickly wrapped around Drifblim's body. Mega Drain. Shanna. The energy in Drifblim's body weakened rapidly under the absorption of Vine Whip. Gothitell's eyes flashed with mental power, and the Drifblim was immediately retransported to Vibrava. Vibrava swung his body, and the dragon energy condensed on Vibrava's tail, and then hit Drifblim hard. Boing. At the same time, the plane landed heavily on the ice field. Large-scale cracks appeared under the ice sheet. The plane taxied forward. Gothitell's psychic was fully activated, and the powerful mental power enveloped the entire aircraft. A huge glacial lake appeared in front of the plane. Roar! In the lake, a blue Gyarados poked its head out. It looked at the plane rushing towards it, and rage let out a roar. Energy condensed in Gyarados' ferocious mouth. Gothitelle tried her best to use psychic to pull the plane forward. Suan put his hand on Gothitell's body. The energy of the waveguide surged towards Gothitell's body. Vibrava! Suan roared lowly. Boing! Soaring in the sky, Vibrava descended rapidly. Bulldoze! Peng wow! Vibrava pressed Gyarados' head, and the 2 Pokémon crashed into the icy lake. The psychic in Gothitell's body has been greatly improved by the increase of Suan's waveguide power. The plane rushing forward at high speed, pulled by this spiritual force and the sharp growl in the cabin, slowly stopped in front of the glacial lake. Information that the plane landed successfully. Distribute rewards, secret skill Dragon Dance, rare candy. Suan was slightly relieved when he heard the system prompts. The system beeps continue to sound. Tip: the host has come to a new secret realm that no one has explored before. Triggering a mission. Challenge mission, defeat Lord Abamas No. Task reward, experience candy L*3, can provide a lot of experience points for a Pokémon. Rare candy *1, secret skill Draco Meteor. Treasure hunting activity, the host can freely hunt for treasure according to the treasure map. Treasure map distributed. A map of the secret realm appeared in Su-an's hand. Looking at this map, Su-an immediately understood why this time it was not a treasure hunt but an activity. Su-an and their current location are in the middle of the secret realm. There is Nevermelt Ice just in front of this ice lake. There is also a hard stone stacked underneath Nevermelt Ice. Nevermelt Ice is an ice treasure. Hard stone is a secret treasure of Rock series. Regarding ice Pokémon, Su-an doesn't have any particular desire to conquer them unless he meets a Pokémon he particularly likes. Trainer has this joke about ice Pokémon. Everyone wants to learn ice skills, and the ice attribute is there. This is because the resistance of ice-type Pokémon is so poor. As for why I want to learn ice skills again, it's because the ice attack surface is really good. But if Su-an can get Nevermelt Ice, he will definitely consider conquering an ice Pokémon. Of course, if you really can't find a suitable one, it's not a bad idea to take out Nevermelt Ice and exchange it for secret treasures. Su-an continued to look at the map. There is a big root in a cedar forest on the map. Big root is a secret treasure of the recovery skill type. It allows Pokémon to absorb more abilities when using absorption skills. Skills like Leech Seed and Mega Drain can be greatly enhanced after having Big Root. After passing through the cedar forest, there is an underground ice cave. There is an ice stone in the cave. Judging from the reality on the map, the ice stone seems to be quite large. There are good things everywhere in the newly created secret realm. Inside the cabin, everyone cheered after watching the plane land safely. Everyone clapped excitedly, and some even shed tears for the rest of their lives. It's so exciting. Zhao Ziyi pressed his chest and said, I almost thought I was going to die here. Su-an, we all owe you our lives now. Zhao Ziyi and Xiao Yu ran towards Su-an. Su-an put the map away and looked at everyone and said, that's an exaggeration. Anyway, everyone is fine. That's no exaggeration. The captain looked at Su-an and smiled, without you, Vibrava and Sir Prior, we would definitely not have landed so smoothly. Going outside the plane, Vibrava has flown out of the ice lake, and Gothitelle moves Vibrava in. Bowing after Vibrava entered the plane, he shook off the water from his body. This is for you. Han Jiajia immediately brought a clean blanket and handed it to Su-an. Thanks. Su-an took it and helped Vibrava hold the water on her body. What about Gyarados? Bowing Vibrava proudly told Su-an that he had hammered the Gyarados to the bottom of the lake. Awesome, Vibrava. Su-an smiled and praised. Su-an handed the blanket to the stewardess standing beside him and then looked at the captain and asked, how long will it take for rescue to come? The captain said with a relaxed expression, normally, after a time-space distortion is discovered outside, a stable entrance to the secret realm can be found in up to 2 hours, and a rescue team will be sent to search and rescue us. So we just have to wait. The information Su-an got from this sentence was that in 2 hours, a large number of trainers would inevitably pour into the secret realm. In other words, An only had 2 hours more time to explore the secret realm than others. I understand, Mr. Captain. Su-an looked at the captain and said, then the safety here will be left to you. What's the meaning? The co-pilot next to the captain looked at Su-an for a moment and said, you want to leave? Su-an calmly said, I'm sorry, but this is a must. Yes, but... CBDJ, the captain waved his hand to stop what the first officer was going to say next. Protecting the safety of passengers is our responsibility. One brother, you have done enough. Go ahead and wish you a good harvest. At this time, Han Jiajia looked at Su-an and couldn't help but ask, is it too dangerous to be alone? Do you need me to go with you? Han Jiajia's figure and appearance are quite outstanding even among flight attendants. If Su-an is here for sightseeing, I wouldn't mind traveling with her. Su-an shook his head, thank you, but it will be more convenient for me to go alone. Han Jiajia was a little disappointed but still concerned, then you must pay attention to safety. Teacher Sun also walked towards Su-an at this time. Leave this to me, teacher. If you are in danger, don't be brave. Su-an listened to Teacher Sun's instructions and nodded, I understand. Roar. While Su-an was talking to everyone, the Gyarados on the ice lake roared again. Its tail slapped the lake water crazily, then it opened its mouth and blasted another hydro pump towards the plane. Gothitelle reacted very quickly and appeared outside the cabin quickly, using the light screen to shoot the hydro pump. Shanna. Sir Prior glanced at Gyarados outside and called out to Vibrava. Didn't you say you have solved it? Boing. Vibrava looked embarrassed, then angry looking out at Gyarados. Damn Gyarados, you are dead. Vibrava called to Gothitelle outside. Gothitelle waved her hand. Vibrava appeared outside instantly. Suan looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh that it was really convenient to have a psychic Pokémon. At this time, the captain helped Suan open the cabin door. Go ahead, trainer. Suan said to Sir Prior beside him, let's go. Shanna. Sir Prior followed Suan out of the plane. After getting off the plane, Suan immediately felt the biting cold. Fortunately, Suan and the others had just returned from Mohi, so they had warm clothes on them. Race, Gyarados attribute water, flying level 41 ability, intimidation skills, tackle, leer, ice fang, twister. Hydro pump, outrage. This Gyarados in the glacial lake has obviously fallen into the contest condition of outrage and is frantically attacking everything around it. Every breath of Gyarados carries dragon-type damage. Vibrava flew on Gyarados' head and used Dragon Pulse towards Gyarados in the water. Roar! Gyarados jumped into the air, dodging Dragon Pulse. Gyarados was flying in the air and was about to use Aqua Tail when Sir Prior's Vine Whip pulled it back. Boing! Vibrava used Dragon Pulse again. Boom! Under the impact of this huge energy, Gyarados was smashed directly into the ice lake. Stop! How despicable! At this time, on the ice sheet, a girl riding a bicycle, wearing pigtails and a tank top and shorts, was coming here quickly. Her bike drifted and stopped in front of the glacial lake. Since we have to fight, of course we have to fight one-on-one. She jumped off the bike, looked at Suan and angrily said, how can the three of us get on together? Ah sneeze! She sneezed as soon as she finished speaking, then hugged her shivering body and wailed, what on earth is going on in this place? Suan looked at her in surprise and asked, who are you? I am the most beautiful girl in the world, my name is Misty. She said, taking out her Pokeball and saying, if you want to continue playing 3 against 1, then let me be your rival. Roar in the lake, Gyarados resurfaced. Misty heard the movement behind her and turned around, meeting Gyarados' eyes. Ah! Misty was startled and fell to the ground, then retreated behind Suan at 10 extremely fast speeds. Shanna. Sir Prior immediately threw out the Vine Whip and tied Gyarados' body. Gyarados, bound by Vine Whip, rolled wildly in the lake. You are so afraid of Gyarados, but you still want to protect it. Misty raised her head, blushed, and shouted, I want you to take care of me. Rumble soaring in the sky, another purple lightning struck. This is it. Misty looked at the location where the lightning struck and said quickly, it's because of this lightning that I suddenly appeared here for some reason. And you also suddenly emerged from this lightning. What's going on? Suan looked at Misty with a strange look on her face and said, are you from Cerulean City? There are 3 more sisters at home. Misty was stunned for a moment and asked, do you know me? Are you from Cerulean City too? Suan shook his head, it's a bit complicated, so I won't say it. Misty nodded in agreement, now is really not the time to talk about this kind of thing, this kid. Misty looked at Gyarados worriedly. Gyarados is in a chaotic contest condition because of outrage. Suan thought for a moment, then turned to Gothitelle, do me a favor. Gothitelle nodded, and then saw Suan appear on Gyarados. Calm down, Gyarados. The energy of Viridian power began to flow into Gyarados' body. This power healed Gyarados' violent temper. We are not your enemies, don't worry, no one here will hurt you. Gyarados, comforted by the power of Viridian, felt Suan's kindness. Roar! Gyarados glanced at Suan, who was staring at him, and then at Sir Prior and Vibrava, who were staring at him. Gyarados calmed down. Gyarados swam and stopped. Suan jumped off Gyarados. Adventure mission, there is a mysterious 6V Pokémon 3 kilometers away, and it is falling into a dying contest condition. The system prompt suddenly sounded. 3 kilometers. Suan opened the map, and a mysterious question mark appeared on the map. Suan immediately said to Misty, lend me your bicycle. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll return it to you later. Chapter 70. Sir Prior, please come back first. Vi brava, let's go! Suan got on Misty's bicycle and rushed towards the location of the mysterious Pokémon. Wait a minute! Misty shouted from behind, you should explain the current situation. Hey! Really? Roar! Gyarados called to Misty. Ah, you are still here. Misty looked at Gyarados and subconsciously stepped back. Misty likes water Pokémon very much. But when Misty was little, she was almost eaten by Gyarados, so she had a shadow of Gyarados. Gyarados looked at Misty and slowly sank into the water. Gothitelle used Psychic to get Misty a blanket. Thank you. Misty put the blanket around her body and breathed a sigh of relief, looking around. So, what's going on? Outside the secret realm. The sky in Linhai City is covered with dark clouds, and the weather looks gloomy. The citizens of Linhai looked up at the sky and felt that the dark clouds looked like fluffy grey mountain peaks. The strong wind blows, and those dark clouds rotate like an abyss that leads to nowhere. Rumble thunder rolls. A silver and dazzling lightning struck down. Among the rolling dark clouds, a big yellow bird shuttled past. Wow, it rained heavily. Look at the sky, that's Mr. Gao Sen's Zapdos. I'm so envious that I can conquer the legendary Pokémon. Inside a coffee shop, several people from Linhai City were chatting. Mr. Gao Sen has done so many good things, so it's normal for him to be recognized by the legendary Pokémon. Yes, without Mr. Gao Sen, we don't know what our Linhai City would have become. Linhai City was a place where the city and the forest blended together a long time ago. According to the county records of Linhai City, this is also the hometown of Celebi. But for some reason, one day 12 years ago, all the green plants and flowers in the city withered overnight. Linhai City became a desert. Some say this is because Celebi abandoned the city. But not long after this incident, the suddenly established Johnson Group took a fancy to the city's location and began to invest in the city. After nearly 10 years of hard work, Linhai City gradually returned to its previous appearance. Therefore, people in this city absolutely trust Gao Sen and are even more proud to work in the Johnson Group. Within the Johnson Group, Mr. Gao Sen, the phone number of the owner of Yunfei Hall. Lao He is holding a mobile phone. Give it to me. Gao Sen took it and then connected the video call from the owner of Yunfei Hall. Mr. Gao, long time no see. Yunfei said hello politely on the phone. It's been a while. Gao Sen looked at the phone with a smile and said, come to me for tea when you have time. Haha, no problem. After this period of time is over, I will definitely come and learn about Mr. Gao's Zapdos. As the owner of the flying type, Yunfei naturally yearns for legendary Pokémon with flying type like Zapdos. So he also respects Gao Sen very much. After the two exchanged simple polite greetings, Yunfei asked, Mr. Gao, I'm actually asking you if Linhai City is really okay. I'm always available to help if needed. Gao Sen apologized quickly, I'm really sorry for making you worry. Just now, when my Zapdos released thunderclouds and soaring in the sky, the energy generated was too large, so the people from the Secret Observation Bureau misjudged it. Zapdos is a legendary Pokémon after all. I don't have complete control over its power, so this misunderstanding occurred. Yunfei heard Gao Sen's explanation and didn't ask any more questions. Mr. Gao is humble. Being recognized by Zapdos proves a lot. Anyway, if everything is okay, I'll be relieved. At this time, the outside world believed that the spatial fluctuations in Linhai City sky were only due to the influence of Zapdos, which caused a misunderstanding by the Secret Observation Bureau. Airports in various places are worried that the magnetic field of Zapdos soaring in the sky will affect the flying of aircraft, so nearby flights will also rearrange their routes and make detours. As for Goth 9677, it made an emergency landing in Linhai City. Because of the energy magnetic field caused by Zapdos, all planes in Linhai Airport are not allowed to take off. It is expected that they will not be able to take off again after 3 days. Everything seemed to be hidden in the past. Gao Sen watched the smile on Lin Haishi's face disappear under surveillance. Come on, Celebi. Group Penthouse Suite. It's really strange. My brother usually doesn't let Zapdos out. What happened today? Goldman Sachs looked at the dark clouds in the sky and frowned, what is my brother hiding? Han Ming stood next to Goldman Sachs and encouraged, I want to know if your brother is hiding anything. You can go up and take a look and find out. If it is really a secret realm, your brother might plan to let the Johnson Group monopolize the secret treasures inside. Goldman Sachs thought for a moment after hearing this, and felt that what Han Ming said made sense. If that's the case, then why is my brother hiding it from me? I can also help explore the secret realm. Click. While the two were talking, the sound of the door lock turning was heard. Goldman Sachs turned his head and looked at the middle-aged man who walked in. He was stunned and then said quickly, "Uncle He, you came just in time. Don't I want to monopolize the secret realm in the sky?" Lao He glanced at Goldman Sachs and then said, "Don't think too much. Mr. Gao Sen is looking for you and hopes you can come over." "Okay." Han Ming was about to leave with Goldman Sachs, but Lao He stood in front of Han Ming and said calmly, "You stay." Goldman Sachs looked at the old gangster in confusion. "What's wrong, Uncle He?" Lao He explained, "Mr. Gao Sen will explain the specific things to you. In short, Han Ming does not come to you with good intentions this time." Goldman Sachs was stunned for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and looked at Han Ming. Han Ming shrugged and stopped pretending. "Mr. Gao Sen is indeed amazing. But that's right, he is a man who can future sight after all." Lao He directly threw his pokeball. "Come out, Hypno." Han Ming waved his hand, "Calm down. Even if you kill me, it doesn't mean anything. The purpose of our immortal society does not conflict with Mr. Gao's purpose." Han Ming looked at a monitor at the door of the room and said, "If my guess is correct, what Mr. Gao Sen wants is just time ripples, right? Would we, the Immortals Society, get involved in this thing, because we want celebi? So, we can cooperate. Mr. Gao, you know the Immortality Society, and I think you would never want to be enemies with the Immortality Society." Gao Sen's voice sounded in the surveillance. "No one in this city can negotiate a deal with me." Lao He gave the order to Hypno beside him, "Hypnosis." Hypno shook the clock in his hand towards Han Ming. Han Ming's body softened and he fainted. "Mr. Gao Sen, will we achieve the Immortality Society in this way?" Lao He asked worriedly. Gao Sen said calmly, "I don't believe they will cooperate. Those guys definitely want them all." Gao Sen doesn't think anyone can refuse the captivate ability to see through the future, because Gao Sen himself can't refuse. Within the secret realm, Suan followed the map, rode Misty's bicycle, and quickly rushed towards his 6V mysterious Pokémon. The distance is getting closer. On the map, Suan's position gradually coincides with the position representing the mysterious Pokémon. Ahead, two Avalage are resting. There are about a dozen Bergmites playing around them. Suan looked at them with a puzzled expression. Mysterious 6 Pokémon, among them, no one seems to be dying. With this thought, Suan glanced at the Avalages and the Bergmites on their backs. Avalage are the evolved form of Bergmite, and they carry Bergmite around on their backs. Race, Avalage attribute Ice level 41 ability, Go My Own Way individual value qualifications, HP, 22, Attack, 18, Defense, 22, Special Attack, 23, Special Defense, 21, Speed, 15, Skills, Powered Snow, Icy Wind, Rapid Spin. Iron Defense, Recover. This Avalage seems to be their leader, with the highest level and the best statistics. The other Avalage is only level 37. As for the statistics of those Bergmites, although they are not bad, none of them are 6V. Roar. The two Avalages roared towards Suan and Vibrava, their voices full of warning. "Calm down everyone, I want to ask if you have seen any strange Pokémon." Suan tried to negotiate. Roar. Seeing that the warning was useless, Avalage used Icy Wind without hesitation. Negotiations failed. Boeing Vibrava stood in front of Suan and Protect. Vibrava flew towards the leader of Avalage with the protective barrier, the other Avalage rushed towards Suan the moment Vibrava left Suan. In its mouth, cold air gathered. Avalage used Ice Fang. The surrounding Bergmites gathered together and used Powder Snow at the same time. Powder Snow comes together. Serperior. Serperier's Vine Whip was quickly thrown out and entangled in the feet of Avalage, who was rushing over. With a wave of Serperier's Vine Whip, the Avalage was directly wheeled up by Serperior, and then smashed towards the group of water treasures. Pang! 5 or 6 Bergmites lost their ability to fight under Serperior's slam. Bing Bing! A Bergmite dodged the Avalage thrown by Serperior, rage roared at Suan, and then used Tackle. Milo Melton jumped out of Suan's pocket and shouted powerfully at the Bergmite. Suan took a look at Bergmite's data and saw that it was only level 12. Melton, Thunder Shock. Suan ordered to Melton, who was participating in the battle. Milo, a bolt of lightning struck the Bergmite from Melton's body. 0 pounds under the attack of lightning, Bergmite plunged into the snow in front of him. Asking for flowers. 0 As soon as Bergmite raised his head, he saw Melton rushing over. Tackle! Bang! Bergmite was knocked back. Milo Melton looked at the ice that was knocked away by him. Treasure, confidence greatly increased. Milo Melton aggressively declared war on the remaining Bergmites. Avalanche stood up after being thrown to the ground by Sir Prior. It rage looked at Malutan, and then used takedown on Malutan. Melton looked at Avalanche's huge body and was a little panicked. Chennai Sir Prior's vine whip swung over and wrapped around Melton's body. Melton was thrown back into Su-An's arms by Sir Prior. Call! Melton immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Sir Prior, vine whip wraps around it and then smashes it towards Vibrava. Vibrava, pull away and use rock tomb. Just! Sir Prior's vine whip once again haunts Avalanche. Slam! Bowing Vibrava distanced herself from the Avalanche. Sir Prior swung the Avalanche and hit their leader. Around Vibrava's body, a circle of rock condensed. Bowing the huge group of rocks all hit Avalanche. Boom! White smoke rose. Tip, Sir Prior participated in defeating 2 Avalanches and gained 528 experience points. The effect of Lucky Egg on Sir Prior seems to be very weak. Su-An looked at Melton lying in his pocket. Su-An feels that it is time to pass Lucky Egg to Malutan. Vibrava flapped its wings and blew Baifu away. Bing bing, 0 Several Bergmites around came forward. They stood in front of the Avalanches, Growl, who kept sending warnings to Su-An. Everyone, I'm not here to cause trouble for you. Su-An tried to negotiate again. I'm here to find a Pokémon. It may be a species on the ice sheet, or it may be another Pokémon. In short, it's a Pokémon that's different from yours. Listening to Su-An's words, Bergmite looked at each other. Su-An looked relieved at their expressions. Negotiation successful. Bing bing! A Bergmite dug in the snow and dug out an ice ball. Inside the ice ball, there is a Pokémon huddled. Holy shit, Larvitar! Su-An looked at the Pokémon and blurted out its name. Race, Larvitar. Attribute, Rock, Ground Level 2 Ability Perseverance. Individual Value Qualifications, HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31, Skills, Tackle, Leer, Rock Throw. Hereditary Skills, Superpower, Ancient Power. Larvitar's level is only level 2. Obviously, it has just been born. Su-An guessed that it should have been transported to this place due to the distortion of time and space in his birthplace. Su-An held the ice cube with both hands, and the power of the waveguide penetrated into the ice cube to protect Larvitar's body. Melton, smash it! Melton nodded, then slammed into the ice outside Larvitar. Paw ice cubes shatter. Su-An touched Larvitar's body. At this time, Larvitar's body was as cold as ice. Su-An rolled the clothes in his bag around Larvitar's body, and then used the power of Changpan to begin to heal Larvitar's body. Vibrava approached Su-An, spitting up flames in his mouth. The flame is warm. Sir Prior used green grass. A touch of green slowly appeared on the ice sheet. Milo! Melton quietly cheered for the Larvitar. Larvitar's body temperature gradually returned. Yuki, wow, Yuki! When Larvitar opened his eyes and saw Su-An, he sniffed and burst into tears. Don't cry, Larvitar! Su-An looked a little at a loss and held Larvitar as if he were a baby. He rocked his body to comfort Larvitar. Yuki! Larvitar's cries grew louder. Just! Sir Prior glanced at Larvitar expressionlessly. Depend on! Larvitar looked into Sir Prior's eyes, his body froze, and he cried back. Just! Sir Prior turned his head away. Su-An looked at Sir Prior and smiled, then said to Larvitar, Sister Sir Prior is very gentle, so there is no need to be so afraid. Sir Prior raised the corners of his mouth slightly when he heard Su-An's words. Larvitar, why are you here? Su-An asked looking at Larvitar. Yuki. Larvitar shook his head. Larvitar is a Pokémon born deep underground. When it is born, it will eat the surrounding soil while moving towards the ground. However, not long ago, Larvitar, who was eating dirt, suddenly heard a loud noise. When Larvitar opened his eyes, he found himself in the middle of the Bergmites. Chapter 71. Pokémon that appear due to the warp space will fall into a contest condition for a short period of time. This contest condition will make most Pokémon aggressive. As soon as Larvitar appeared in the Bergmite group, he launched an attack on them in this chaotic contest condition. Avalage looked at Larvitar who was actively attacking, and used Icy Wind to freeze Larvitar. Avalage hopes Larvitar can calm down. But Larvitar's level is too low, not to mention that Larvitar is not weak to water. If Suan hadn't arrived in time, Larvitar would have been frozen to death in the ice. Bing Bing. After Avalage recovered a little, he saw that Suan didn't seem to mean to harm them, so he called out to the Bergmites. The Bergmites climbed on Avalage's back. When Avalage is planning to leave here? Bing Ugh. Avalage reminded Su 500 before leaving. Blizzard is coming. Thanks. Suan thanked Avalage, and then said to Larvitar in his arms, how about you go with me first? Larvitar tightened Suan's clothes. Yuki, I want to find my mother. Suan looked at Larvitar and scratched his head, are you looking for your mother? Larvitar nodded. In the secret realm, if Pokémon suddenly appear due to the distortion of space, if they are not running around, there is a certain chance that they will return to their original place due to fluctuations in time and space, such as the Firo that Vibrava met. But the chance of that is too small. Most of the Pokémon will stay in the secret realm. Since Larvitar has not disappeared yet, it means that it is basically impossible for Larvitar to go back through the distorted space. Suan looked at Larvitar and thought for a moment and then said, Larvitar, do you think this is a good idea? You come with me first, and then I will help you find a way to find your mother. It just takes a long time. If Suan can find the time and space beast or Celebi, it is indeed possible to send Larvitar back to his original place. Yuki. Larvitar agreed. Suan took a breath of heat into his hands, then took out a map and checked his position. Don't rush to complete the secret mission, after all, the boss is waiting there. The first priority now is to find the secret treasure. Let's go find Nevermelt Ice and Hardstone first. We should be able to get there before Blizzard arrives. Suan muttered to himself, then took out the Pokeball and took Sir Prior back first. Larvitar, do you want to score the goal? Suan looked at Larvitar and asked. Larvitar looked at the Pokeball in Suan's hand, shook his head, and grabbed the clothes on Suan's chest. It's warm here. All right. Suan didn't force it, he just opened his coat and stuffed Larvitar inside. Milo Melton climbed into Suan's clothes and squeezed in with Larvitar. Milo Melton greeted Larvitar. Yuki Suan sat on the bicycle and warned the two restless little guys under his coat, don't move. If you fall, I will have Sir Prior hang you up and beat you. Melton and Larvitar immediately became honest after hearing Suan's threat. Suan rode Misty's bicycle towards where Nevermelt Ice and Hardstone were. The location of Nevermelt Ice and Hardstone is inside a glacier. The map shows that there is a group of huge whales living in that nearby river. Suan looked at the map while riding his bicycle, and soon arrived at the location of the glacier. Suan walked towards the glacier. How there are several huge whales lying in the glacier. They looked at Suan, and Vibrava, who was following Suan, immediately stood up, showed vigilant eyes, and made a warning sound. They asked Suan to leave their territory. Calm down everyone, I'm not here to grab territory. Suan looked at the huge whales and explained, we are just looking for something, and we leave after we find something. After Suan finished speaking, he motioned for Vibrava to follow him. How. The huge whales saw that Suan and Vibrava didn't seem to be competing for territory with them. They exchanged a few words with each other and then all lay down again. Suan and Vibrava walked along the road inside the glacier and headed inside. Theo flows through the glacier. Suan thinks the water here should be connected to the glacial lake. What surprised Suan even more was that the bodies of some ancient Pokémon were even frozen in the surrounding ice walls. Suan saw a frozen Kabuto and a giant Sneasel that only existed in distant times. Yuki, Milo, Larvitar and Melton poked their heads out of Suan's clothes. They looked at the surrounding ice walls and made a sound of wonder. Suan looked at Melton and Larvitar in front of him and asked with a smile, looking at such a scene, it is as if you are seeing history in front of your eyes. Isn't it spectacular? Milo. Yuki, Melton and Larvitar nodded repeatedly. They seemed to get along well. Suan didn't walk long before he saw Nevermelt Ice and Hardstone inside an ice wall. They were all frozen inside by a thick layer of ice. If the Hardstone hadn't been more conspicuous, Suan might not have been able to discover its specific location. Vibrava, Dragon Dance. If Suan wants to get Nevermelt Ice and Hard Stone, he needs Vibrava to blast out a passage. Bowing the reward when the plane landed allowed Vibrava to learn the Dragon Dance in advance and reach level 43. Vibrava's final evolution, Flygon, is no match for the quasi-god Garchomp, who is also a ground plus dragon. But Flygon can learn Dragon Dance, but Garchomp cannot learn it. Flygon, which can perform Dragon Dance, can definitely compete with Garchomp with its burst of energy in a short period of time. The desert is even more advantageous in terms of speed. Bowing boom in Vibrava's mouth, Dragon Pulse's energy instantly hit the iceberg. Ice shards flying. The violent explosions and the fluctuations of 2.1 dragon energy alerted the huge whales nearby. How! They rushed toward Suan. This is their territory. The energy emitted by the Nevermelt Ice frozen in the glacier is good for Ice-type Pokémon. The huge whales don't understand the specific principle, they just feel that this place is more comfortable than other places. So faced with Suan and Vibrava who were trying to destroy the iceberg, they feel rage. But this rage quickly disappeared. They swallowed their saliva as they watched the Nevermelt Ice rolling down from the ice wall. Ice-type Bergmite is definitely very attractive to Ice-type Pokémon. Suan was not surprised when he saw the huge whales. Come out, Sir Prior. Chennai Sir Prior and Vibrava stood in front of Suan. Chapter 72. How! A large amount of ice quickly condensed in front of the huge whales. The great whale used Ice Shard. Call out. All these ice blocks smashed towards Suan and the others. Boing! After the Dragon Dance, Vibrava's strength and speed have been greatly improved. Vibrava quickly rushed towards the great whale and dodged the Ice Shard. Dragon Tail. Pang! Vibrava whipped his tail on a huge whale. It crashed into its companion under the impact of Dragon Tail. Two huge whales crashed into the ice wall together. Chennai Leaf Storm condensed in front of Sir Prior. The ice shards that were shot over were all caught up in the storm. Milo Melton used Thunder Shock, electrocuting a huge whale. The levels of these huge whales are basically above level 30. Melton's attack didn't cause much damage. Yuki Larvitar quickly raised his little hand after watching Melton launch the attack. A small stone appeared in Larvitar's hand. The stone hit a huge whale on the head. The huge whale that was hit by Larvitar's stone was stunned for a moment when he looked at the stone that hit his head and fell to the ground, and then roared towards Larvitar. Larvitar's attack has no power and is extremely insulting. The current focus of Melton and Larvitar is on participation. Yuki. Larvitar looked at the huge whale glaring at him and backed away nervously. But the next second, the front of Larvitar was obscured by a green storm. Shanna. Sir Prior's Leaf Storm swept towards the huge whales. Boom Boing Vibrava flew behind Leaf Storm and used Rock Tomb. Pang Pang under the continuous bombardment by Sir Prior and Vibrava's skills, this group of huge whales soon lost their combat effectiveness. Yuki Larvitar looked longingly at Sonic Larva and Sir Prior. How! The huge whale lying on the ground looked at the Nevermelt Ice in Suan's hand with some reluctance. Although they are not reconciled, they have already felt the strength gap between themselves and Vibrava at this moment. Suan watched the huge whale lose its fighting ability and said to the huge whales, "I'm sorry, I just took this thing away." After Suan finished speaking, he put Nevermelt Ice into his storage 21 balls. Yuki at this time, Larvitar set his sights on another secret treasure in Suan's hand. Yuki, suck. Larvitar wiped his saliva. Suan threw the hard stone in his hand with a smile, looked at Larvitar and asked, "Do you want it?" Yuki. Larvitar nodded repeatedly. Suan took out the pokeball given to him by Xiaoling and said to Larvitar, "Captivate, this hard stone is the present I prepared for my Pokémon, so." Yuki. Larvitar didn't need Suan to finish his words before he took the initiative and bumped into the pokeball in Suan's hand. "Pa Yuki." Larvitar touched his head with a puzzled expression. Suan smiled, "Good guy, you sold yourself now." "But, very good." Suan turned on the pokeball switch, and a red light shot out and enveloped Larvitar. Ding! Suan successfully conquered Larvitar. "Come out, Larvitar." Suan released Larvitar. Yuki Larvitar looked at the hard stone in Suan's hand with eager eyes. Suan handed the hard stone to Larvitar. Larvitar immediately stuffed the hard stone into his mouth. Larvitar absorbed the rock-type secret treasure hard stone, and Larvitar's level was raised to level 16. Larvitar learned Rock Tomb. Larvitar learned Rock Slide. Larvitar learned Payback. Larvitar learned Bite. Race, Larvitar Attribute, Rock, Ground Level 17 Ability Perseverance Individual Value Qualifications, HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31, Skills, Tackle, Leer, Rock Throw, Payback, Bite, Rock Slide, Rock Tomb, Hui Hereditary Skills, Superpower, Ancient Power. Absorb Secret Treasure, Hard Stone. After Larvitar absorbed the energy in the Hard Stone, his level immediately surpassed that of Melton. Milu. Melton looked at Larvitar, who was still chewing his mouth as if he was reminiscing, with an envious look. Milo Melutan looked at Suan eagerly. Don't worry, you have present too. Suan looked at Milutan and smiled, then looked at Sir Prior. Chanai Sir Prior used Vine Whip to take off his lucky egg and handed it to Suan. Boeing Vibrava looked at the lucky egg with a nostalgic look. Vibrava is getting stronger step by step with this lucky egg. Sir Prior too. Suan squatted in front of Melton with the lucky egg and said, Malutan. This lucky egg has witnessed everyone's growth, and now it is passed on to you. Milutan listened to Suan's words and took it solemnly. Melton looked at lucky egg and tilted his head. Suan also showed a thinking expression at this time. Because, this lucky egg looks as big as Melton's head. How to wear Malutan? Just as Suan was thinking about this problem, Melton suddenly placed the lucky egg on his stomach. Melton's liquid metal body completely enveloped the lucky egg. Melton's body looked as if she was pregnant at this time, with a big belly, but the big belly quickly disappeared. Suan was stunned watching this scene. Did you eat it? Sir Prior and Vibrava were also staring at Melton at this time. Beautiful, beautiful record. Milutan looked at everyone's eyes and rubbed his little hands uneasily. Suan sighed, and then rubbed Melton's head. Just eat it. It doesn't matter, there will be new ones in the future. Tip, Melton absorbs lucky egg. Melton can continuously gain experience points through combat and training. The stronger the combat rival, the greater the intensity of training, and the more experience points gained. Malutan's level has been raised to level 15. Malutan learned Tail Whip. Malutan learned Headbutt. When Suan listened to the prompt, the expression on his face became strange. Suan concluded from the results of using Lucky Egg by Sir Prior and Vibrava that Lucky Egg is more effective for low-level Pokémon. It is precisely because of the existence of Lucky Egg that Sir Prior and Vibrava can quickly survive the early growth. And when everyone has fully grown up, the experience points added by Lucky Egg will become less and less. However, after Melton eats the Lucky Egg, judging from the introduction of the system, only in this way can the effect of Lucky Egg be truly exerted. Larvitar. Suan looked at them and suggested, let's have a fight. Just in time to get used to your newly learned skills. Suan plans to actually take a look at Lucky Egg's bonus to Melton. Melton immediately looked at Larvitar. Larvitar looked excited at this point. Larvitar also wanted to try out his newly learned skills. When Vibrava saw that the two little guys were going to fight, he immediately said that he wanted to be the referee. An open space in the ice cave. Melton and Larvitar stared at each other closely. Vibrava hovered over the two Pokémon. Sir Prior hovered next to Suan and watched their battle with Suan. And did not intend to direct this battle. Boing! Vibrava announced the start of the battle. Yuki! Larvitar raised his little hands. On Larvitar's head, a large amount of rock slowly condensed. Melton watched Larvitar shake his body, and then saw a tail growing out of the back of Melton's liquid body and wagging at Larvitar. Larvitar's attention was attracted by the tail behind Melton. The rock on Larvitar's head began to shake unsteadily. Yuki! This was Larvitar's first time using Rock Tomb, and he was not very proficient. Coupled with the interference of Melton's tail whip, Larvitar was a little panicked. Skill time and space. The rock above Larvitar's head hit Larvitar himself. Melton seized the opportunity and quickly rushed towards Larvitar. Shanna! Sir Prior looked at the battle on the field and shouted to Suan. Suan, this should be considered Larvitar's first battle. It's normal to have no experience. Although Suan hasn't formally trained Melton since he obtained it, Melton watched a lot of battles during the time he stayed at the Mohi base. In addition, Suan also brings Melton with him to attend classes, so at least in terms of theoretical knowledge, Melton is completely superior to Larvitar. Peng Melton stretched out his head and hit Larvitar's head. Yuki! Larvitar, who was hit like this, covered his head and squatted on the ground with tears in his eyes. Larvitar gave up the battle, and Melton gained 521 experience points during the battle. Milu. Melton looked at Suan. Are you still fighting? Forward. Suan looked at this scene and smiled helplessly. Forget it, let's take a rest. Although the battle was not over, Melton gained so much experience points, and Suan was satisfied with the effect. Suan stepped forward and gently stroked Larvitar's head with the power of Changpan. Yuki, Larvitar doesn't hurt anymore. Let's go and see what's going on outside. Suan said, walking towards the entrance of the glacier. Suan could already hear the strong wind blowing outside before he reached the entrance of the cave. The cold wind howled and made a whining sound. Biting air frequently poured into the ice cave. Suan wrapped her clothes tightly and looked out of the cave. Heavy snow in the sky flying. There is a feeling of whiteness and grey everywhere. Larvitar, who was following Suan, could not help but tremble after just looking at it. There's no way we can go on our way like this. Suan looked at the scenery outside and said to himself, but when this blizzard stops, people from outside may come in. But on a blizzard day like this, both Sir Prior and Vibrava's strengths will be greatly reduced. Suan took out the map and took a look. It's not too far from the cedar forest with Big Root. Even if people from outside come in, Suan will definitely find a bigger record than those people if he has the map. Suan didn't know the specific situation outside at this time, so everything could only be guessed. After Suan thought for a while, he decided to wait for blizzard to stop before rushing on. After taking the Big Root, Sir Prior's strength has improved a bit. Just go directly to challenge Abamasno, the Lord in the Secret Realm. Suan opened his backpack and found his storage ball with the outdoor product logo on it. With a ray of red light, Yin Huang's things appeared on the ground in the ice cave. Tents, heaters, electric hot pots, mobile batteries, and all kinds of outdoor supplies. Yuki. Larvitar looked at these curiously. Suan looked at Larvitar and smiled, the time has come to witness the miracle. Suan pulled the automatic tent. A large tent with automatic growth. Yuki. Larvitar's eyes widened. The size of the tent is about the same as a yurt, which is enough for everyone to walk in together. Suan opened the tent door, and Larvitar immediately ran over excitedly. Suan laid out a moisture-proof and cold-proof mat, then set the table and turned on the heater. The temperature inside the tent quickly began to rise. Boeing Vibrava immediately showed a comfortable expression. Shanna. Sir Prior also relaxed his body at such a temperature of 980 degrees. Suan assembled the fishing rod and looked at everyone and said, how about we drink fish soup later? Suan plans to catch some cold water fish. Shanna. Sir Prior watched Suan stretch out his vine whip. Okay, let's compete again. Suan looked at Sir Prior and smiled, this time I will show you my skills. Vibrava, you stay here and don't let the Pokémon in the ice cave damage our tent. Boeing Larvitar stays here with Vibrava. Melton was not afraid of the cold, so he went fishing with Suan and Sir Prior. Theo sighed. Sir Prior stared into the Theo water, trying to find edible fish. Suan put his hand into the ice lake. The power of the waveguide extends downward. Everything has a waveguide. Suan can completely find the location of the fish through this trick. Soon, Suan's waveguide detected the activity location of a group of glacier fish. Suan adjusted the fishing rod and then threw the fish hook to the location of the glacier fish. Chanai. Sir Prior looked at Suan in confusion, and then saw Suan's fish float sink. Suan quickly lifted the rod, and a glacier fish was easily caught by Suan Channa. Sir Prior looked at Suan in surprise. Suan looked at Sir Prior and said proudly, how can I be your trainer if I don't have any strength? Suan caught 5 fish and after handling them all, he said, it's almost done, let's go back. It just so happens Sir Prior was carrying 4 fish with his vine whip, while Melton was following next to him carrying a fish that was bigger than his own body. Return to the tent. Suan cooks the fish soup. Yuki Larvitar drooled as he looked at the aroma of the fish soup gradually wafting out. Don't worry, it will be fine soon. Gilyaloo, the fish soup begins to bubble. Boeing Vibrava immediately stepped forward and looked at Suan expectantly. Suan first served a bowl of Vibrava. Thank you for your hard work today. Boeing Surprier helped Suan fill bowls for Melton and Larvitar. Milo Melutan looked at the fish soup and thought for a moment, then ran to Suan's bag, took out her iron snacks, and put them into the fish soup. Melton got iron fish soup. Milo Melton started eating happily. Yuki. Larvitar looked around as he watched Melton's movements. What are you looking for? Suan asked looking at Larvitar. Yuki, Earth. Suan was amused for a moment after hearing this answer and then said, let me put some Vibrava Pokemon food for you. Vibrava also has the ground attribute, so Larvitar can also eat Vibrava's food. Yuki Larvitar waited for Suan to finish and took a bite. Yuki. Larvitar's eyes immediately lit up. Larvitar, who had been eating dirt since birth, had never seen such a good thing. Larvitar wanted to bury his head in it. Chapter 73. Chanai Surprier leaned into Suan's ear and called softly. Inside the tent. Larvitar was lying next to the stove, still sound asleep. Melton lay beside it and slept soundly as well. Suan lazily called Yan and walked out. Glacier Cave entrance. Vibrava called out to Suan. The blizzard outside has stopped. Looking around, the white snow seems to have frozen the entire world. How the huge whales passed by Suan gave way to them. Suan looked at the quiet white world and frowned slightly, then looked at the time on his phone. It has been 12 hours since Suan and his plane crashed. Logically speaking, people outside should have found the entrance to the secret realm by this time. A new secret realm will inevitably attract a large number of trainers to take risks. Those people will definitely dig through the secret realm, but now, there is no trace of human activity outside. Suan felt a little uneasy inside. It seems that we need to speed up. Suan took out the map, identified the direction, and then put Surprier and the others into the ball. Vibrava, let's go. Boeing Suan rode in the direction of Big Root. 20 minutes later in front of Suan, a cedar forest covered with white snow appeared. Suan parked the car outside the woods. Come out, Surprier. The map shows Big Root under a tree in the middle of the woods. In this cedar forest, there live a group of Sneasel and Weevil. When Weevil are in groups, they will even hunt prey as large as mammoth swine. Weevil in the wild is an absolutely carnivorous Pokémon, and it is very ferocious. At this time, the top of a cedar tree. A Weevil stared at Suan and Surprier as they walked into the fir forest. In the cedar forest. Suan took the map and walked towards Big Root's location. An unusually thick cedar tree appeared in front of Suan. It should be right here. Suan said, glancing at the surrounding fir trees. Chanai. Suan looked at Surprier and said softly, it seems that the residents here are not very friendly. Surprier, prepare for an ambush and use leech seed. Surprier nodded slightly. Suan took out the engineering shovel from his bag and shoveled the snow on the ground in all directions. Suan found the location of Big Root. Surprier planted leech seed all around under the cover of falling snow. Soon, the snow under the fir trees was cleared. You're quite patient. Suan muttered and then said to Vibrava, Vibrava, dig. Boeing Vibrava landed on the ground and dug underneath. At the moment Vibrava's body disappeared into the hole. Mahu! A sharp roar sounded from Growl. Call. Swift, icy wind, and various long-range attacks were fired at Suan. It just so happens in front of Surprier, a light screen appeared. Pang! The energy exploded on the light screen. The light screen is shattered and smoke fills the air. Mahu! 4 Sneasels rushed out of the smoke, 2 pounced on Suan, and 2 pounced on Surprier. Call out! Leech seed breaks through the snow. The leech seed buried nearby tied up all 4 Sneasels in an instant. Shanna! Surprier's vine whip immediately entangled them. Mega Drain! Mahu! They let out a scream at the same time, and the blood on their faces was rapidly reduced by Surprier's absorb. Under a cedar tree, Vibrava broke out of the ground and whipped its tail towards the tree. Snap click, the tree broke. A Weevil on the tree immediately jumped to the side. Boing roar! Dragon Pulse! Boom! Weevil's body exploded in mid-air. This is Substitute. On the fallen tree, the real Maquilla used Quick Attack and rushed towards Vibrava. Boing! Vibrava quickly used Dragon Tail towards Weevil. Weevil jumped and dodged Vibrava's Dragon Tail attack. Ice Punch! Vibrava, protect! Suan shouted quickly. Boing! Pang! Weevil punched Vibrava's energy barrier. Missed a single hit and escaped Norman. This Weevil has a strong sense of fighting. After Weevil realized that his attack had been blocked, he immediately jumped back and hid in the cedar tree. Suan discovered through the power of Waveguide that this was a group consisting of 2 Weevil and more than a dozen Sneasel. Sneasel's level is not high, only around level 20. But both Weevils are very high level. Vibrava faced their leader, the highest level, level 45. There is another Weevil whose level is level 39, and it is right behind Suan. Mahu! Metal Claw! The power of the Waveguide formed a protective shield to block the blow. Melton, Thunder Shock! Just when the Makuang Law wanted to run away, Suan had already released Malutan. Milo Zira Peng! The stimulation of the electric current prevented Weevil from running away immediately. Shanna! Serprier's Vine Whip rolled over. Slam! Yuki Larvitar added a Rock Tomb. Tip: your Melton participated in defeating a Weevil, gained 1221 experience points and upgraded the Melton to level 16. Makuang! Seeing the Makula lose its fighting capacity, the leader Manula was obviously anxious. It rushed towards this side quickly. Serprier, Leaf Storm! Shanna! Weevil circled to the left, avoiding Leaf Storm's attack. However, just as Weevil bypassed Leaf Storm, Vibrava had already caught up. Flamethrower! Call! This Weevil fell from the air amid the burning flames. Ha ha zhao, boing! Bulldoze! Vibrava pressed against Weevil's body. The remaining ones started to pull wildly. Seeing that their 2 leaders failed, they immediately dispersed and fled. Larvitar! I'll leave those half-dead koalas to you. Suan pointed at the Sneasel that was still entangled in Vine Whip. Milo responded frankly and rushed towards them. Larvitar twisted his hips and followed Melton. Serprier let go of Vine Whip. 4 Sneasels were freed. Sneasel! They roared towards Melton fiercely. Milo Yun Melton was not afraid, raised his head and charged. Headbutt! Yuki Larvitar used Rock Tomb behind Melton. Boom! Rock Tomb is very powerful. The only problem is that the Melton was also destroyed. Chapter 74. Milo. Melton walked up to Larvitar angrily. Bang! Headbutt! Yuki. Larvitar held his head and squatted on the ground pitifully. Suan looked at Larvitar and said, Larvitar, it's not okay to beat up your teammates. Yuki. Boing! Vibrava shook the dirt off his body, then pulled the secret treasure Big Root out of the ground and handed it to Suan Shanna. Serprier looked at Big Root without any expression on his face, but his body could not help but swim to Suan's side. Suan handed the Big Root to Serprier. Absorb it, Serprier. It happened Serprier couldn't wait to take it with Vine Whip and put it in his mouth. Tip: Serprier absorbed Big Root, Serprier rose to level 40. Serprier has learned a new skill, Plant Frenzy. The energy contained in Big Root not only improves Serprier's level, but also allows Serprier to learn the grass-type trick, Plant Frenzy. Suan looked at Serprier and said, Serprier, try your power. Chanai Serprier nodded slightly, an extremely strong grass energy spreads around. Click shake the ground shook violently amidst the sound of cracks. Wow! The ground surged, as if something had stretched normal and suddenly exploded. Under the ground, plant roots that are thicker than big trees are pouring out crazily. The moment they rose, they completely covered the soaring in the sky above everyone's heads, and then fell towards the surroundings like blooming petals, sweeping everything around them crazily. The cedar trees collapsed one after another. The entire ground seemed to be turned upside down. Boing! Vibrava's eyes widened as she watched the destruction caused by Serprier's plant frenzy. Suan quickly shouted, Stop! Chanai Serprier put away his skills. Suan looked around and exclaimed, If you let go of your skills, you might destroy the entire forest. Shanna. Larvitar and Melton watched as Serprier beside Suan quietly walked to the side. Serprier's strength is getting more and more terrifying. Next is the Abamas No. Suan took out the map and took a look at Abamas No's location. Abamas No's territory is on a snow-capped mountain, and it takes about an hour to get there. Suan put Melton and the others into the Pokeball, and then rode his bicycle with Vibrava towards the snow-capped mountains. Suni Shore City. Gothic 9677 advertises that it will land in Linhai City, and it needs to wait for the magnetic field caused by Zapdos to dissipate before it can take off safely. In order to reassure the outside world, Johnson Group's Electronic Information Department even used video synthesis to send a video report to all passengers' main contacts that they were safe. Most people don't think much about it, but there are always exceptions. Lee Muron's mother was talking to Lee Muron on the phone at this time. Of course, the opposite side of her is actually just an image synthesized from data. Lee Muron's mother, Spad, asked with concern, "Can you sleep well over there? How about mom come over and drive you back? How about mom cook your favorite sea bass for you?" Lee Muron shook his head, "No, let my classmates know they will laugh at me." "What's this?" Lee Muron's mother said confidently, "Anyway, your training is over, let's go home early." "Lee Muron, let's not talk about it for now. I died and they asked me for training." "Hello, hello." Lee Muron's mother was stunned when she hung up. She stared at the phone for a long time, then looked at Lee's father sitting on the sofa seriously and said, "Something's wrong." "What's wrong?" Mother Lee asked anxiously, "What did you say happened?" "Muron actually hung up on me." Father Lee was surprised, "What's wrong with hanging up the phone? He never hung up on me before." Father Lee rolled his eyes, "That's because he knows that if you don't wait until you finish nagging, you will definitely fight him." "Yes, then tell me, why did he die just now?" After speaking, Mother Lee called again. This time the call was not connected, but a message came back, "We are training, we will talk about it later." Mother Lee immediately rushed to Father Lee with the phone and said excitedly, "Look, I dare not answer the phone. Something's wrong, there must be something wrong." Father Lee hesitated for a moment and then said, "Are you overthinking it? It's just a phone call. Linhai City is the headquarters of Johnson Group. What happened? And didn't you read the news, there's Zapdos protection there. That's a mythical beast." Mother Lee asked anxiously, "Mythical beast? Are mythical beasts so easy to control? What if it accidentally strikes Muran with lightning? And the Secret Observation Bureau, didn't they also say that a secret realm might appear in Linhai City? What if this is true?" The more Mother Lee thought about it, the more she felt panicked. "Tell me, is something really going on with Muran? Are they hiding something on purpose? Why else wouldn't he let me pick him up? Muran said a few days ago that he wanted to come back to see me early and wanted to eat the rice I cooked." Mother Lee burst into tears as she spoke, "You don't care about your son at all." Father Lee was so noisy that his head exploded and he said quickly, Okay, I'll contact the school right now." "What's the use of contacting the school?" Mother Lee said, "Don't you have a classmate who is a Pokémon investigator? Ask him." Father Lee was speechless for a moment, "No, just for this matter, you want me to find the investigator? Is this a small thing?" Mother Lee burst into tears, "I knew you definitely didn't love me anymore, you didn't care about the life and death of our mother and son at all. I'm really convinced. Fight, I'll find him right now." With a headache on his face, Father Lee picked up his phone and opened his address book. The Pokémon investigators are a department established to target the use of Pokémon to commit illegal crimes. They are different than rangers. A ranger's main job is to maintain the balance between people, Pokémon, and nature. And they uphold the laws between people, Pokémon, and society. Sunny Shore City Pokémon Investigation Section. "What's wrong, G?" Investigator Song Shan answered the phone. Father Lee said with a slight embarrassment, "Didn't the Secret Observation Bureau yesterday say that a new secret realm might have appeared in Linhai City? My wife always feels that something really happened in Linhai City. If it's convenient for you, can you help check it out?" "Linhai City?" Song Shan asked in surprise, "Why do you ask that?" At this time, Lee's mother grabbed the phone and said anxiously, "Brother Song, I always feel that the contest condition of my son's call with me is not right. I wonder if something happened to him. As you know, the mother must know her son. He has never hung up on me before." Mother Lee spoke out all her guesses at once. Father Lee took the phone back and said, "It's funny, my wife just cares too much about her son, so." Song Shan was silent for a while and then said, "Well, don't worry, I'll call my friends in the secret bureau." After Song Shan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. "What's wrong?" Song Shan's colleague looked at Song Shan doubtfully and asked. "About Linhai City. I have a friend's son who is on JAD 967. He suspected that something might have happened to his son, and even believed that a secret realm did exist in Linhai City, but the news was kept hidden." Song Shan's colleagues were stunned, "No way, the responsibility of concealing the secret realm is not something a normal person can bear. Song Shan said softly, don't forget, Linhai City is the headquarters of Johnson Group. Gao Sen has always been a legendary entrepreneur outside, but in the files of the search section, Gao Sen is definitely the key target of observation. Song Shan thought for a moment and then dialed the number of the secret bureau. I would like to ask, if a secret realm really appears in Linhai City's sky, is it possible to use the power of Zapdos to interfere with the signal of your monitoring station? When the people from the Secret Observation Bureau heard Song Shan's question, they immediately understood what Song Shan meant. A serious voice came from the phone. This possibility exists. Do you mean that Gao Sen deliberately concealed the truth of the matter? Do you have any evidence? Not yet, but since this possibility exists, I think I should investigate it. Linhai City. Johnson Group. Mr. Gao Sen, the search officer may have discovered something. Gao Sen frowned listening to Lao Hei's report. These guys have been staring at me for so many years, and they are really endless. Find a way to support him, the most critical moment is about to come, and there must be no accidents. In addition, if Goldman Sachs wants to go to that new secret place in the sky, let him go, so as not to cause trouble for me outside. Certainly. Linhai City, a secret underground prison. The space in front of Han Ming suddenly fluctuated. Then an abandoned monkey and a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air. Han Ming looked at him respectfully and said, Lord Shenho. Shenho, one of the 12 senior executives known to have quasi-elite combat power in the Chongsheng society. Shenho looked at Han Ming and said, tell me about the information you know. Chapter 75. In the secret realm, under the snow-capped mountains. Suan looked towards the snow-capped mountain. The most powerful Abamasno in this secret realm is here. Abamasno's level is level 50, Lord level. Come out, Sir Prior. Suan released Sir Prior. Sir Prior, Leaf Storm. Vibrava, Dragon Dance. Before the battle, Suan plans to fill up the buffs first. This was Suan's first time fighting against Lord-level Pokémon, so she naturally had to be fully prepared. Chanai in front of Sir Prior, Leaf Storm Condensation. Boeing Vibrava rotated his body, and the dragon energy in his body gradually solidified. On the snowy mountain. Bang bang! A giant Pokémon lying on the snow and taking a nap suddenly opened its eyes. This is an Abamasno of unusual size. The height of ordinary Abamasno is about 2.2 meters, but this one is nearly 4 meters long. Abamasno stood up and looked down the mountain. It can sense the energy emanating from the mountain. This is the invader's taunt. Bang bang! Abamasno let out a roar of rage. In front of Abamasno, a large number of flying leaves gathered. Magical leaf. Call. Magical leaf flew from the mountain towards the foot of the mountain. Soaring in the sky, heavy snow falls. Shanna. Sir Prior's second leaf storm had just condensed when he saw the flying leaves in front of him. Leaf storm hit magical leaf directly. Peng Suan put his hand in front of him, raised his head and looked towards the mountain. The other Abamasno is running wildly. Race, Abamasno, Lord, Attribute, Grass, Ice level 50 ability Snowfall skills, Ice Punch, Mist, Aurora Veil. Razor Leaf, Magical Leaf, Blizzard, Ice Beam. You are truly worthy of being a lord. Suan exclaimed, it's just the magical leaf, but it's so powerful. Boing! Vibrava flew towards Abamasno. Flamethrower. The hot flames from Vibrava's mouth were sprayed towards Abamasno. Bang bang! Abamasno's body was filled with cold air. Ice Beam. Pang! Soaring in the sky, the flame was frozen in midair under the impact of the ice beam. Vibrava's speed at this time was improved under Dragon Dance, and she quickly turned over to avoid the damage of the freezing light. Suan, Sir Prior, Plant Frenzy. Shanna. Under the snow, the huge plant roots rise from the ground, facing Abamasno. Roar! Abamasno turned around sharply and punched Plant Frenzy. The extreme ice froze the roots of these plants into ice sculptures. Boing! Vibrava took advantage of the moment Abamasno used Ice Punch and quickly jumped behind Abamasno. Dragon Tail. Vibrava swept his tail, and the tail condensed with amazing dragon energy hit Abamasno heavily on the head. Dragon Tail successfully hits Abamasno. Roar! Abamasno, who fell to the ground, was even more angry. Call. Blizzard rolls up. Boing! Vibrava immediately flew into the sky, out of Blizzard's attack range. In front of Sir Prior, a sunlit screen appeared. This light screen helped Sir Prior and Suan behind him, blocking the wind and snow damage from the front. Bang bang! Abamasno rushed out of the wind and snow, smashed the light screen, and rushed in front of Sir Prior. Ice punch! Just when Abamasno was about to punch down, a gap suddenly opened in the ground under Abamasno's feet. Abamasno fell in. Boing! Supersonic used Fisher. Shanna. Sir Prior looked at Abamasno, who fell under the cracked ground, and used Leaf Storm without hesitation. The rotating leaf storm filled the cracked ground. Colorful rays of light radiated from the leaf storm that exuded an astonishing aura. Aurora Veil, an ice skill, can only be used in hail and snowy environments. This is a skill that can reduce physical and special damage at the same time. Roar! In the cracks in the ground, Abamasno roared again. Blizzard's energy blasts around Shanna. Sir Prior stood in front of Suan and helped Suan block Blizzard, which had a very large attack range. Bang bang! Abamasno grabbed the ground, jumped up from the ground with a fierce jump. Roar! Suan took a deep breath. Sir Prior, Plant Frenzy. Vibrava, BA. Shanna. Sir Prior once again used Plant Frenzy. Soaring in the sky, Osiris is flying. Those normal plant roots like giant tentacles swatted at Abamasno crazily. Abamasno's hands were wrapped in ice and he punched the plant roots that were being pulled towards him. At the same time, Vibrava rushed to Abamasno's side under the cover of Plant Frenzy. Vibrava rushed towards Abamasno. The increased strength and speed of Vibrava in Dragon Dance allow this move to unleash 200% of the power of Superpower. Peng boom! Shanna. Sir Prior's Plant Frenzy immediately rolled towards Abamasno's body. Those plants were like giant pythons. Normal tied Abamasno's body tightly, and then smashed it against the ground. The surrounding Osiris were flying freely under the impact of energy. Suan could only hear the slamming sound, and his sight was completely blocked by the white Osiris. Until the system prompts sounds. Abamasno loses his combat ability and the challenge mission is completed. Task Reward, Experience Candy L*3, can provide a lot of experience points for a Pokémon. Rare Candy *1, Secret Skill Draco Meteor. That's enough, Sir Prior, please give me flowers. Suan stopped Sir Prior, who was still beating Abamasno with Plant Frenzy. Chennai Sir Prior stopped attacking, and Osiris, who was landing and soaring in the sky, slowly stopped because Abamasno lost his fighting ability. The flying Osiris gradually dissipated. Boing! Vibrava landed next to Suan and Suan looked at Abamasno lying on the ground and sighed, it's not easy. But, the harvest time has come. Suan handed an experience candy L to Vibrava and said, eat it. Vibrava opened her mouth and ate the candy. Vibrava used the experience candy L to gain a lot of experience points. Vibrava's level increased, 44, 54932/92346. The experience value that experience candy L can provide is obviously much higher than other types of candies. After Suan knew what was going on, he handed the remaining 2 coins to Vibrava and Sir Prior respectively. Tip: Sir Prior used the experience candy L, and Sir Prior reached level 42. Vibrava used experience candy L, Vibrava's level rose to level 45. Vibrava's form is changing. Boing! Vibrava's body glowed with light. Suan released Larvitar and Melton together to witness Vibrava's evolutionary moment. Yuki, Milo, Larvitar and Melton looked at Vibrava with expectant eyes. The light on Vibrava gradually dissipated under everyone's gaze. Vibrava successfully evolved Flygon. Flygon learned Dragon Claw. Flygon learned Outrage. Flygon learned Draco Meteor using secret codes. Race, Flygon attribute, Ground Dragon level, 45 ability, floating individual value qualifications, HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31, Skills, Rock Tomb, Sand Tomb, Protection, Flamethrower, Dragon Dance, Dragon Claw, Outrage, Roost, Draco Meteor. Hereditary Skills, Quick Attack, Earth Power. Absorb Secret Treasure, Dragon Fang, the power of dragon skills will be increased. Desert Flygon flew around Suan excitedly, couldn't wait to push his head on Suan's waist, and then lay down in front of Suan. Suan looked at this scene and smiled, okay, I'm coming up. As soon as Suwon sat on Flygon's back, Flygon immediately flapped its wings and used its protection skills. Few Flygon carry Suwon straight into the sky. Because of the protective cover, you can't even feel the cold wind outside. Desert Flygon flies smoothly high and soaring in the sky. Suwon opened his hands. At this moment, the earth is underfoot. Soaring in the sky, you can touch it. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.